Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We already told you guys what he's been doing.
Oh, Luka with the fancy footwork against DeAndre Ayton for the 3-ball.
And that was a highlight not from the fourth quarter of the Mavs last night hosting the Suns at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How much was your time divided between basketball and football last night?
I watched the entire first half of the Mavs. I'd forgotten for a second it was Monday night. And then I was like, oh, that's right, the Bucks are on. And I was like, oh. I felt like I should flip over to that. So I gave the Mavs a little bit more, and I was like, all right, let's see if they blow this again. They did the first game against Phoenix. So I would say I went over to the game, to the Monday night game, probably at the start of the fourth quarter of the Mavs.
Okay, so perfect timing for you. You saw the Brady comeback.
Yeah, because I'd seen your post that it was how unwatchable the Bucks were, and I saw a completely different game. I saw a completely different football game. Yeah. I saw the entertaining part of the football game.
It was 16. Well, we'll get to that in a second. I was all in on the basketball. Odell watched. Peyton, how did you divvy things up?
So I saw I think it was the first Bucks drive. Saw the field goal. It was 7:30. I said, okay, let me go watch some OBJ. And he wasn't there when I turned on the Mavs game. So that was disappointing. But I watched the Mavs the whole night. I didn't go back to Monday Night Football.
Hey, you turned on the Mavs game to see a person in the stands.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Floor seats, but
floor
stands.
seats. There you go. Yeah.
The biggest reason to watch, well, Chris Paul out. Yeah, you get the Suns, you get Devin Booker, but Odell watch. I was right there along with you. No, I can't watch Tampa Bay. The Saints. Please.
Cool helmets.
God,
cool helmets.
Get them off of television. Get Andy Dalton off of my TV screen. And Tampa Bay is not that much better. But I was all in on the Mavericks with the show and the build-up and Odell walking into the building. Props to the Cowboys media for trying to get the job done. The swarming with Calvin Watkins and Clarence Hill. I saw Mike Fisher videotaping Odell walking in with Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, and I'm ashamed to know the other guy that was sitting with them.
I didn't notice.
I took a screenshot. I sent it to Amanda in the other room. I said, this isn't the Kardashian husband, is it? It's Kris Jenner's dude. The guy with maybe your most enviable life on the planet, Corey.
Well, being the husband of a billionaire?
Yeah.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
He's a diehard Cowboy fan. Apparently, he just travels around, and he's just sitting there chilling with the three of them as Odell Beckham ends up getting some love from the AAC. Sean Heath in the back. He came through for us. Mavs PA guy. OBJ.
What are you doing here? That's a bad sign, man.
What?
I wish you didn't tell me that.
What?
That the Kardashian husband was there.
I don't even know if she's married him. She's like, nah, you're going to be the boyfriend.
One of those three is going to have a season-ending injury here coming up soon. You know that because of that. You know it.
Does it apply to him?
Applies to anybody.
And she's a Jenner. Her last name is not Kardashian. Maybe that can go ahead and make us dodge a bullet.
Well, maybe.
They're in the same category, I think. Jenner, Kardashian.
You know, I was trying to be positive and not wish a season-ending injury on Diggs, Parsons, or Odell, but that's Peyton Russell. That's Peyton Russell. Not wishing, but forecasting. So Odell gets the love sitting there in the front row in the Joneses seats. I sent a little DM to the young man who usually sits in those seats as he follows everyone here at the Fan on social media. That would be young Shy.
Oh, those are his seats, huh? Yeah.
Well, the families.
Yeah, the family seats.
Shy Jr. Yep. I was waiting to see you there with Odell. He said gave it to the players. Heard you guys talking about it on the radio this morning.
Right.
What a scene it would be. And the Mavs end up creating a scene in the box score. Look, Suns Twitter's very loud. They've been trending throughout the past few weeks. Look at the standings. I thought we were overrated. I thought we were done. I thought this. I thought that. You could think whatever you want. You have a better record than the Mavericks, but Luka and the Mavs own you. They absolutely own you. Even with this up and down Mavericks season, I think you're rooting for Phoenix in that first round again, if indeed you end up with that matchup, as Luka and many of the starters did not play in the fourth quarter. 130-111. This was dominant from beginning to end.
Yeah, it was. It was just like the first game of the season, which the Mavs blew.
Yes.
They blew it, but they dominated that game. I've always said I don't need the ending score to know who's better. When you're up by 30, I know who's better, regardless of what the final score is, and that's what happened in the game one, and that's what happened here last night. The Mavs since game 7, they're just in their heads. They just are. And that's, you give me Phoenix in round 1, I'll take it. I'll take my chances.
It was a 28-8 run, covering most of the last 10 minutes of the first quarter. Luka sitting out the fourth. He scored 33. Dinwiddie had 21. Devin Booker didn't score for a long time in this one, as he had been on a scorching hot run. I thought DeAndre Ayton was going to Shaquille O'Neal us throughout the entire night. Booker was averaging 39 over the previous 4 games. Watching Odell have his head in his hands during every Mavs bucket was hilarious. He loves Devin Booker. Him and Devin Booker are bros. And I remember seeing Odell at the Suns playoff series last year against us. He got the love from the got the love from the AAC crowd. Did not get the love for what was happening on the floor as the Suns get smoked. Christian Wood had 18 and 9. Tim McMahon popping by and saying what's up to Odell Beckham, and he got the quote that's kind of blowing up on ESPN this morning as he stopped by and said, "Hey, what are the chances that you sign with the Cowboys?" Quote, "It's a good possibility." So that was Odell with the media last night.
I mean, I would say it is. I mean, he's down to 3 teams-ish. Maybe you added in Kansas City or whatever. So we were definitely on the short list. Absolutely. That's about as strong of a take as you can get from a player who's in the middle of free agency. He's not going to want to give away everything. But, who's ponying up the money? Who's giving him all, everything that he wants? Who's giving him all the bells and whistles? Who's going to give it to him this year? Who's going to give him money even if he doesn't play this year? That's a big question, because that's a question Jerry's going to have to answer. Like, is he going to pay him $5 million for the rest of this year if he's not going to play?
Yesterday was supposedly all about the medicals, and we have an interview that some may be interested in this morning with Jerry Jones live at 8:30 right here on your home of America's team. Meanwhile, after I decided I was shutting this off, of course, this happened.
Here's the snap. Brady dropping, looking. Brady throws. Caught ball. It's caught. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rashawn White. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Fire the cannons. Bucks tie the game at 16. Brady with a dart. And Rashawn White finishes.
Teams over the past 5 seasons are 3-530 when down 13 or more in the final 4 minutes of regulation. 3-530. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were trailing 16-3 with 5:21. Brady throws 2 touchdowns, and they steal one.
Fire the cannons!
Fire the cannons! Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady, Scotty Scooter Miller, and they win again. That was a tremendous ending to this. Saints gave it away. Completely gave it away. Just go out of bounds. Or stay in bounds. Don't go out of bounds. They went out of bounds. Why did Mark Ingram go out of bounds? Oh, it was hurt. Okay. And then they threw the ball inexplicably on the next play. That is 2 rushing plays right there. That's a go for it on 4th down, get your first, call it a day. And they didn't do it. That was with 5 minutes to go. They didn't do it.
This was about to be, I believe, the 3rd straight home game that Tom Brady did not throw a touchdown against Dennis Allen's defense. About to be the 3rd straight home game as Dennis Allen, going back to the Drew Brees years, has absolutely owned Tom. And last night, he was furious. He was ticked off on the sidelines yet again with the technology in his hands. And this is why a lot of Cowboys fans say, I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. That was the exact reason why. Look, I'm more worried about the Buccaneers' defense if I'm the Cowboys and we match up in round 1, as has been the case over the past few weeks. I'd be more worried about their defense. That offense is dead. It's not coming back to life. I don't have any fear of it. I'm not just going to all of a sudden go, Tom Brady playoff time. I've seen enough. I've personally seen enough. man, they are horrific to watch. It's unwatchable.
It's tough to watch.
It's
It really is.
Roethlisberger-esque with nothing of screen passes and little dump-offs, and it's just gone. And I drafted Tom in fantasy thinking, okay, maybe he can do something like last year where he led the league in touchdown passes. Not the case.
These guys fall off the cliff quick, man. It's very reminiscent of Manning in 2015. He's not making anything. He's not making anybody better. He's bouncing throws sometimes in there.
You know how many points they average per game?
19?
18. 27th in the league. 18th. Now, they give up 18. That's fifth best. That's what I would worry about as they pull off the miracle last night.
Yeah, their defense didn't play great last night by any stretch. New Orleans moved the ball. They just stalled out in the red zone a couple times, but they were able to move the football.
16 points at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. All right, truckwreck.com text line is open. Bobby is going to be in 20 minutes. We got some blockbuster signings in Major League Baseball. Finally getting this guy off of the Astros in the American League West. More reaction to the Jacob deGrom deal. How much money is Prime Time making at his new stop? And is Coach O returning in Vegas? We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. It's a surprisingly nice, warm Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation for the first time ever.
Tolo Tuesday on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Some Jacob deGrom fallout. According to Buster Olney, the only team willing to accept deGrom's demand of 5 years were the Rangers
and
the Rangers.
That was the period. That was the end of the sentence.
That was the period. The Mets, Braves, Yankees, Dodgers, and Giants all said no. Also said that deGrom informed his agents not to contact the Mets. A lot of New York insiders, Choppy, are saying he didn't want to be here. He didn't want to pitch in this environment. And yesterday, Joe Beningo, off WFAN, who we've crosstalked with in New York, said, wouldn't surprise me if he pulled a Noah Syndergaard and dodged his return with the Rangers and the Mets play this year. They're acting like he was afraid of the stage in the Big Apple, and the Rangers only ones to agree to the 5-year term.
You know, I like to say that I hate when I'm right, but I don't hate when I'm right. I love it. This is they bid against themselves. They pulled an A-Rod. They bid against themselves. When no one else in the league is going to offer them 5 years and you do, it's like the thing where it's like if every other person out there is crazy and they're always the problem, chances are you're the problem and not everybody else. And when everybody else is saying, yeah, we're not going 5 years on this fool, but you do, chances are you're probably the one that's wrong. Now, it might work. Okay, the entire league thought the Beltre signing was a mistake, which at the time it was. I mean, he didn't do a damn thing his entire career outside of one walk year, and he was always hurt. And he came here and he was different. But I'm sorry, I do not want somebody on my team who's scared of pitching on the biggest stage. And I don't want another Corey Seager on this team who doesn't sit there and interact with his teammates and who apparently doesn't even shake, you come up and high five guys after home runs. I'm out. When Jared Sandler and Chuck Morgan don't comment on the signing and they just say, we got deGrom with excited exclamation marks and they make no opinion whatsoever, that tells me all I need to know. It tells me they think it's a little bit risky, it's a bit it's a bit much, and, we're excited about it, but we're not going to sit here and put our careers and our opinions on the line by coming up here and saying, man, what a great idea this is. No, because they don't think it's a great idea.
Can we blame the Rangers for being? Can we blame the Rangers for being the only team to go 5? Like how?
No one else would go more than 3.
Yeah, but how would they know what everyone else is going to do? I wonder. I'm trying to figure out how much to hold them accountable for that. You know what I mean?
I assume these teams know what every other team's thinking and doing. They have the agents talk, right? Everybody talks.
I mean, if I'm his agent, deGrom's, I'm not telling Chris Young, hey, just so you know, you guys are the only ones that are willing to give us 5.
But there's enough reports throughout the league of who is offering what that I think they all know. That all said, look, his own team was willing to spend. His own team was willing to spend $43 a year on a pitcher. Just not him. Like, what's that tell you? That tells you that they're not happy with his medicals. And they want a guy who pitches sometimes when he's not perfect. And it appears over the last couple of years, the only time Jake deGrom pitched is when he was 100% perfect.
Meanwhile, the Mets have a replacement. They go and get Justin Verlander, a 2-year monster deal for $80+ million.
$86 million. Like they showed they were willing to spend. They just weren't willing to spend on him. That's scary to me. Nobody knows Jake deGrom better than the New York Mets, and they weren't willing to pony up the kind of money. The Rangers offered $70 million more than anybody else, or whatever it was. Like it wasn't a rocket science why he chose. It's just they outbid themselves, and that's fine. You got to do what you got to do to get your guy. Great, there's excitement level there, but don't tell me it was a smart signing. Nobody thinks it was smart. Was it something they had to do? We could have the discussion. They had to get a pitcher. They wanted to make a splash. They had to create the excitement. But was it smart? Yeah, I'm more concerned what's smart and what's not.
This is just a question for the Mets' point of view. It's not the Rangers. The answer is easily deGrom to me. Would you rather have deGrom or Verlander for 2 years and you're the Mets?
Verlander.
6-year age difference.
Right, but he's shown that he can be healthy. He literally just came off Tommy John and he won a Cy Young. Jake deGrom's not coming off Tommy John over the last year. And, he showed he can't pitch more than 11 games a year. I would rather have Verlander.
And then Trey Turner got paid by Filthy.
Yes, he did. Now, this is another thing. He got an 11-year deal. He's 29 years old.
I had Trey Turner on my fantasy team years ago off the Nats when I was playing. So yesterday when I was like, 11? Was my clocks off? Trey Turner got an 11-year deal. Now he's a multifaceted pocket knife of a player, but the Phillies trying to take that final step.
He's tremendous, but a lot of his game relies on speed. He got upwards of 23 miles an hour on his fastest day. Is he going to be? How much of that speed is going to be there at 37 in the final 4 years of this contract?
He used to be injured all the time too.
Yeah, so this is a very risky move. Now, I'd rather take a risk on a position player who might be able to play banged up. Pitchers really can't pitch banged up as much as you get a nagging injury in your knee, whatever, fine. But you get a nagging arm injury, I'm like, you're not gonna go through that the entire season. You're not gonna fight through that, and you shouldn't because you want to protect your investment. But man, it's a long deal. They've already given out over $1 billion in contracts throughout Major League Baseball. We haven't seen Correa sign. We haven't seen Carlos sign. We haven't seen Aaron Judge sign. There's going to be another $1 billion given out.
Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20 this morning to talk about the signing of Jacob deGrom, as the majority of the Tolos are excited about it. And yesterday started the bidding for the show auctions for the Jared Sandler Swinging for a Cause Top Golf event. It's Sunday in the Colony. So we're all going to be out there. We all have our separate bays. All this goes towards an absolutely tremendous cause. The winner of ours going to dinner with us. Little steakhouse dinner that's taking place. And yesterday we were informed of the guys who are joining our bay. And I put in the request for these two. Darren Woodson and Derek Holland.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. Chop, Bobby, Peyton, Ryan, Darren Woodson, and Derek Holland. Woo! That is going to be a blast. That's going to be fun. So you can hit us up at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Peyton will take your bid. Let's start it off this morning. Come out this Sunday, Top Golf in the Colony, to party with all of us and DFW Sports Station.
For what it's worth.
I also requested Mike Adams, but we'll see him. I'd say anybody but Trevino. Trevino's banned. Not allowed.
Really?
Sean hates Jose.
We have a very...
Still ongoing beef?
I still like Jose.
It's on and off. Okay. It's on and off.
I mean, I wish he was in there because, my kid needs new catcher's gear, so I was hoping he would hook me up with it.
Just ask Derek.
Well, Derek's not a catcher. He's not really even a baseball player anymore.
For
what it's worth. Why did my voice?
For what? What it's worth.
Darren Woodson will remember your name for life.
I know.
If you buy this, I swear to God.
This will be like the third time I've ever met Woody, and he's going to flash that $1 million smile, and he'll know the names.
He will remember your name for life. Just put that in your little pocket and take that for later.
Bowling for Soup is performing as well.
Was it is it Teenage Dirt? What is it? Teenage Dirtbag? Is that your song?
Check your Spotify. 105throughthefan.com/Sandlot. Let's get it going. And the winner of our bid, we're going to the steakhouse to take down some ribeyes and some you gonna bail on us this Sunday too, Peyton, for Korean barbecue? What do you got? Another what's another? Fondue? You got a fondue event?
Well, I think I told y'all yesterday I am working the Cowboys game, but I will be showing up afterwards. So I'll make my way over there. I'll be a little late, but I'm letting you know in advance.
It'll be over by the time you get there. The game's at noon. You won't be done till 6.
Dang it.
Too cool. Got his contract, and now he doesn't feel like he has to hang out in order to get that deal. It's not true. That's your comeback? That's not true. All right, Bobby Belt getting ready to stop by in studio. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Michael Irvin going off on Stephen A. Dan Orlovsky completely just dismissing the Cowboys win. Some audio from ESPN that's going to drive you absolutely crazy. And whose cell phone went off during the Mike McCarthy presser where he may have taken a little shot at Jerry? Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
Download the Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Full squad together here on Sean, RJ, Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider has entered the chat here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And somebody had a phone call enter the press conference of Mike McCarthy in Frisco.
Oh, sorry. Play Parker. Fine. Benching? What is this? Is that Jerry? It's a benching or a fine?
It's your room, correction.
It's a benching. It's one game benching right there. That's the president.
Okay, stop it right there. Were you in the room for this?
No.
Do you know whose phone it was?
When I heard sorry, that sounded like Skylar Dixon at the AP, but I saw somebody say it was PR, so I don't know.
Okay.
Somebody said it was a PR person.
So the phone rings. I thought I heard the identification from the phone saying so-and-so is calling. Does anyone have that on their phone? Voice, like the
people
voice?
Who can't see.
Yeah, I bet you they have that.
So I don't know.
Is there anyone blind cover on the beat?
Skylar wears glasses. Could have been Skylar. This all adds up potentially, but I don't think I've ever heard that. So that I don't know. This is somebody's phone going off who I've never heard before.
So I thought I heard the name recognition on there. Then McCarthy turns it over to Clarence. You've told us that Clarence and McCarthy have a great relationship, busting each other's balls. So he's like, Clarence, what's the punishment? So they're like, oh, it's a 1-game fine, suspension until further notice. So we'll play that entire thing, and then McCarthy getting in his little Jerry Jones dig.
Oh, sorry. Play Parker. Fine. Benching? What is this? Is that Jerry? It's a benching or a fine?
It's your room, correction.
It's a benching. It's a 1-game benching right there. That's the president.
He's not going to start. Don't worry about it.
I would be more lenient.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
That's a little reply to Jerry commenting on what happened with Zeke not starting and saying, yeah, the coaches wanted to punish him for his cell phone or being late. I would be more lenient. So McCarthy gets in a few of those per season.
He does, and then he faked the mic drop. He faked like he was taking the mic and dropping it and walking out. But he's getting it. He understands the way to be a little more endearing. First season, and I think a lot of it was just the Zoom stuff. He had a hard. I think he had a hard time connecting with a lot of the folks there. Now they all love him. They're all buddies.
Did he say anything else yesterday you thought was interesting or took note of?
He mentioned, Odell was here. Said that he was going through the medical process as they were doing their press conference. Kellen Moore came up later. It was interesting. Kellen Moore said he didn't get a chance to meet him yet, and so I'm guessing offensive coordinator will get a chance to talk to him today. But that was pretty much it. Pretty standard.
Dan Orlovsky,
oh gosh,
Bobby's favorite. Have you read the DM yet?
No.
What is it you don't like about Dan?
He's just a fraud. It's fake takes and. No.
We've determined it's not.
No, because okay. If you
because he told us it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, I can only take somebody at their word.
I mean, okay. But if you listen to
from an ultimate liar, or at least former liar.
If you listen to the way he talks 5 years ago, like just go grab a collection of takes from 5 years ago versus now, you can see how much it's ramped up aggressively in a. And look, I love a good troll game, but it's ramped up in a trolly direction.
Maybe he was lying 5 years ago, and these were his true takes.
This was Dan Orlovsky yesterday reacting to the Cowboys win over Indy.
Why you look perplexed?
Did everybody watch the games yesterday?
Yeah.
The Cowboys are lucky the Colts imploded.
Oh, wait.
The Cowboys looked...
I thought you was going on their side.
No.
No, that'd be
I
reasonable.
went to bed when it was 21-19 when Matt Ryan threw that touchdown pass, and I was like, ooh, I might wake up to it. Dude, the Colts imploded. You guys were impressed by the Cowboys yesterday?
Yes.
For what?
Hey,
for hanging
they started playing D, bro.
On an NFL team.
Yeah,
and by the way, that
50,
NFL
50
team
points.
had Super Bowl aspirations to start. I can't help that
in
they
August?
quit, that they let go of the rope. I can't help that.
Hold on.
But yeah, in August.
No. You've been around him too long.
Wait, did the guys
You've been around him too long.
rushing?
He likes it. Look.
Did the guys lead the league in rushing last year?
It was 21-19.
Yes.
They throw another shallow cross to CeeDee Lamb. The Colts defense can't tackle. All of a sudden, there's a tight end screen. Ball pops out.
That Colts defense
touchdown.
was ranked
All of a
sixth in the
sudden,
National Football League.
Oh, come
going
on,
into
man.
that game, by the way.
What were you impressed with offensively for them yesterday? What were you impressed with?
Hanging 54 points on somebody.
Daniel Orlacho. That's what he is.
Orlacho. Oh, wow.
There's a lot in there.
What happened? Why was his voice so high pitched? I don't remember him.
That's what he does now. That's what I'm saying. He's this shrill, hot take, like, Cowboys, what? He's clearly pissed off Jeff Saturday didn't give him a gig. The Colts just imploded.
And then, poor Rex. I don't remember the Colts being a Super Bowl contender this year. That was a take right there, man.
No, maybe not a Super Bowl contender, but a ton of people had them winning the division.
I had them in the playoffs.
So a couple things. Number one, the tone of his recap of the game was a little bit similar to what we did yesterday, where we were like, okay, we're not like crazy impressed. I'm not leaving that Cowboy win saying something strong about them, but the Colts didn't implode.
No,
the Cowboys made plays.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. He's making it sound like the only reason they put up, like, you're saying that they imploded to such a historic extent that the Cowboys were able to put up the 5th most points in franchise history. Like, there has to be a little bit of, like the Colts imploding is why Tyler Smith was able to steal the edge and Tony Pollard was able to wiggle down the sideline and get a 30-yard touchdown. Like, it's just dumb.
And then part 2, which really set off the Tolos and Bobby.
If the Cowboys don't get to the NFC title game, it's their greatest disappointment in 25 years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. They got to go through one healthy team. That's good. That's the Eagles. I don't think they're good enough to beat the Eagles, but they got to go through one team. San Francisco, I still think is very good, but they're on their 3rd-string quarterback. That's a reality. Yeah. I still think they're very good, but you got to go through a team with their 3rd. Guys, they were up by 2 against the Colts.
All right. The man thinks end zones are 12 yards deep, so I don't listen to anything he says.
I agree that this is the easiest road they've had to the playoffs, probably since 07, to the Super Bowl. When they were the 1 seed, they never to leave. This is probably the easiest road to the Super Bowl since then.
Probably.
If they don't make it, this is a bigger disappointment than 2016 and 2014.
Don't make it to what?
At least the NFC Championship game.
Okay, that's what Dan said.
And I mean, you could go further than that if you choose to. You know, I'm not going to do that in a one-and-done situation. But, yeah, this would be a very, very big disappointment if they don't make the conference championship game, only because, I mean, the conference is bad. And it's going to be bad until we start getting, elite quarterbacks in here.
And you're going to start off on the road.
Yeah.
So you're going to factor that in? You're going to, because I can also hear you saying down the road, I'm not going to get mad at you, and I'm not going to get ticked off if you lose to Tom Brady on the road. That's a bad draw.
I'm not going to get mad if you lose to Tom Brady on the road, if you lose a road playoff game. But there's no mistaking that it will be a disappointment. The biggest disappointment in a long time.
Okay.
If they don't get the conference championship.
No, it'll be a disappointment for sure. My biggest issue there is not the whole if they don't make the NFC title, that's the biggest disappointment. My biggest issue there is Dan Orlovsky saying they can't beat the Eagles. What do you mean they can't beat the Eagles? They should have beaten the Eagles in Philly if they have their quarterback.
He also just indicted the Cowboys for being down 2 to Indy when the Eagles should have lost to Indy.
Yes.
Indy had Philadelphia way more on the ropes. Right?
Yeah, and he thinks Philly's like the greatest team of all time. It took a late game, like they had 1, maybe 2 fourth down conversions on that final drive.
Play the beginning of the first clip. The biggest problem is this. I think it's included in there where Dan was like, I didn't watch the fourth quarter. I fell asleep, but I woke up and thought I was getting a gift.
Why you look perplexed?
Did everybody watch the games yesterday?
Yeah.
The Cowboys are lucky the Colts imploded.
Oh, wait.
The Cowboys looked.
I thought she was going on their side.
No. Dude, I went to bed when it was 21-19.
Dumb, stop. That's really bad. Like, to come on and be like, I went to bed, it was 21-19, and then sit there and go on your hardcore stance about it. I'm like, damn, you went to sleep?
Especially when you lead off with, did anybody watch the game? Meanwhile, I was asleep for the fourth quarter.
I was out.
That makes him look a little bit.
He's an idiot. He is an idiot.
I like the hatred.
That's why I won't read the dumb DM he sent me.
Yeah,
read it?
Bobby doesn't want to read it.
No, I was teeing off on him one time, and he sent me this DM that was this long, and I won't open it. Sean's read it, but I won't open it and look at it because I'm sure it's all sugary sweet. Like, hey, man, like, look, we're just because that's how he gets all these other suckers.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do it.
Because he's a sweetheart. Bobby doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be turned. He doesn't want to be twisted.
I want to hold on to it.
I love him personally.
66% of the show likes it.
I don't want to believe he's a troll. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe he's swallowed the ESPN formula and following it.
Oh, he swallowed it.
I think meanwhile, to the opposite end of the spectrum, Michael Irvin, we were talking about Eagles, common opponents of the Cowboys. By the way, did I see correctly that their FPI, their football index, have the Cowboys on ESPN as more of a favorite to win the title than Philly?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Wow. How?
Because, their FPI is not just because obviously you'd have right now Philly looks like they're in control for home field advantage.
They should.
The best record. All these things. It's just their own, different formula that takes into different things. Like, for instance, how we talked about the Cowboys are the top team in point differential and everything like that. But, man, they've got them. ESPN has them as a 31.1% chance to win the Super Bowl. That's 9 percentage points higher than second, which is Kansas City.
Yeah, they should not have a higher. But the difference is that, Kansas City's got to go through Buffalo and go on the road into Buffalo right now.
They're freaking out in Philly over this with an article. Cowboys were at 31%. Kansas City 22.5%, Buffalo 18.5%, Philly 13%. We're at 31% to win it all, and the Eagles are at 13%?
Yeah, I mean, I would take Buffalo and Kansas City. I think the only fair thing to do is I would combine the chance that Buffalo and Kansas City have.
But why are we above Philly? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, who knows?
The only reason
they have their own methodology.
The only reason I have Philly above Dallas right now is because they've beaten them. I'm just waiting for Christmas Eve when Dallas beats them, and I can justify Dallas is over Philly. I honestly think
it would be a road game. It would be a road game in the playoffs.
And you should, if you have your quarterback, you beat them on the road in October.
Maybe. I mean,
I just think this
Vegas only says there's a 6-point difference between the two.
I think the Dan Orlovsky thought process here of they can't beat them. They just can't beat the Eagles. Is stupid because they're all kind of right there with each other. And when you look at the way Dallas has played over the last 6 weeks, they're that first in point differential over their last 6 weeks at 115. Second in the NFL is San Francisco at 59. They have been so much more dominant than anybody else in the NFL since Dak got back.
So there it is, Inside the Star to kick things off. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But what type of treatment did Odell get at the Mavs game? He didn't get it from his favorite player in Devin Booker with that ass whooping the Phoenix took again. The Odell update with Jerry on with us today next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
There was the love shown to Odell Beckham last night at the AAC as he took in the Mavs beatdown of the Suns with Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. So, Bobby, yesterday was about the medicals, or what else do you know about the schedule?
Medicals was the main thing yesterday. I think he did get obviously like kind of a cursory tour. I would imagine he talked to Mike McCarthy. I believe that's what McCarthy said yesterday, but it was funny. He was being very cagey on his own. Like even when Chill was walking with him when they were in the tunnel, and he's like, how'd the meeting go today? He's like, or how'd the meeting go with Jerry? He's like, I can't tell you. And he's like, okay,
he wasn't cagey.
Well, he said, but you did meet with Jerry, right? And he just lays out for 10 seconds and goes, I can't tell you.
He was trying to be nice.
He can say he met with Jerry.
The most cagey he was with Calvin at the end. Like, Calvin would not leave his side, and he goes, I'm done, man. I got nothing else for you. And Calvin's like, okay, just checking. He's like, yes, sir. And that was it.
He didn't go like this to Calvin? Do the little the prayer
annoying.
hands and the
prayer hand emoji?
Yeah, like blessed. Right.
What do you have against God, y'all? Both
Nothing.
No, we have nothing against God.
Nothing.
Not at all.
No, I just
what was annoying?
I gotta say, I almost did check out on Odell when I saw every time he was on video, he was putting the prayer hands together and like bowing, like, yeah, thank you, blessed.
So today is supposed to be about what?
Today will be a lot more, I think, about just the meetings and some of the discussion and like, you know, some of the longer term ideas for what are you looking at? Like salary rise. How ready are you? Just calm down, Choppy. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
It's gotta be long term.
We'll see. I don't know. That's one of the things I am interested to hear about from Jerry. I want to know from Jerry at 8:20, like, or 8:30, if like has Odell given you any indication about that? Has he said, I can be ready this year? Or has he said, no, this is because I'm sure if he's talked to Jerry, that has to have come up already. That's going to be question number one for him.
Oh, it is this morning?
I think so.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think that's question number one for Jerry when he sits down with Odell is what I mean. But I don't know. Like, there's just you can hear it on Jerry on his own, but you also like talk to people over there and there's a sense like he's already kind of made up his mind. This is his Charles Haley. And so it's going to be tough for them to walk away.
If you're Jerry and you find out that it's 50-50 that he even plays a single snap this year, that's including if they go to the Super Bowl. Do you still do it?
I think he goes 50-50 is enough for me. That's what I think he does.
Well, I do think the thing that gets lost in this is like not caring about next year at all. Like we're all like, no. Yeah, obviously, you know, I'm as impatient as anyone, but he can play for you next year as well. So, you know, should we be saying adios, goodbye, see you later, forget it, it's canceled if you don't have above a 50% confidence level he's going to play for you this season?
I agree. But the owner did say, for whatever it's worth, it has to be this year. He has to have this year. So,
Steven said that yesterday, too.
Here's Steven yesterday on with the KMC Masterpiece Confidence Meter in getting this thing done.
It's like doing contracts, as I've always said. I never project and never guess, are we close? Are we a long ways out? Nothing's ever done till it's done, and a lot of times it doesn't get done. So we'll just see where this thing takes us. We look forward to the next 24 to 36 hours, spending time with Odell, and we'll see where it takes us.
He was also asked to follow up. What did you think when Jerry told the media he was willing to do, and he may have to do something uncomfortable? He may have to do something uncomfortable to lock this up.
I don't know. I didn't hear it, so it's hard for me to comment on. But, I think anytime you stretch to make yourself better, it's going to and you're trying to make a deal, then you can be uncomfortable. And usually the best deals are when both sides are a little uncomfortable, and it ends up working out. But we'll just see. And but I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that.
So we'll ask him this morning at 8:30. Everybody was in on the recruitment. You had Des Bryant. You had Luka afterwards. Dirk and Chandler Parsons were attending the game. And then you heard the crowd chanting OBJ to try to lock it up. So
it was. I do love the laugh there from Steven at the beginning of that question. Is the same laugh he gave at the press conference when Mike McCarthy said, well, I didn't really watch every snap of the season. It's that very uncomfortable, like, I don't know what uncomfortable means.
Yeah. Luka was asked if he helped try to recruit. He said, I tried. After the game, I saw him. Hopefully, I can't say nothing, but go Cowboys. So he was sitting next to Diggs. I was like, are they going to switch this up after halftime to have Micah get in his ear and try to talk to him? But instead, he was sitting next to Kris Jenner's boyfriend. Yeah. So hopefully, now he's a diehard Cowboy fan, Amanda told me. So hopefully that can play in our favor.
We'll see what kind of recruit. Luka can maybe recruit football players better than NBA players.
That's right.
I think in order to recruit Odell, like, they would have wanted him to throw the game so that Booker could have won.
Think so? Yeah.
That I don't know that beating down Devin Booker and making him look like a clown again is going to encourage him.
Dez did post a big dinner last night.
Yeah, was it 19 grand or something like that, right?
Dez, Bobby sent me this. I thought first this was Bobby's tab at Boomer Jacks that his wife
it got out of control.
That his wife was a big fan of. But this is Dez at Nick and Sam's, where we are going for our Jared Sandler charity dinner for the Tolo, who bids the highest for the Bays this Sunday. Top Golf in the Colony. I'll read you a couple things on here. Now, Dez posted this on his IG. He didn't post anyone at the table that you could make out.
Nope.
Look, obviously a ton of food.
Yeah.
2 Clase Azul Reposados.
Ooh.
$55 a piece.
Okay.
2 lemon drops. Oh, man.
The lemon were there.
The lemon drops. Oh, hey, they taste good. Look, they were only $3 a piece. That's the thing to order that it stands moving forward. I was like, is that only a 6?
No way. $3? That's it?
$3 a lemon drop? Casamigos Reposado, $24.75. 8 Don Julio, $19.42.
Okay, that'll run you a pretty penny.
That's $45 a piece.
Oh, that's cheaper? That's cheaper than the repo of Clase Azul? Really?
5 Cinc Xed Anejo.
I assume that's Cincoro Anejo.
Cincoro. That was $2.52 a drink. 5 what is it?
I would assume it's Cincoro X Anejo.
Is that the MJ tequila you got me?
Yeah, but I got you the Blanco.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't get you the $250 a shot.
You got me the G, not the X. $2.52 a drink. Then we had Cabernet, Casamigo, a lot of tequila. Ton of tequila, and then all the different food. The Chateaubriand service charge $2,900, subtotal $17,830, and $19,303 that Dez posted at the end. Was Odell there? That's the question.
I'm a judger. I'm not a wine guy at dinner. I will judge. I'll judge a little bit of let's see what kind of wine you get. I know you're a big wine guy.
Yeah.
So if you're getting a cheapo bottle of wine or a super expensive bottle of wine,
yeah,
I'll judge it. Even though I'm not a wine guy, I'll still judge.
I think this is a. You mean you're judging the wine, or you're judging if someone drinks it?
Well, I guess it depends on what. I wouldn't get wine with a steak necessarily. That's just not my style.
Okay.
But
like everyone else in the world, mainly, you don't like it.
Yeah, no. I think of a steak. I mean, if I'm gonna eat something that's gonna increase my testosterone, like a good piece of meat, then I'm gonna want some like whiskey or something like that. But if you get a wine, you better go all in on that.
Yeah, I think this is a cheaper one.
Yeah,
cake bread, $2.25, which I'm assuming at that place is one of the cheapest.
Yeah.
So that was the Dez dinner. Dirk was there. Chandler Parsons. I don't know if they were at that table, but maybe the continuing recruitment of Odell took place. As for the game, my lord, do they own the Phoenix Suns? Straight ownership. Luka didn't even play in the fourth quarter. Devin Booker started off ice cold. He ended up with 11 points. 4 of 13. Chris Paul did not play. Ayton, I keep saying this when they play the Mavs, he could have 35 whenever he wants. They just don't keep giving it to him. He was 9 of 11. He scored 20, and Luka ended up with 33. Dinwiddie with 21. The guy who was getting a ton of the praise during and after the game was Josh Green. Josh Green, according to Jason Kidd said he's going to get paid. Someone's going to pay him. He said the same thing about Brunson last year. Josh Green ended up with 16 points, and our guy Bobby Christian Wood with 18. Mavs just absolute dominance from start to finish.
Yeah, and look, I mean, just like Monday Night Football, all you had to do was watch the last 2 minutes because it was Jaden Hardy time. 10 points in 2 minutes, 4 of 5 shooting, which, I mean, with that efficiency, Jason Kidd is liable to play him 24 minutes a night.
There you go.
I mean, that's...
It's almost more than Christian Wood.
Yeah, almost. But no, see, I will say, even though Christian Wood played well yesterday, the biggest issue on Christian Wood and his efficiency is there is always at the end of that. It's like, oh, good. He was 6 for 12, made a couple threes, 9 boards, 18 points. And then you look down there, you're like, oh, he also had 6 turnovers and he had 4 fouls. Like he does too often turn the ball over. He does foul. He's not great switching on defense. I understand why they have their issues with him, but also, like, you need buckets. Put him in the game.
Mavs are 12 and 11. The Suns are 16 and 8.
How long before Josh Green is the official second best player on this team?
Well, I mean, it is Christian Wood if you allow him to play, but I would say it goes. I would say it goes. Luka, Christian Wood, Jaden Hardy, and then
Dinwiddie.
Nope. In fact, I may have Jaden Hardy. I may have Jaden Hardy number 1 after last night. I'm not trolling. Watch Bassick come in here. Bassick's gonna be like, I got a Jaden Hardy jersey last night.
Meanwhile, the game that I said was unwatchable kind of backfired on me in the last 3 minutes.
Tackle made, game over. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have swept the Saints. Fire the cannons, folks. You saw a good one. You saw a great one. And the greatest of all time delivers. Thank you, Tom Brady. Thank you, Bucks. Go home happy, fans, in red.
Oh, my.
Fire the cannons, Gene Deckerhoff.
God. Bucks radio with the call. They were down 16-3 with 5 minutes left, and Brady ends up throwing 2 touchdowns to finally break the Dennis Allen curse. The Saints head coach, who was their DC, who usually shuts Tom out in terms of touchdown passes.
It was a great final 3 minutes. That's about the best thing you could say. Other than that, there was not a whole lot of movement in this game. You know, the Saints moved the ball between the 20s pretty well. Once they got inside the red zone, they kind of stalled out. Tampa didn't move the ball much really at all. It didn't seem. Not the entire game. I was stunned to find this out, and the Fantex brought this up. Tom's top 10 in passing yards this year.
That's volume, though, isn't it?
Well, it is, but they did have a bye. So it's not like they're the team without the bye yet.
Yeah, but he's still, like, he threw 54 passes last night. He throws, like, he'll throw 50 passes a game and average, like, 5.8 yards per pass.
They look like the Steelers passing game.
Ugh.
With Roethlisberger.
Well, then that means it's time to retire.
I mean, unless you want to blame it on the offensive line not being there.
I mean, that has to play into a little bit, but, you know, quarterbacks oftentimes make the offensive line better by, you know, setting the protection, getting rid of the ball quicker. Tom's just getting rid of the ball quick, but he's not taking shots downfield when he's doing it. And that's a problem.
Out of the top 18 in passing yards, Tom is the lowest yards per attempt at 6.4. Yeah, you have to get all the way down to 19 and Kyler Murray to find his 6.1, which is brutal.
And the Cowboys facing them in round 1 would give you what feeling right now?
They'd be favorites. And I'd feel confident about it.
They would probably, they'd be favorites. I mean, look, of all the teams, Minnesota, I assume Seattle now, right? Are we assuming Seattle or San Fran still in the West with their quarterback situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Kyle Shanahan was trying to say yesterday, maybe he doesn't have the Liz Frank injury. We're waiting on some good news. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Maybe they have Baker Mayfield, which, by the way, if they add Baker Mayfield, now I would dump the 49ers behind the Vikings.
Huh.
But as long as they roll with Brock Purdy, who Fred Warner, by the way, told Rich Eisen yesterday, we can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy.
Whoa. Okay.
So there's confidence there.
Okay. All right. We have Dion's money that he's making at the new place. Everyone in the world is rooting for Coach O to reemerge in Vegas, and Adam Schefter has gotten himself in trouble again? That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean.
Tuesday edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Jared Sandler to talk about Jacob deGrom and what else could be coming up next. 7:20 here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. I'm unwell. I'm unwell this morning.
Yeah,
I'm unwell in life.
Like Matchbox 20?
I need 2022 to end. It's been a bad run.
You think 23 is going to be better?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I'm going to be optimistic, going to be positive.
Yeah.
I've been ping-ponging back and forth right? So the flu has gone around, and apparently there's also been a stomach bug going around. And I had it, gave it to the wife, and now my wife has apparently given it back to me. I have been in the bathroom, I'm trying to think since yesterday. I have not eaten for the past day and a half, and my rear end is so raw right now. Well, Choppy, you be proud. I don't like to get into bathroom talk. I'm like a water balloon filled. Any sudden movement, there could be leakage. It's that bad. It's awful. It's just like it's just nonstop. Terrified to put anything in your body. So the stomach bug. I almost texted Bobby at 2:30, at 3:30, at 3:45 to be like, "Are you awake? Are you awake by chance? Because you're just gonna have to go in there and do this show." So I didn't leave Choppy solo for 30 minutes. So I'm dealing with that. My wife thinks I need therapy to discuss death because we were on the verge with the French Bulldog with the decision to put him down yesterday. For the last week, probably 2 weeks, I've been a miserable, depressed. I haven't been in AH, but I get emotional about it. She's like stone cold, like my mother. My mom's got the German blood. She's got the Hispanic, just stone cold. Well, we got to do it. We got to do it. I'm like, this is your dog.
Yeah, Germans are notoriously compassionate.
Man, I know. And she does not lack it. So those are two freeze pops. I got to call like my pops to be like, I want to keep them alive. And these vets, I mean, these people should be locked up. These people,
veterinarians.
Veterinarians. Yeah. Yes.
We're really clarify that one.
Thank you. These veterinarians, pet insurance. I didn't know was a thing.
Oh yeah, it's on our. We just had our elections.
Oh, for the health plans?
Did you do the health plan like about a month ago?
Yeah, I just let it reset from last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
but I found out. So this surgery is 5 figures, and the pet insurance would have covered like $1,200 of it. So I wasn't kicking myself too much. And then the way that all doctors, it's such a disgusting practice. And my dad is a physician. They are more experts at talking around things and giving you generic answers more than head coaches in sports. Oh, if you do the surgery, it's 80-20. And I was like, okay, in 80%, he's back. And they go, no, 80% chance for improvement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just improvement.
So I'm like, what does that mean? What's improvement? One day his back legs are paralyzed. Back legs just go out. It happens with these French Bulldogs. He's only 5 years old. Mr. Shreve, he doesn't have any feeling in his leg. I'm like, really? Because the other place I'm keeping him in says that he does. Well, we can bring him back 3 days. Yesterday, he's got feeling. You're going to pay? You're going to pay for the surgery? Well, I think, 80-20.
How is he getting around?
He's
is
not.
Is he dragging his back
No,
leg?
he's in a cage.
I will say, have you ever considered, and I mean this 100%, getting him like skates for his back feet? People do this, I promise. People do this.
Yeah.
Like Spittle's dog?
Yeah.
Spittle's dog. A little wheelchair.
You get like wheels and stuff for it. Because he can still move around then.
Man, I'm trying to think of a Tanya Harding or Nancy Kerrigan dog joke.
Gosh,
I can't come up with one.
30-year-old references here.
Well, give me a recent skater. Choppy could with his love of the Winter Olympics, but
gosh,
exactly. So
Johnny Weir.
Don't insult my.
Johnny Weir is not a recent skater.
More recent than Nancy Kerrigan.
Yes,
well, who's known more? You think of a skater?
I think Nathan Chen's the top.
There's no other swimmer reference. If you see a kid killing in the pool, you say Michael Phelps. But she thinks I need, to talk to someone about, not being able to deal with death. I've lost 12 pounds in the last 2 days.
That's good.
And
that's not.
I'm probably just. I was looking to bail out this morning, but Jerry's on, so I'll bail.
So you
out.
decided to give us the stomach bug.
So I don't think it travels like that, not in close proximity. So I'm waiting for the year to end. The kid needs speech therapy. That's not good.
Why?
Because he can't talk. He doesn't speak. That's why. Behind on the words. It's just I need it to go away.
It's fun.
I need a vacation.
When we had old Vapor, Jacob, the oldest, he had speech delays. He had to do speech therapy. And it turned out, and I didn't know this, this is the issue for a lot of kids. They have like fluid in their ear.
Yes.
And they don't hear it. And so when they're developing, they hear it come in muddled. And so they speak muddled.
Interesting. Yeah. They're like, get his hearing checked.
That's how they learn because that's how they learn the language. Is they hear it all muffled and muddled.
Yeah. His tongue was tied too early. So had to get that clipped. Parenthood.
So you're calling in tomorrow is what you're telling me.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'll be out tomorrow.
All right.
Can you send us your power rankings so we have these on record?
Have a monologue ready for 5:30, Chuck.
Very important.
I can handle that.
And 5:30 today with your G-Bag report.
That's correct.
Are they excited for this? Are they?
I mean, they teased it, so either they really didn't know what the hell they were going to talk about, or they are super excited. I don't know what I'm going to talk about on this.
The Cowboys.
Well, Odell.
Yeah, Odell. I mean, it's going to be a lot of.
Or do you want to really just tick them off and like make a joke of the whole segment?
I should just do like Mike Fish just starts like, I don't.
Yeah, that's. you should do the whole segment as Mickey Fisher. No, you know what's funny is Dawson. They were asking. They were like, "Do you think Choppy will know who the starting quarterback for the Texans is?" And I was like, "I think so. He loves his. He thinks he's got the best neck in the NFL." They're like, "No, that's Davis Mills. Kyle Allen's been starting." I was like, "That tells you how much I pay attention to the Texans right now, guys.
Yeah.
Like it's Monday. I'm not looking at the Texans yet, and I sure as hell have not been watching them for 13 weeks."
No, yeah, Kyle started last week. I don't know what happened to Davis Mills. He got hurt or not, or benched.
So this is for today, tomorrow, and Thursday. RJ Choppy taking over as the Cowboys insider on the G-Bag Nation for Bobby Belt after winning the San Francisco Miami bet. Money coming in for prime time. What is Dion making at the university, who apparently doesn't have enough money to pay?
Difference. That's what he's making.
He's making a difference. Deion Sanders signed a deal with the University of Colorado. It's in Boulder. 5-year deal, Sean. An average annual value of 5.9 per year.
Take that, Mike McCarthy.
He will make 5.5 in year one, $200,000 raises every year. Their previous coach, Carl Durrell, who's been around the block, was making 3.6, which was also the most CU had ever paid to a head coach. This is a gob of money, to which the athletic director has no idea how he's going to be able to pay this salary. They don't have the money. He goes, we'll get it. We'll get it. I'm sure they've got enough boosters lined up. But right now, they don't have it. Now, if Dion leaves, he would owe Colorado $15 million in the first year, $10 million in the second, $8 million in the third, $5 million if he leaves after that. If Colorado fires him at any point, they all owe him 75% of his remaining contract.
It's brilliant.
It's a great deal.
This was a money play for Colorado. They hired him knowing he'll leverage this into another job, and then he'll owe them money. And then they end up creating revenue that way, since apparently they're broke.
And Travis Hunter is following Dion, the cornerback who shocked the world when he chose Jackson State. Was that an eye roll?
Yeah.
Why?
Just in
are
general,
you in this Dion sellout group?
No. Okay.
I'm ready to go to battle.
No. That's not about Travis Hunter specifically. That's more just about like yesterday. I do fall down on which is probably the Boomer take.
Boomer. I thought you were going to say I fell down at Boomer Jacks.
No.
Sprained hand.
You did.
I almost did. One of the Tolos caught me when I was, but that was more because I kind of tripped. But I do have the Boomer take. Not the Boomer and Valenti, like Boomer.
Old school.
That I just think 1,000 kids entering the transfer portal yesterday is ridiculous. And so Travis Hunter, that's another big name. It's like, another guy who's transferring. And it's just all this. You see guys.
So ridiculous. You're going to go Boomer. It's ridiculous on the kids' part not following their commitment.
No, not even following their commitment. It's just like, I don't think it's the best idea when you see some of these kids end up playing for 3 or 4 schools. Keaton Slovis is transferring again. He went from USC to Pittsburgh. Now he's going to be somewhere else. Like, you see a lot of these kids go like 3 different schools, and that's something that like even
your Clemson quarterback.
DJ,
well, I mean, he's terrible.
Yeah.
He needs to transfer to another sport.
he does. But, Nick Saban's got this philosophy that, he doesn't, or he says at least, he won't recruit kids that transferred high schools. He said, basically, for his philosophy, now, if your parents move, But if you transfer high schools, the thought process, right or wrong, the thought process is that you moved and transferred because you weren't guaranteed a starting spot, or you didn't enjoy the competition of having to fight for a job, which a lot of these guys are doing now. Like JT Stroud's the quarterback of Colorado. He had transferred to Colorado. Well, now he's probably going to transfer out because Shador's coming in. So, all right, are you gonna man up and you're gonna try to win out the job? But the difference is, you're not gonna beat the coach's son,
right?
So you have to transfer. So I don't hold that against JT Stroud for leaving if he does decide to leave Colorado.
Yesterday, the internet was in love with the possibility and the rumor that Ed Orgeron could go to UNLV. So all the partying photos of Coach O running around with all his ladies were circulating. But Bruce Feldman, screw you, Bruce, put an end to it. He said, just spoke to Ed, not involved in the coaching search, nor has heard from anyone there. He has no interest in the job. So no Coach O at UNLV. Peyton, stepping up your drop game today, I've noticed.
I got to say, if I'm Coach O and I'm getting paid $17 million to do nothing, I'm probably going to do nothing for a while. That nothing's going to last me longer than just 1 year.
There's a lot of people who want to work, even while...
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, good for them. Life.
UNLV? You can't find a job that wants you more than, UNLV.
Bro, nobody... Ed Orgeron is untouchable right now. He's unhireable.
I don't think that would be but I think somebody would give him a better gig than UNLV. UNLV hasn't, it's Larry Johnson is the last relevance UNLV had, period, at that school. Or Anthony Bennett.
Larry Johnson, Sean Mary was from there.
None of that's football, though.
Kenny Mayne. Kenny Mayne played football there. Randall Cunningham.
Kenny Mayne played football?
He was Randall's backup. Randall Cunningham's backup.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Odyssey podcast, I believe, Kenny Mayne. All right, let's get to the latest on the Odell recruitment. What happened yesterday? What's happening today? How much love did he get at the Mavs game? The Mavs continue to absolutely own the Phoenix Suns. Brady pulls off the miracle on Monday night, and Longhorn fans are not happy with the Heisman finalists. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next.
All right, man, let's talk about
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
11 points and the winning basket. Wood a step back over Biyombo. What?
That was the call last night on Bally. What a perfect environment for Odell Beckham Jr. to take in. Well, except for his team and his boy Devin Booker getting his butt whipped again by the Dallas Mavericks. 131-11 at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. The Suns, Choppy, it has to be in the back of their minds that they cannot get over this hump. They don't want to see the Mavericks in the playoffs.
I assume so. I posted this last night. It's like, I don't know if they're ever going to lose a game to the Suns again.
Sounds a little extreme.
But that was the point. It's hyperbole. However, look, the Mavs were up, 30 in the opener, and they wound up losing the game. So it's not as if that, the Suns know they can't beat the Mavericks. But the Mavs have, in the last 3 times they've played them, gotten leads over 20 in every single game. That's no mistake. That ain't luck. That there's something going on there, the way the Mavs have figured this thing out, or the Suns are they're in their own heads about the Mavericks.
Mavs just got to kind of, work to even get in that position as they're currently the 9th seed. Whoa, Utah's the 8th?
Yeah, they fell.
When did that happen?
Ooh, Vegas missed on that one. Vegas is over-under for them on wins at the beginning of the season was 22.5.
Yeah, remember they started red hot.
Yeah,
they were the 1 seed.
Hot. Yeah, they've fallen off.
They weren't the 1 seed for a week either.
No, it was like two weeks in, 2 weeks.
So here's the order in the West: Phoenix, number 1, Pelicans 2, Memphis 3, Denver 4, who the Mavs will take on tonight. Sacramento 5. Props to Mike Brown, another retread coach, but he's doing it with Sacramento over 500. The Clippers are the 6, Portland 7, Utah 8, and then look at 9 below. Dallas, Golden State, Minnesota, Lakers. Look at the Western Conference.
God.
Completely reversed, upside down.
Oh, man, like the play-in series, the play-in round is going to be the best one if the season ended today. Play-in round would be amazing.
Yeah.
Get those teams in there. It'd be a tremendous play-in round.
All right, Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider. What happened with Odell yesterday in terms of all the medicals, and what are you allowed to tell us on air?
Got in, did the whole glad hand thing with a few people. Got checked out medically. I think that I'll say this. I don't think that as of now, the medical would, or what they've learned about it, everything would outright rule them out. Like I don't think there's anything in there that is concerning enough to them that they would just walk away. And so, there'll be a discussion, and they'll have a lot of debate about it. But I just feel like ultimately what we're going to end up here with is Jerry pulling rank and saying, I understand, but we got to do this. And so he'll be here again today. I would imagine he's going to have a lot more meetings and chat with people, because he did not meet with Kellen Moore yesterday. There were some of the guys within the organization that he didn't talk to. I think yesterday was a lot more logistics getting out of the way, and today will be more about visiting.
Do we know the last time he pulled rank?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Not off the top of my head. Earl Thomas, but I think Steven was in on that when they upped the offer to a 2 on draft night.
Were they aligned with letting Randy go? You would know that.
Yeah. They were very frustrated with the representative, and I think that negotiation. It's funny. They had that rough negotiation with Peter Schaefer. They had 3 players on the team at the time. After the Randy signing went south, 2 weeks later, they had no Peter Schaefer clients on their team. And so they purged the remaining ones right after that. And so I think everybody was pretty frustrated with how that went.
Meanwhile, Stephen Jones yesterday was on with KMC, and they said, do we already have a number 1? Is CeeDee Lamb blossoming and emerging to number 1 status?
Well, he just keeps getting better, and that's what you expect. Obviously, going to that role, as the quote-unquote number 1. But Michael Gallup's right there, too. He keeps getting better every week. And these guys are really playing well together. I think Kellen and Mike are doing a great job of, coming up with game plans that allow them to use their skill set to have success. And hopefully that's just going to continue to get better. And then, we're using those 4 tight ends to really help us out. I thought we ran the ball well yesterday. And, I think things are obviously coming together on the offensive side of the ball. And then on defense, we got dialed in. And, you're playing a veteran quarterback who knows what he's up against. And he was getting that ball out of there quick. So it was obviously really hard to get to him. But when you have to move the ball quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes with it. And ultimately, we got our share of the mistakes that he made along the way.
So that was Steven yesterday with KMC. Jerry, how many questions about Odell will we be able to get in with Jerry? You guys set the tone a few weeks ago. Last week, he did not shut us down. How many will he be willing to answer? Can we go above 5?
I was going to say 4 or 5.
Okay, that was the high mark last week. I think we asked 5.
I think I kind of wonder if it was nothing but Odell questions. I think he might answer all of them. I'm dead serious because I'm just looking at it now. In the post-game conversation he had, he discussed Odell for 7 minutes. So he took 7 minutes worth of questions on Odell post-game.
And he's doing it because he's a free agent. He can. And he also knows this puts them even higher in the headlines.
Oh, yeah. As soon as that interview's done, it's going to be turned out right up there on that TV screen. I mean, it'll be everywhere.
And last night, Odell getting the treatment at the game with Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs. Props to the Cowboys media members following him around with the recorders, trying to get any type of comment. Clarence Hill, the Calvin Watkins, saw Mike Fisher out there as well, and the crowd broke out in the OBJ chant as well.
They did, which you called for. You wanted that. You wanted that to happen.
Yeah.
Boy, the Mavs had to, I bet you have some, they had to fulfill so many credential requests yesterday they don't normally have to do. Getting into the Cowboys media, credential this that they knew was going to be there until OBJ left. Got there and left. That's what they're going to do, and they just followed him around, and it's good. They're doing the fans' work,
which they're not going to be upset about that. Mark Cuban loves the idea of we're the spotlight destination as part of a recruiting pit. Mark loves that. I'm sure the Mavericks love that attention.
And Chandler Parsons was back in town yesterday, sitting next to Cuban. Cuban flanked by the Diggler and Parsons with Micah, Diggs, and OBJ on the sideline as well. Meanwhile, I was all interested in the basketball and the Mavericks beating on the Suns. So I did not think this was going to happen after a dreadful first 3 quarters of this game.
Here's the snap. Brady dropping, looking. Brady throws. Caught ball. It's caught. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rashawn White. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Fire the cannons. Bucks tie the game at 16. Brady with a dart. And Rashawn White finishes.
Rain Jackerhoff, fire the kid. I love how he doesn't really use words between words. He caught ball, not like he catches the pass. Caught ball. He just kind of just mixes words together. Very cool. It's very frontier of him to do that. Jane Deckerhoff, because he talks like that. He talks like he's on the in the old Wild West. But what a finish for a terrible game.
He's doing radio calls for Florida Man. So I mean he's talking like his people.
He is. No doubt about that.
17-16 Buccaneers as Tom Brady throws 2 late touchdown passes.
And Chop, you still think they're better than the Vikings?
Well, that's not really a positive on Tampa. That's just an indictment on
Minnesota. I know, but that team, they look so rough.
They did. There's no doubt about that. They looked rough. Minnesota's a dog to Detroit.
What?
They're a 1-point dog to 5-7 Detroit.
Minnesota's an underdog to the Lions this weekend?
Yeah, Vegas hates Minnesota like PFF hates Trayvon Diggs.
It's good. It's a good reference. I mean, now look, Detroit has won 4 of 5, something like that.
Yeah, Detroit's played really well. Like we were texting about that yesterday. You mentioned their only losses recently are Buffalo and Dallas.
Yeah, since the start of November.
Yeah.
They've been playing really well, but you should not be, if you're a 10-2 team, or you should not be a 1-point dog to the Lions.
I got to know if there's ever been an instance of a team this late in the season with 10 wins being an underdog to an under 500 team?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, now a team that A, has their quarterback, and B, isn't going into a situation where, like, Tom Brady in his prime was hurt for the first 9 weeks of the season, and all of a sudden they're playing the in his prime Brady Pats. Like, you've got to have some parameters to it, but I'm with you. I can't think of it. And look, when the Cowboys were a favorite over Minnesota on the road, that was the first time in basically Vegas history that a team that had that record was a dog at home.
Heisman Trophy finalists announced last night. Bobby, some of your Longhorn brethren and sisters are not happy. Said it was criminal that Bijan Robinson was left off of this list. Choppy, who are we going with? Max Duggan was at the game last night drinking a Coors Light. A lot of Coors Light love at Boomer Jacks. Peyton, I think, had me get him one.
That's right.
Choppy loves the Coors Light.
Mooney.
Who?
Mooney. Michigan Mooney.
Michigan Mooney. And Max Duggan was drinking one at the Mavs game as you have the other three finalists named.
It's C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, the quarterback. Obviously, Max Duggan at TCU. Caleb Williams, who is the super, super duper favorite. And then Stetson Bennett, who I think was the big surprise for everybody that Stetson Bennett was a Heisman finalist. That everyone's he's got a great story. He has a great story, but I think a lot of people are surprised that he made the Final Four. They don't always bring 4 people there. Sometimes they do to New York. Sometimes they bring only 3. I don't remember a situation they brought 5, but those are 4 finalists for the Heisman.
You didn't mention Hendon Hooker.
He's not in there, which is stunning because 4 weeks ago he was the favorite. And I don't know how he didn't make it in, but
went from the favorite to not even on there.
I'll give them credit, though. I will give them credit for this. They're being consistent because Blake Corum didn't get invited either. And Blake Corum was a guy who was considered a top 3 candidate before the Ohio State game.
So if you're hurt, you're not getting invited.
I guess if you get hurt late and like Corum didn't contribute to the Ohio State win, Hooker, they lose, then he goes down, they lose to South Carolina. Like, I wonder if South Carolina did them in.
So no drama for this. This is Caleb Williams. It's over.
I wouldn't even bother tuning in.
Yeah, I mean, I would be. That's a slam dunk.
Yeah, unless you want somebody to try to make you cry by doing with their interviews, like a Tom Rinaldi kind of thing. There's no real point to watch.
Did you think it was criminal that Robinson was left off? Or is that just
no. Look, I think really high. You know who's a big fan of Bijan Robinson now is Brian Broaddus. He started his draft study this week, and he compared Bijan. He said, I don't want to sound sacrilegious. He said, there's a little Barry Sanders there.
What?
That's what he said. Brian brought up Barry Sanders when talking about Bijan Robinson.
What was I reading about Bijan at the Ford Center yesterday?
That's interesting because there are limitations on prospects just going and visiting team facilities. So I got to think he's been represented in NIL, I believe, by David Mulugeta, and Micah Parsons is his client. So I wonder if he was just there seeing Micah and Damone Clark and some of those clients.
The KNC Masterpiece on remote today. You can stop by and see the fellas at the Diamond Factory. That is Omega Road in Dallas. I don't know if Bassick is going to be there after he tweeted about his flight getting redirected. KNC Masterpiece at the Diamond Factory.
Guy takes more time off than you and I combined.
That's right.
Combined.
Yeah.
You're sitting here. You're coming out of all ends, and you're here.
I'm leaking. I am leaking. I just refuse to ever go in this bathroom. So I'm like, okay.
So what are you doing? We're in the pens? You can't hold in diarrhea. You can't hold it in.
I'm not drinking anything.
That's fair. That cup is not moved.
I'm trying not to drink anything. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. We are also your home for Texas Rangers baseball. Okay. Choppy and I don't love the Jacob deGrom signing unless they add somebody else. DeGrom fallout. Verlander finally out of the American League West. And how you can party with us, Darren Woodson, Derek Holland, and everyone else this weekend as Rangers insider Jared Sandler joins us next. But first, you can always... at 8:30. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And Jared Sandler is on one of our text chains. Kind of went quiet during the last USC game. Are you taking the RJ Choppy Tennessee volunteer approach that you're not bitter about the way that your Caleb Williams season ended in terms of contention? It was just a good year, and you're going to celebrate that?
No, I'm really upset. And my wife Emily yesterday, who's total sweetheart, move would try to surprise me and tell me, hey, she's like, I wanted to check to make sure, but let's go to the Cotton Bowl. And I kind of had to explain to her that that's sort of like a consolation game for the consolation game. And I just don't maybe I'll go, but I'm not jazzed up to go watch a game where half the team's going to opt out and whatnot. But
who's USC facing?
Really upset. Tulane.
Man, how sweet is that Lincoln Riley comes back to the Cotton Bowl for his bowl game?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hey, Caleb Williams is who?
Best quarterback in the country, Heisman Trophy winner, and someone who is going to be a multiple-time Pro Bowl quarterback at the next level. I've not ever felt this strongly about a USC football skill position player. Tyron Smith, when he was at USC, which was when I was there and was watching every snap, it was incredibly impressive. But I have not felt this strongly about a skill position player, a quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, being this good in the NFL as I have Caleb Williams. He has been incredibly impressive.
You didn't love Darnold or Barkley?
No, you can ask Broadus. When he was going through the tape, Matt Barkley to me was an average college quarterback. Sam Darnold, too many turnovers. He really rode the momentum of that one great game against Penn State in the Rose Bowl in his second to last year. Cody Kessler sucked. Caleb Williams is special, and when he is throwing the ball and moving in and out of the pocket, I'm not saying he is going to be as good as Patrick Mahomes, but there are a lot of similarities with the arm strength, the vision, the escapability. He's not a guy like Kyler Murray who's going to run for 800 yards in a season, but he could run for a lot of yards if he needs to, but his arm is so good when he gets out of the pocket, usually someone is going to be open, and he's able to make all the throws. So I'm incredibly impressed by Caleb Williams. I'm excited that he's back for another year, and I am pumped about where this USC program is. They're back where they belong. That's relevant. That's contending for a national championship. They came up short. I was not happy at all, but I am excited about the future.
Jared, let's move on to Jacob deGrom here, because I know that's mainly why we got you here. Are you in just a state of panic and depression like RJ Choppy is about this signing?
Depressed?
No, it's depression. It's bordering on necessitating medication. How upset he is.
I am not. I feel like I control my emotions a little better than RJ.
I'd like to get a camera on you.
I don't know about that.
I'd like to get a camera on you during a USC game.
What does this have to do with 2009
or a post game?
That's fair. I don't. Sarah must have told RJ how to feel on this, because it seems like she's dictating what he does in his day-to-day life. So I guess what we really need is to get Sarah on and understand why she is so upset about the deal, and that will then explain to us why RJ is so upset about the deal.
Well, first off, I mean, he shouldn't have cut his hair. He went. Have you noticed? It's full on Samson. The moment he cut his hair, he lost all of his power, because he basically hasn't pitched.
No, but Jared,
cut his hair.
I love your troll game. That was phenomenal. I gotta support my co-host here in terms of the plan, right? You sign a 34-year-old who's always hurt. You give him all this money. The Rangers aren't close. So how does that all add up?
Well, I would change the statement that he's always hurt, because it's not like he's had a career full of injuries. It's just what's been recent. And it's, I don't want to say one injury, but one kind of stretch of injuries that went from 2021 into 2022. And so if it was all within 1 year, then it would look a little differently. If it was, if it was all last year or all the year before, I think it would look differently. But it's 2 straight years in which, his games started, were impacted. And while there were a couple different diagnoses, they were all kind of connected. It seemed like the Mets had a tough time, like, totally figuring out what was wrong. But I would say that's fair. I mean, you're going to make an investment of nearly $200 million in a pitcher who will turn 35 years old in the middle of next year. And, there has been, a little bit of an injury issue here lately. I think that's fair. I don't knock or fault RJ for, being concerned. I don't know that I would be, like, livid that they made the move to get the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. I think that opportunity comes around once every, handful of years, maybe once a cycle for, a generation of players when you're not the Yankees or the Dodgers. And what I would say is the Rangers aren't investing nearly $200 million without going over the medicals ad nauseum. I know they had a ton of information, a ton of data, a ton of medical records that they had at their disposal, lots of conversations. And, at that point, you kind of have to trust your medical staff. If you're Chris Young and your medical staff is saying, we feel good about this, then, it's tough to not go after a guy like Jacob deGrom. Is he the missing piece? Is he the finishing piece? He's not. And while I think we all have these, ideas of what is the ideal way to build a championship team and the order in which you do it, you can't control when guys become free agents. And so, again, you got a chance to get a guy who is widely regarded as the most talented pitcher in Major League Baseball, a guy whose numbers reflect a degree of dominance that we don't see often when he's on the mound. I just think it's tough to pass on that guy. What it does do is it increases the importance that, these young guys the Rangers have developed. And they don't just become guys who are major league players, but they become guys who are impact major league players. And that is where the Rangers have, had a tough time over the last 10 to 12 years, is converting prospects into studs. And they need to do that with some of their young pitching prospects and yet some of their young position player prospects.
Yeah, it's really not arguable. Like, when he's healthy, he's the best.
He's Hall
pitcher.
of Fame when he's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he's on that caliber when he's healthy. There's no doubt about it. My issue is the health. And have you heard? Do you believe the reports that the only team that was willing to go to 5 was the Rangers? And does that concern you that 29 other teams said, this ain't going to cut it for us? This guy's too hurt the last couple of years, including his own team that was obviously willing to spend money. They just put 43 a year on Verlander, who's older, and is coming off Tommy John, even though he had a great year this year.
Yeah, I don't know if there were other teams that were willing to go 5. I don't think there were many teams who had the money to compete for Jacob deGrom. So I don't know that 30 teams were in on Jacob deGrom just because 30 teams certainly didn't have the money to play. It's not like the Mets weren't willing to pay this guy. They were reportedly willing to pay him $40 million a year for 3 years. I think that, again, you can't guarantee anything on the physical side, and that's why it's always tough to have these conversations, because you don't know, I don't know, no one really knows. This isn't like one of these guys who's just had a career of injuries. It's been a recent thing. And he throws 102, and it's such a tough thing to assess because the body, as we understand it, isn't typically built to do that. But one of the things that I've learned about Jacob deGrom over the last 4 or 5 days is that his work ethic is every bit as fierce as Max Scherzer's and Justin Verlander's. And I think when you look at a guy with, top of mind, Adrian Beltre, why was Adrian Beltre able to compete at such a high level, into his mid to late 30s? I don't know that this is exclusively the reason why, but I think when you look at guys who are able to compete beyond whatever their quote unquote prime is supposed to be, the commonality amongst a lot of them is work ethic. and commitment. I mean, we saw it with Dirk. You know, Dirk was able to extend his career because he changed his diet. You know, we knew about the work ethic, but he was all in. You look at a guy like Miguel Cabrera. Why did Miguel Cabrera's career take a nosedive over the last 5-6 years? Miguel Cabrera's work ethic is not what you would consider to be a model work ethic. The way he takes care of his body, same with Felix Hernandez. That's not Jacob deGrom. From what I've been able to gather, this guy works his tail off. And so, I'm sure that's a part of what gives the Rangers confidence that he can be like Verlander and Scherzer and have success beyond his mid-30s and into his late 30s, which is where this contract will take him.
We're talking with Jared Sandler here on Sean and RJ on 105 Through the Fan. Jared, just to kind of play devil's advocate a little bit, when you reference there, and I think it was a good point, that like a big part of this still is they've got to hit on some of these minor leaguers that they've got in the farm system. You see there's already a little bit of the shines come off of Cole Winn. Some people felt like Jack Leiter had a disappointing first year. Given the risks with DeGrom, do you think the Rangers should have display a more, I don't want to use the wrong word here, competent, I guess, but that's probably a terrible word. Should the Rangers have to display a more competent pitching development before they take risks like this? Like, is that at all a valid argument to say we got to see that they can develop some of this pitching before they're taking risks like this, and their fallback is a farm system that they've had trouble developing?
Anything else to ask, Chiafalo?
Okay, sorry.
All right, Jared.
Jared, why does this signing suck?
Jared, we'll see you Sunday, man. We ran out of time.
I had to look at the clock there for a second. I think that, Bobby, that's a fair question.
Which
but again,
one?
Yes.
Why don't you go to the bathroom? We'll ask some more questions.
I don't think that. Listen, you signed Corey Seager and Marcus Semien last offseason. You can't now just say, well, our pitching development wasn't great last year, or these guys didn't have great years, so now let's just put this on pause. They've made some wholesale changes. Their AA pitching coach gone, AAA pitching coach gone. Obviously, the major league pitching coach, Doug Mathis, gone, and they've brought in Mike Maddox. I don't know that you'll be able to tell whether they have improved in terms of their development in just 1 year, right? So I don't think you can just wait for that. And again, that's why we talked about this last year. Timing is such a big part of this. If Corey Seager and Marcus Semien were free agents 1 year earlier, the Rangers wouldn't be in on them. I know you could have made the argument that maybe they were still 1 year early on it, but you just can't guarantee or wait and dictate when guys become free agents. And in baseball, rarely do you have the perfect free agent because so many of them don't become free agents until 30, 31, 32, or in the case of Jacob deGrom, 34. So it's so tough to time it out perfectly. Is this the ideal timing for a Jacob deGrom signing? No, you'd love for Jacob deGrom to be the guy that has people saying that's the piece that puts them over the top. This is a World Series team. That's not where they are now, but there's no reason that they couldn't get there, not maybe this offseason, but next offseason, and Jacob deGrom signing could be a big part of that. So you building a World Series team, it doesn't have to happen in one way. And it's just like in life, you're not always going to have everything timed out perfectly. It's what you do given the opportunities you have that will dictate the success that this organization has.
Is there room for more right now? Is Rodon still in play? Are there others that you think they could be working on?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The deGrom deal, it's 5 years. That's not a short deal, but it's not like they signed him to a 10-year deal. Mm-hmm. And it's also not like they don't have money left to spend. I don't know that they're going to sign Carlos Rodon, but they can. I mean, they financially can afford it based on everything that we have been led to believe. But they have other holes to fill, and that kind of goes to the points you guys are all making. It's not like Jacob deGrom was the last piece. They do need to improve the lineup. They do need to continue to improve the rotation and the bullpen. Now, it can be done in the trade market, which means you don't have to take on a big-time salary right away, depending on the guys for whom you're trading. I don't think the Rangers are done. Kodai Senga, the Japanese pitcher, I think is someone the Rangers are in on. Yes, I think they're still monitoring the Carlos Rodon situation, though that is unlikely. And then Bobby's favorite player, Mitch Haniger.
The Shed.
I think a guy like he's in play. Brandon Nimmo, Michael Conforto. I think the Rangers are still going to be active. I think they'll be active in free agency. I think they'll also be active in the trade market to continue to build a team. I think I mentioned this to you guys. Chris Young, I think there's a fine line here between aggression and impatience, and I think he is, still fully 2 feet in on the aggression side. He wants to win. He is an incredibly fiery competitor. Don't get fooled by the Highland Park 2-sport athlete Ivy League school makeup. This guy is fiery, and he wants to win, and he wants to win now. And I think the Rangers are going to continue to make moves to put themselves in a position to compete for a playoff spot this year.
How far from Seattle are they?
It's a good question because Seattle's lineup was not great. Their pitching was outstanding. Their starting pitching was tremendous. Their bullpen was unreal. There's a ton of volatility in bullpens. So I think on the surface, it seems like they're probably 5 to 10 wins away. But, if it's a volatile bullpen situation for Seattle, that changes the complexion. Seattle really wanted Trey Turner. Trey Turner signing with Philadelphia is a big win for the Rangers. That's not to say Seattle, still can't go and get another big-time shortstop, but they were really committed to trying to bring Trey Turner to town. So that's a big win because where Seattle is vulnerable is that their lineup is good, but it's not special. And it certainly was an issue for them at times during the season and also, in the postseason, their little brief stint in October.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's talk about what is going down this weekend at Topgolf with your amazing cause. Give us the details.
Yeah, so 6th year we've done this. You guys, once again, a part of this, and that's, to me, one of the most special parts is being able to do this with my teammates. And, I'm really excited. You guys are going to, as you always do, have your own bay, and Darren Woodson and Derek Holland will be at the bay with you guys. So you can call 877-881-1053. You can bid on a chance to hang out with Sean and RJ and Peyton and Bobby, and then Darren Woodson and Derek Holland. You come out, support it. It benefits kids with disabilities, physical and intellectual disabilities, to give them the opportunity to participate in athletics and to take on some of the financial burden of getting these kids involved so that they can address the big need of health and wellness. They can develop skills, make friends, build confidence, improve their communication, all sorts of indirect benefits. But it's fun. Golf, food, drinks, dessert, and then this year, a concert from Bowling for Soup. So you can call in. You and a buddy can come and hang out. You and a couple friends with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and then Darren Woodson and Derek Holland. The bidding will be will go on throughout the week, and hope to see you at Topgolf on Sunday.
Let me hear the other bays with the celebrities. I want to make sure we have the best one.
You guys do. I'm actually a little nervous that people are going to accuse me of stacking your bay. So KNC, they have Buddy Garrity, a.k.a. Brad Leland. His real name is Brad Leland, but Buddy Garrity from the show Friday Night Lights, and Taylor Hearn. Barry Church and Eric Nadel with G-Bag, and then Reggie, poor Reggie, because KG's got Cowboys post duty, and he won't be there. So Reggie is going to be with Matt Hicks. He's going to be with Jesse Holly and Dorothy Gentry, who does such a great job covering the Dallas Wings and the basketball scene in the area. So those are the celebs. You guys, I think it's going to be pretty tough to beat Darren Woodson and Derek Holland. It's a pretty dynamic duo to go along with you guys.
Yeah, and Peyton's mustache. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I hope there's no kids allowed at this.
Well, no, that mustache isn't allowed to be within a certain...
Yeah. Jared, thank you, brother. Amazing work as always. Appreciate the time this morning. We'll see you this weekend.
Sounds good, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. How many years have you been to this, Bobby?
I've never gone.
Oh man, his inaugural event.
Okay.
Yeah, my inaugural event that I'll be coming directly from the stadium for.
Okay.
We should carpool.
Are you going to be at the? Yeah, you are. You're going to be there.
Well, you guys can work that out later. How about golf scores? If you haven't heard this, RJ. Bobby, actually, we need to come up with a number. Since you have proclaimed yourself to all these Tolos to be worthy of the Live Tour.
Sure.
We need to come up with a number or a contest as we're going to finally see Bobby Belt's golf game on display. Now, something I want to let y'all know about Bobby. He is a very stubborn, dumb bettor. Mm-hmm. So his pride, he doesn't allow to back down. So challenge him to a Top Golf score if you plan on coming out. And we're getting one of our latest bids right now on the hotline, 877-881-1053. And I don't think he'll back down, and I don't think he'll go ahead and lower his score. So just keep raising the ante, and I think Bobby, out of stubbornness, will keep trying to match it on the golf range.
I'll be honest, I don't even know how the scoring works at Top Golf, but it'll be a very low score or a high score, depending on which is the better score with Top Golf.
I think it's a high score.
Is it a high? Then it'll be however high you can get.
Yeah,
you can come out and see it, but I've put it on the fan cam before. The swing is beautiful.
Okay.
Is it?
I've got a beautiful swing.
We'll break it down.
Sure.
We'll break it down Friday, and whoever goes ahead and wins this, we're all going to go to Nick and Sam's for dinner as well, like Dez was last night. Let's hit the keg.
College football! Rising with Jackson. They're going to give it straight ahead. First down yardage into the secondary. There he goes. Jackson. 25-20, 15-10-5. Yes! Touchdown! 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 That will be the dagger tonight.
Oh, man, how about that? What a weekend for college football as two of the top four teams wind up losing in their conference championship game. That is the college kegger right there. Number 11, Utah, 47-24 over Jared Sandler's USC Trojans. It was in Vegas.
And can Caleb Williams stop being a punk with these nails? That's a punk move. Stop.
It is.
Cut it out. You're writing out the F word on there for every team. Don't be a punk. People are talking about you as a generational talent. You're going to win the Heisman. It's just unnecessary. It's stupid.
You do that in the NFL, you're going to get some defenders targeting you. That's what's going to happen if you do that. The league will crack down on it on their own, but defenders are going to be like, no, you're not just going to come in here, start putting that on your nails like you think you've done something. You'll have guys, dog piles, putting an elbow in there.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. He got banged up in this game, too.
He did. I mean, look.
He was limping around bad.
He was. Now, he is a tremendous player, and he's going to walk away 40 pounds heavier, at the Heisman Trophy ceremony or whatever. However, I think it's 38 pounds or whatever it is. He's going to walk away with that trophy, that hardware. And he's earned it. He's been tremendous. Been tremendous all year. But they lose, and with that loss, Sean, a lot of people were wondering what's going to happen to USC when it comes to the college football playoff, and they found out the next morning. Before the NFL, I thought it was a great job by the committee to do that before NFL started on Sunday, to have that show at 11 a.m.
Yes.
They could have had it on Monday night, right? At halftime of the Monday night game. I suppose they could have done that on ESPN. That would have been a big tune-in, but they wanted to get their hour-long show, and they got it. So USC found themselves out. But what would happen to TCU after what happened to TCU in Arlington?
Good snap and placement. Kick on the way. It is up. And good! It's good! The Wildcats are champions of the Big 12 in 2022. They stun 12-0 TCU and win it in overtime 31-28. How about those Wildcats? A third Big 12 championship.
So K-State wins. I think that's surprising that most people would find out that K-State, since 1996, has 3 Big 12 championships.
What a tremendous job.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, I was there for a year, and
look at you.
It's like, look at this. This is a polite story with this nice old man and Bill Snyder.
Yeah.
But that's all it was.
That's all it was.
And then to sit here and have this type of season and have that many. Manhattan, Kansas, it's not a hotbed.
Is it not?
It's not a hotbed. And for them to be able to do this, man, it's beyond impressive in my opinion.
It really is. And they wind up winning 31-28 in overtime. They win the Big 12. They'll get a good game against Bama at the Sugar Bowl. That's going to be a good one for them. But TCU stays in. They didn't move. They didn't move up. They didn't move down. They stay right there at number 3, and they will take on Michigan, who wrecked shop over Purdue, 43-22. And the top-ranked team in the nation is Georgia, 50-30 over LSU. They will take on who that team was going to be that finished 4th, and that is Ohio State. Ohio State moving up 1. A lot of controversy. Who should have been number 4? Should it have been Ohio State, who got doubled up at home by Michigan? Should it have been Alabama, that lost 2 road games in the final play by a combined 4 points? The committee gave it to Ohio State. As was pointed out on that college football playoff selection show, no team has gotten the benefit of the doubt more in the college football playoff than Ohio State has. If there's been a coin flip, they've won every single coin flip by the committee, except once in the 7 years.
All right, Bobby, before you blacked out Saturday, what were you thinking about the Final Four?
I'm honestly surprised that TCU survived. Because I felt like the CFP was looking. I felt like they were looking all year to try and get TCU out of there, and I think it's a testament to they really impressed the committee with their season.
Let me just say this, and I don't even think it's a debate. TCU is the story so far. Before we get to the playoffs, they are the story of the college football season.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
It's not even close.
Choppy looks like he wants to dispute it.
He's not disputing. He's thinking. He's trying to think if there's something else.
We were until 2 weeks ago, and then TCU became it, I think.
Yeah, TCU is the story of the college football season. Yeah. No one had them 3. For them to remain up there, it's insane. It's crazy. And props to Sonny Dykes in the program.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that the committee, because they deserve to be in if they lost that game, especially losing it close. Because Kansas State they're a good football team. And it's not like a USC situation where you've lost to them twice now. You beat them once earlier in the season, lost a close game now.
Which I have a problem with that. The Big 12 needs to change their format. You should not, I do not believe, and this is why I hate conference championship games. If I've already beat you, I don't need to prove to you again that I'm better to the committee. I don't have to prove that. I've already proved it. TCU already proved it, that they already beat K-State once.
You don't believe in series then, in baseball and basketball and hockey?
Look, in general, I hate playoffs. I like the way the EPL does it. Just go through the regular season, and that's your winner. I don't like playoffs. I think playoffs are unfair to the better team over the course of 6 months.
The randomness.
Yeah, the randomness of the playoff is unfair.
Like fantasy football.
Yeah, to me, I will not play in a fantasy football league that does not give a prize to the winner of the regular season.
Do you buy into the theory that the only reason TCU's 3 is because CFP didn't want to give us the Michigan-Ohio State rematch?
Yeah, I could see that.
That they were just like, they played 2 weeks ago, we're not doing this.
I mean, if I was the committee, I would have done it that way. I mean, I would have done it that way. Because usually, you know, when you lose a game, you do drop. I would have done it that way, the way they do it now. I would have done it with TCU at 3 because I would not want to see a rematch of Ohio State-Michigan. Does TCU deserve, should it be 4? I would say yes, they should be 4 for one reason. To me, you have to protect the number 1 team. And Ohio State, look, I mean, the numbers show it. Ohio State's favored. The number 4 team is favored, is a shorter dog versus the number 1 team than the number 3 is to 2. Which tells me all I need to know. They think Ohio State's a better team than TCU in Vegas. Yes. I don't believe that should be the case. The number 1 team should never have a tougher draw than the number 2 team. TCU, to me, has the best draw of this entire thing.
Yes.
They have a very winnable game. Even though they're the bigger point spread, they match up fine with Michigan. Ohio State can easily pick Georgia off. Easily. I think I think TCU has a great draw here.
This is the best possible match. If you were to look at...
You'd much rather have Michigan than Georgia.
Man, if you look at other than fraud Clemson, which never should have been up near the top at all throughout the whole season. They were frauds the whole time. If you get the teams that are around the top 6, not even just in the CFP, top 6, top 7, Michigan's probably the best draw for TCU. Out of the teams in the top 7, I think. And that's no disrespect to the Michigan fans.
Top Golf Sunday. It's gonna escalate with Derek Holland at our bay with all this Michigan hatred spewing through the radio speakers right now. I can't wait. He's gonna show up in his damn uniform and his shoulder pads trying to swing a golf club with that Desmond Howard helmet on. That's what's going to happen.
Yep, he is. The New Year's Six Bowls, these are the big ones, like the Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Rose Bowl. You're going to have on December 30th is the first New Year's Six Bowl, and that is going to be the Orange Bowl, and that is Tennessee and Clemson on the 30th. The Sugar Bowl will be on the 31st, Bama and K-State. You're going to have also the Cotton Bowl, which is going to be on January 2nd. That is USC and Tulane. And then the Rose Bowl that night, 5 o'clock, it's going to be Utah and Penn State. That's the Rose Bowl game.
College football kegger here with RJ Choppy every Tuesday at this time. Jerry Jones is coming up at 8:30.
One bit of note on the Final Four. Now, we have not really seen this, but we're going to see it this year. Jackson Smith and Jigba, who plays for Ohio State, has opted out of the game. He is going to go and play and just go to the NFL draft. Now, I don't think it's fair to him to say he's opting out. He's not healthy, and he hasn't been healthy all year. So don't knock the kid and tell me that he's opting out when he's not really opting out. All right? He's been basically already ruled out for this game, and he's like, I'm just going to go to the NFL draft. You're making him sound like he's a punk who doesn't want to play in the game. That's not the case. He's not playing the game because he's hurt. But everyone is sitting here saying, oh, he's opted out. He's going to sign up, declare for the NFL draft. No, he's not really opting out.
No.
He just can't play in it because he's not healthy.
All right, there it is. The college football kegger here with Choppy. Jerry at 8:30. Michael Irvin has to defend the Cowboys against everyone over at ESPN. The audio, and then JJ on Odell after this. But it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
If the Cowboys don't get to the NFC title game, it's their greatest disappointment in 25 years.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
They got to go through one healthy team. That's good. That's the Eagles. I don't think they're good enough to beat the Eagles, but they got to go through one team. San Francisco, I still think is very good, but they're on their third string quarterback. That's a reality. Yeah. I still think they're very good, but you got to go through a team with their third. Guys, they were up by 2 against the Colts.
Man, I'm trying to think of any other media person. I guess me reacting to Bayless would generate a worse reaction than Bobby Belt's face whenever we play Dan Orlovsky's voice. That was Orlovsky yesterday. Man, I try to defend him. He makes it tough. He calls out the Cowboys win over Indy, but then said he fell asleep. He didn't stay up for the fourth quarter. He said it's a 2-point game. Now, I woke up and I thought I was going to get a gift that Indy was going to go, and it kind of sounds like he was rooting for a Cowboys loss, right? Like he was trying to be trolly a little bit. I thought I was going to wake up to a gift and Indy was going to pull the stunner. And then the biggest disappointment in the last 25 years if they don't make it to the conference championship game. That's what he said in that clip right there. Orlovsky on ESPN.
Look, if they don't make the conference championship game, I do agree. It will be probably.
Will it be more disappointing than getting eliminated round 1 last year? Hell of a disappointment.
It was a hell of a disappointment. There's no doubt.
07 was bad.
07 was bad.
07 was
man.
really bad.
Yeah, the 07 team is getting forgotten about on how good it was. There has not been a team since that's as good as that one.
No, that's one of the better teams. Probably not better than any of those 4 in the 90s, but that team is the best one they've had since the Super Bowl.
And then Dan says, you were barely up against Indianapolis? How can I think of you as a contender? Meanwhile, his beloved Eagles should have lost to the Colts and barely beat them. Michael Irvin was on ESPN yesterday arguing to Stephen A. about the Cowboys' opponents.
That same team that you just said is so garbage. That same team you're talking about, that Indy team. That same team, that garbage Indy team in the 4 quarters of the game they played the Eagles. I think the score was 17-16. Did the Eagles barely beat them by 1 point?
They beat them.
Barely beat them by 1 point. That same team that the Cowboys just dropped 54 on. See, so what we can do now, once we start gathering enough knowledge, we can do common opponents to kind of see, well, what team is what? What team is who? Oh, that don't matter? Common opponents don't matter? No. I can't pull out Indy. I can't pull out Indy and say Philly beat them 17-16. Dallas beat them 54-19. I can't pull out the Vikings and say Philly beat them 24-7. Dallas beat them 40-3. It's called common opponents. That's what they do sometimes when you're doing a comparative analysis of 2 situations. You pull out common things and say, how did they perform in these common situations? And I'm telling you how they perform in common situations.
Every single one of their voices distorted on this show now. They're all distorted. Every single one of them.
Look, this common opponent thing, comparing what
compare.
You can't do it.
You can't. Styles make fights.
What Cowboys did against Indy and Indy. Yep. Look at what the Eagles have done throughout the year. It is absurd that ESPN's Football Power Index has the Cowboys as such a heavy favorite over Philly to win the Super Bowl. It's ridiculous.
Here's the NFC alone. Okay, just the NFC.
And you can't say, oh, well, we blew them out. First off, it was a 2-point game after 3. That matters. And Indy should have lost to, one game in the National Football League. So we've been preaching all year long. You cannot judge anything off one game in the NFL with how crazy and even this league is.
No. Styles make fights, and everybody's style is different. And some match up better than others. And it doesn't mean that when what's it called? Is it the transient property? Is that what it is? Bobby, you're pretending to be smart. Is it the transient property? Okay,
yes, that's what it is.
He's not smart enough to have his mic on.
No, I turned it off after you chastised me for my 1.5 question. I've filled my quota for today, Sean.
Yeah.
Did you go back and time it?
No, I didn't. I was having a look. I was tweeting because Dak Prescott was nominated for Walter Payton Man of the Year award. So that just came out. So that's what I was tweeting.
He'll have the little Walter Payton thing on his uniform.
Yeah, the little Boba Fett.
Yeah, very good. So this is the odds to win, not the odds, but the percent chance according to ESPN's FPI, their Football Power Index, which I do like. It's very predictive about the chance to win the NFC. Cowboys come in at 49%. They've got a coin flip to win the NFC. Philly at 31, and then Minnesota at 9, Tampa at 6, and San Fran at 2. That's how it's broken down after the Cowboys at 49 and Philly at 31.
Let me give you. Let's not have a fight about this, fellas. Jerry's coming up at 8:30. The 5 highest graded Cowboys from the Colts game from Pro Football Focus. Bobby does his own grading via the
BFF grade.
The BFF. Have you all seen who it was?
Who the top rated player was? I believe I did.
All right, Choppy, who do you think it was? Cowboys, Colts. Best Cowboy.
CeeDee Lamb.
No, he's third. 82.6 grade. Defense.
Donovan Wilson.
No.
Deron Bland.
Yes. Neon Deron Bland with a 94.3. That's Bobby's boy. That's insane. Malik Hooker was second. Lamb was third. Micah Parsons, who, right, we all came on here yesterday and said he was basically invisible in this game. And then Dorrance Armstrong coming in at number 5. Not even Osa. Didn't Osa force the fumble?
That's Damone Clark. Damone Clark forced the fumble, but Osa had a sack and was getting pressure.
Okay, I thought Odigizua did something.
Osa had a sack, and he was getting pressure.
Okay. Trayvon Diggs shadowed Michael Pittman, lined up across from him on 33 of 40 routes. 83% of the time, Pittman was targeted once, with Diggs as the nearest defender, no catches. That is lockdown, shut down. Even though he got left off the screen on the double move that, Bobby, you had to go on Twitter and defend.
He hasn't been hit. Yeah, he got hit. That's one play.
Yep.
But I just hate the Twitter, and it's natural. The Twitter reaction to oh, here's one rep. You can make broad sweeping indictments of his whole season.
Tony Pollard now has 5 touchdowns of 30-plus yards this season. The most in a season by a running back in franchise history. Something we've been allergic to these past few years with Zeke. He ain't getting no 30-plus yard touchdown runs. Cowboys' last 3 games.
You're not getting 30-yard non-touchdown runs either.
Cowboys' last 3 games, 15 offensive touchdowns.
Is that good?
The Broncos' entire season, 14.
Did you see the stat yesterday that Russell Wilson through 13 games has the same amount of touchdown passes as Peyton Manning did in week 1 of 2013? 7.
So bad.
Crazy. Like, it's nuts how bad they are. Like, and how Russ has just completely torpedoed his career.
They would have scored more points if they hired Dan Quinn and had him call the offense.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, Dan Quinn got to be sitting back laughing internally. Oh, you guys want to pass me over at the last second? Go ahead. Have some of that. And again, be careful trusting the all-time greats as evaluators. Peyton Manning butchered, what's homeboy? And was it Gase?
Adam Gase?
Peyton Manning butchered Adam Gase, and Aaron Rodgers butchered Nathaniel Hackett. They were brothers. He's the chosen one. He's amazing. Humongous loss for us. Maybe it's affected Green Bay. It has not helped Denver. So just keep that in mind. Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. We know that Odell was getting the royal treatment last night at the Mavs game. Are the Mavs about to add Derrick Rose? Bobby making a stank face on the fan cam. Mavs and Odell, then Jerry on day 2 of the OBJ visit next. But first.
and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We already told you guys what he's been doing.
Oh, Luka with the fancy footwork against DeAndre Ayton for the 3-ball.
That was the call last night on Bally. The Dallas Mavericks continue their ownership over the Phoenix Suns. And yes, I know what happened in the opener, but they blew that game. They should have won it, as Devin Booker, without Chris Paul, can't satisfy his BFF Odell Beckham, who was sitting sideline at the AAC. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Nick Eatman thinks this is going to be our biggest tune-in ever for a Jerry Jones interview.
Little does he know.
Maybe in his history,
his
brief history.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think probably Kaepernick. That was big. I remember we were on the road where we were doing that. But this will get some attention. Jerry has never come on though in like broken news of a signing to this level. He's gonna let one of the agents do it. Maybe Jay Glazer, maybe DallasCowboys.com. I don't know, but he has been more than willing to answer a ton of Odell questions the last 2 times we've asked about it, and we got about 12 ready to go. After Odell did the medicals yesterday, went to the AAC with Micah and Trayvon Diggs. Are you guys analyzing the seating order?
I was. I didn't understand why Odell was on the end. Wouldn't you think like Diggs and Parsons would be like, hey, why don't you sit in the middle so we can both chat here?
I'll say this. I'd rather, if I was the main focus, I'd rather be on the end.
Why?
So I have to go like this the whole time, back and forth, talking to somebody. This way, you just lean forward or turn, talk to the entire group.
Puts a lot of pressure on Diggs. They put a lot of pressure on Diggs because you're responsible for the conversation. You're the main guy to sell him right there during the game. And I thought Micah's the most vocal one on social media. Maybe they grabbed something to eat before the game and Micah talked to him then. And then it was like, Diggs, you go ahead. Because Trayvon's kind of a quiet guy, right? Fascinating, interesting guy as we did our sit down at training camp with him. But I was surprised he wasn't put right there in the middle.
You know, Stefan has been part of the aggressive pitch in Buffalo. So I don't know.
Diggs.
Yeah, maybe Trayvon felt, maybe Trayvon felt like, let me tell you why Buffalo's not where you want to go. Let me tell you about my brother.
And maybe Odell just wanted to be next to Devin.
I mean, dude, all you got to do is show him 77 inches of snow 2 weeks ago.
Well, and you've got Odell. Mike has told us recently he doesn't know Odell. Like, I would bet Trayvon knows him because Stephon Diggs and Odell Beckham, I think they've worked out and stuff in the past. And so I would bet Trayvon Diggs at least knows him a little bit. So that may have been familiarity.
What did you see about Derrick Rose?
This is interesting. This got buried a couple days ago in a Rick Bucher piece on Fox Sports. But he was talking about just in general the Lakers, the Knicks, the Timberwolves, all these teams that are looking to make moves and kind of evaluate where they are. And in here he talks about how the Knicks are looking to get rid of Derrick Rose after they, gave him an extension a couple years ago. And in it, he says, the Mavericks, of course, lost Brunson to the Knicks last summer and are in desperate need of a second playmaker to relieve all-star point forward Luka Doncic. They've brought on former Nick Kemba Walker for a test run, but a league source said they also have interest in a current one, the aforementioned Rose. So Derrick Rose, 35 years old, whatever he is, shooting 40% right now, has messed up knees. You willing to take on that $14 million salary?
Man, NBA salaries mean nothing to me, right? Like, what are they?
Well, they have a cap. They should mean something.
Sort of. But, like, these
are the Warriors.
I know, right? I mean, the average NBA salary is down near $10 million.
Now here's the interesting thing. You know what is a perfect salary for salary match for Derrick Rose? Christian Wood.
Oh, can you imagine they traded Christian Wood for Derrick Rose?
Dead serious.
I'd be furious.
I could see them doing something like that. We need a second playmaker. Culture fit wasn't there.
Right, because give the percentage that Christian Wood is re-signed here.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine if
is it over 15?
No. I think we're
Is it over 50%?
I think we're at 1% he's back. And that's just depending on if things radically change. But could you imagine if they trade Christian Wood to New York and it's Wood and Brunson for the Knicks that end up teaming up together and crushing
and they go to the playoffs.
Gosh, Nico and Mark Cuban would not survive that.
End up crushing it. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line here on DFW Sports Station. Jerry Jones is coming up at 8:30. How about the passing yesterday? Peyton, I should have told you to grab the iconic music because I love the cheer song. Is it Christy or Kirsty? Kirstie Alley passing away with a battle with cancer I did not know that she was having as of late, but Kirstie Alley passing away in her early 70s.
I had no idea she had that. It's terrible to hear. And obviously the first thing you think of is Cheers. It's the first. What else would you even think of?
Look Who's Talking.
2 Men and a Baby or whatever?
Look Who's Talking
Look
is
Who's
up
Talking,
there too.
That's what it is. Look Who's Talking.
I think some people were trying to say, I don't know how political she got towards the end.
Yeah, I think she was a little political. I think she was. But I mean, I don't think anybody knew. The way that statement read about her passing, it almost sounded like they just found out and it was really far along and aggressive. And I don't think it was public that she was sick.
Oh, by the way, real quick before I forget, Delonte was in the house last night,
Yes,
too.
he was.
So Dirk, Chandler, the Cowboys, Duggan from TCU, and Delonte West. So it was good to see him out there at the game.
Everybody wanted to see Odell. They all were there to see Odell.
Right. Does it really take this long to get the Cheers song, Peyton?
Maybe some Wi-Fi issues back here. You know, we're trying.
Okay.
YouTube's not cooperating. but
Everybody knows your name.
Top 3 sitcom.
Oh,
theme
yeah.
songs.
That's probably...
Is it one?
It's that and Growing Pains.
Okay. Simpsons?
I mean, it's iconic. I don't know that it's like
a song. It's just
no
it's
absolutely iconic. But in terms of like an actual song, like those are jams. Growing Pains and Cheers.
I just did went to Google, and Jeopardy. That's not a sitcom. I put in sitcoms. They have Simpsons. They have Mad Men.
I don't know
Friends.
the Mad Men one.
Friends is up there.
Friends, other Fresh Prince.
That 70s show.
Maybe I can play it off my phone with the
There
high-end
you
technology we have here at the radio station. Of course, YouTube will probably give me an ad.
Absolutely.
Here coming
Absolutely.
up soon. All right, Jerry Jones coming up next. We ask him about what Zeke did, if that was an issue. Hey. Hey, he talked about drinking some Jack with us last time. How about Jerry Jones next on Odell with the update on the Fan?
Well, let's get you over to QC Connects. You got pain? Pain your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles.
Barricade Rentals Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at SpiresBarricades.com.
All right. I think that this one is going to be pretty heavily tuned into with everything happening in the Metroplex. Man, it feels good to have hype. Feels good to have like that star power surrounding your team and your city. And that's what happened last night at the Mavs game. And let's bring in the man responsible for hopefully getting this done. Jerry Jones on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good morning, guys, and good to be on with you.
You didn't want to go to the Mavs game and interrupt the young guys getting together there with the courtside seats?
Didn't have a seat for me.
Oh,
Had
no.
to have been there, but had a lot of had fewer seats than we had people, so those are the ones that got to watch those Mavs play.
All right, Jerry, Dax said when he goes to a sporting event, he is a suite guy. Odell is a courtside guy. Which one do you prefer?
Well, listen, I'll go either way. I'd sit anywhere to watch those Mavs, seriously. And getting in that crowd is fun, and you can get in the crowd, really, if you're in the suite. So I go either way on watching other games. I kind of like to stay out of the way. Very early on, when you go to another game or go to somebody else's event, if you're in my shoes, you can get booed pretty good. Or when that thing's so I've got an A in boo school, so I watch those events.
That's right. Was that where we saw Jerry? Were you with me at SMU for the basketball game? I think Jerry...
I was not at the game.
Jerry was up there. I tried to walk up a couple beers and buy his affection. He took the beers, but I didn't get the affection. So Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
That smiling face, but you're absolutely right. Introduce yourself more when you handed me that beer.
Jerry, I want to ask about the game the other night. When did you start breathing more comfortably with the way that Indianapolis played you guys close?
Oh, boy, I've got to tell you, it was the fourth quarter. Because as we were in parts of that third quarter with that 2-point lead, listen, I could feel the Grim Reaper. And, of course, like everybody else, got to enjoy what had to be one of the most entertaining, memorable fourth quarters that are quarters that I can ever remember in football. And I don't know. I just still have to just almost quizzically think about how did that happen. But, boy, it was a great fourth quarter, great entertaining for our fans. Great.
So, Jerry, what do you come away with thinking about your team after that performance? Are you more worried that it was close against a team that everyone had you as a heavy favorite over, or was it just the potential of exploding it any way with the talent you have the way y'all did?
No, I really as at the end of the third quarter, I really saw how we had gotten in that shape. A little bit of self-imposed pain there. We'd had turnovers or the equivalent of them, and so I could see there early how we could have our will, so to speak, WILL, that we could have it, and. But we just were making some mistakes there that kept us from it. And, again, those turnovers when they start, and we had the aggression going for us that could create those turnovers, and, of course, they ultimately happened for you. But those were some pretty odd stats going into the end of that third quarter. But it all starts going the other way when you get those turnovers like we did in the fourth.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ via the Diamond Factory Hotline. Jerry, the entire world is tuning in for any updates that you can provide. Can you tell us what you guys did in general with Odell yesterday and what's on the schedule for today?
Yeah, we'll continue to meet. We had pretty extensive meetings. I did with Odell yesterday, and we spent quite a bit of time together, enjoyed every minute of it. And then we also, he spent some time with as it turns out, our entire family was there. My son, Jerry, my daughter, Charlotte, and had a good visit with him, and as well as Stephen, of course. And but we had a good session there. Then it was off to the ball game last night. We'll get back together today and see where we go from here. These things, there are a lot of variables here, a lot of things to consider. It's got to fit, and I mean that. It really does have to fit for both parties. There's no gain here if one or the other, the Cowboys or Odell, doesn't have it where it feels good after you get it done. You can't do anything that doesn't last, because this is like getting married. You're not getting together to have issues after you get together. So we've got to make sure we've covered all the things that are important to him and important to us.
Why are you confident, or why would you be confident in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Well, I'm not confident at all. And so that's the issue. Now, we all realize that that issue of health, that issue of availability is here every time. Just this one is very obvious and very pointed toward his injury that had occurred last year in the Super Bowl. So we've got a good beat on that. We've got a great read on his career. It's not like a draft pick coming at you. You've got a lot of history here, and you take a good look at everything, not only the obvious, and that's his performance, but also any issues regarding health. So all of this, we've got to come in with our eyes wide open, and it has to be addressed, and that's when you see if you can make a deal or not.
Jerry, have you ever signed a player in an instance like this, a player coming off an injury that you didn't see work out?
Oh, yes, I sure have. The classic for me is really Alonzo Highsmith, and that was in about my second year. And Alonzo Highsmith was so highly thought of, particularly by our young coaching staff, and I had still have them. I had 3 letters handed to me by 3 different doctors that said, Jerry, this is bone on bone. He can't play. This won't work. And I went ahead and signed him. We had those Herschel Walker draft picks, and we could afford, felt we had plenty of picks at the time, and we made that trade, and he never touched the field.
Jerry, how much of a gamble is it just looking at medicals, just in your overall experience, or how much can the medicals lie once you actually get the player to work out and run around?
Oh, I think they, beginning at the draft, but at every decision, every juncture that you're looking at making a new contract, the medical is a huge consideration. And those medicals usually bear out. Now the question is of course with the injury, and can the injury be the surgery or the type of addressing of that injury, whether it be equipment or whether it be playing with the limitation, what do you have? And all of those are big considerations. But make no mistake about it, medical's big.
Jerry, and you're just, you mentioned that you talked to Odell yesterday, and I know you've talked to him before yesterday. Has he given any indication on his own if he believes he can play this year?
I would say I'm gonna kind of keep that one at bay because that's degree. It's a lot different if you played one play or if you played available for a week, and that week be the Super Bowl week, than if he's available next week. And so everything in between, I would say that's a point of the discussion. A player's own belief of where he is in becoming ready to play is real big. Now, I'll tell you this, the fact that he rehabbed last year and came back and played in the Super Bowl shows you serious mental toughness, and it shows you current or recent addressing of playing coming off of surgery. And that requires you've got to overcome natural mental feelings when you overcome playing right after a surgery. It's not just the technical repair, it's the ability to mentally come through it. The fact he's recently done that, our trainers tell us, is a plus.
You had told us that you have to have this year from him, that this year is of utmost importance. Do you still feel that way? Like if you can't play this year, is the deal off the table?
Well, that's harsh right there, but this year's paramount.
Jerry, I'm just curious what your impressions are of him in terms of the personality, getting to sit down and talk with him. A lot of people would say he's a misunderstood individual. He's a polarizing superstar. What are your impressions of him after spending some time?
I think he's outstanding. I think he's smart as a whip. I think he's a quiet, confident demeanor. Not quiet by virtue of his ability to communicate or his ability to express himself, but he just has a easy, quiet way about him. And, of course, that turns into one of the most competitive people you'll ever see. He's got a great lineage of excellence and competing, and his mother was a great track star. I mean, a great track star. And so he has those things, and he's easy to be around. He's a good teammate.
Jerry, what does he want? He's made some comments. I'm looking for different things in life. I may be over the Hollywood stuff. Want a long-term home. What impressions did you get that Odell wants out of all this?
Well, I first of all think that he wants to compete. He wants to get out and make plays. You say that's a given. Well, it is. That's what he wants, and he wants to be. He has an appreciation for what the Cowboys are. He has an appreciation for what the NFL is, and he fully understands the potential of his opportunity, and he thinks it's ahead of him as well as behind him. And so all of those things I think are important. The real at the end of the day issue is does it meld with what we want and can have? And again, all of those things have to come together, but by no means are we at a position to say close or where we are. We're just discussing the many options that are there.
Jerry, do you guys have a timeline on when you expect a decision to be made on it?
No, I do not.
Well, that's all the questions we have on Odell. Thank you for answering. I think unless there's anything you wanted to add, we got to ask you about a few other things, but that was all on Odell unless you had something to add.
Well, I just think, excuse me, don't want to get another one of these coughing spells, but I just think this is an opportunity that is rare because of his availability. But there's going to be one way or the other. There's not a failure here. I'm talking about the actual signing or not signing. There's not disappointment here. If this thing works, it'll improve this team now. It'll improve it this year. If we don't have that, then we're in a positive situation as well. It has to improve us now, and that's a pretty tall order, and it has to improve us in a way that makes sense for us as we look not only this year, but as it impacts the years to come relative to the financial aspect of it.
Jerry Jones here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You had said the other night, thought it was a pretty strong statement, but he is a future Hall of Famer, that getting Tyron back could be the biggest acquisition of all. How are you feeling about his progress, Jerry, and when do you think Tyron could be back practicing?
Because of the team within a team concept or factual aspect of the offensive line, that's a group of guys, a coordinated group of guys that are a team within a team. His addition is far more impactful than just a single player joining the line. What he does and his level of play, which is a Hall of Fame level of play, will impact not only his immediate 4 other guys that are on that field with him at all times, but also that entire unit. I don't know of an incremental piece, maybe the quarterback, but I don't know of an incremental piece of the skill level that Tyron has that could impact our team any more than to have your left tackle of his caliber come in at this time.
Jerry, I know you've mentioned when Tyron comes back, he'll be starting at left tackle. Is your expectation that Tyler Smith will start at left guard, or are you guys planning to roll with Connor McGovern there?
That's the plan as I would envision it.
Jerry, Anthony Brown, some unfortunate injury news. How concerned are you now at cornerback? Now, Bland was amazing the other night. Do you think you just plan to roll with what you got? How are you looking at corner?
Well, of course, what a setback for us, but for him as well. He's been an outstanding player for us, and I know he'll have a complete recovery and be there for us in the future, and he deserves it, and he's a big part of why we're here. I'm talking about Brown. But we do have a way to move forward, and it includes Joseph, number 1, out there, and he'll be a big part of this equation as well. But you mentioned Bland. All of these guys get an opportunity, and we've got some good depth in that secondary. And we've even got some safeties that can give us a little slack out there. The best safety play that I can ever remember for the Cowboys. And so all of this works well. We've got some ways that we can hit the ground running that I'm pretty confident in.
Jerry, you guys, you mentioned Kelvin Joseph there. You guys are putting a lot of trust in him stepping up with Anthony Brown out. Obviously, there was a lot going on this offseason with Kelvin. What were those discussions like in the aftermath of that in terms of his future here, and how has that trust changed from that time till now?
Well, I think we've got to always remember that with the issues and some of those off the field, the reason that he was drafted with our second pick is we had him right there in a handful of guys that were first rounders. And so he hasn't let us down on the football field in any way. He's been outstanding in his work on special teams. And he gives it, he's a improver. He works hard in practice. And so there's no, in my mind, I've never had an issue with how he can convert to the field. And so he gives us a good option here.
Jerry, you had mentioned after the game that there was some disciplinary action with Zeke, and that's why he didn't start. What exactly happened there?
Well, I just wanted to make the point, and the real point was Zeke not on the field first because he had been demoted? And that's just not the case. He deserves both of them. We see what Pollard is, and we see what Zeke is, and there was no demotion there. I want to distinguish that from him not being out there first. Now, the first part of it is a discipline, I really would tell you, so minor that it's not worth bringing up. That's very important with Zeke, because one of Zeke's biggest qualities is the leadership he provides on the team and what he is as a football player. He is as complete a focus on going out there and being there at every practice and getting every rep in that you can have. So I just wanted to make the point that this was one of those technical adjustments that people make to have meetings and have discipline in the meetings and have people's attention in the meetings and things like phone going off or all of those kinds of things. It was an area like that.
Jerry, thank you so much for
mentioning it.
Yes.
It really is something I shouldn't be talking about, frankly. It's a coaching internal thing, and let them do their deal.
Jerry, thank you so much for addressing and answering all of the different questions as you do every single week, and have fun today.
You bet, guys. Let's enjoy it. Thank you.
There he is, Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Who has the strongest take and reaction to all that?
The The most interesting thing to me wasn't even anything he said. It was the elongated pause when asked if Odell feels like he can play this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that I'm not confident that he's healthy thing.
Yeah, and he says, well, it's relative too. That one snap is playing, playing in the Super Bowl is play, and so it's like, okay, that sounds like he's not there. There's a decent chance, at least from what it sounds like saying, is that there's a decent chance you may not have him until playoffs.
I hope I'm dead wrong, because I want the excitement level, I want the storyline, I want the Super Bowl opportunity right now, and I hope that the news breaks later on today on The Fan that a deal is done. My gut is telling me that this thing is falling through, that this is not going to happen. If Jerry's maintaining this requirement, it has to be this year, I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's fallen through. I don't think Odell Beckham is going to be a Cowboy this year.
But you hear him there, and he says he basically implies like it's relative though. Playing could be the playoffs, and so or even just the Super Bowl. And so if Jerry says, "I believe we can get to the Super Bowl," so if he's only available for the Super Bowl, that to me is enough to say I'm going to do that. So I don't know. It's going to be a little. I think we're going to be a little.
I think
wiggly here.
I think Jerry sells whoever he has to in the organization. All it takes is one game. All we need him for, we need 1 or 2 or 3 impact plays, and then we can get the full season next year. Maybe that's how he does it. Maybe I should retract that statement, because Jerry is going to sell a moment. He's going to sell a play, a catch. That's all we need for this year on this playoff run. But, man, this sounds like way too many ifs right now.
There's a lot of ifs. I can't have all these. I mean, I can't have all these ifs either. Next year always is an option. It always has to come into play. You should always be thinking about next year anyway, at some point. But
why can't they just sign him? If he doesn't play, he doesn't play, and then you have Odell Beckham on your football team next year. Why do we keep putting up this hurdle?
Because
why does it have to be? No, I need it right now. It has to be right now, or I don't want the great discount, or I don't want the great addition next season.
Well, a couple things for me. One, the NFC might be more difficult next year. It's maybe not as winnable next year. Like, this is the year. Like, worry about next year when it gets there.
Well, you know that they're going to try to compete and go for it next year.
They absolutely are. There's no doubt about that, and they should.
Yeah. You're going to have Micah Parsons, Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott.
But now, look, all things don't come together the way they do every year. Sometimes you get a lightning in a bottle year. Now, this is going to be back-to-back years where they're going to win 12 games. That's pretty darn good. Barring some kind of catastrophic collapse here, they're going to win 12 games this year again. And now they may not even host a playoff game. Like, everything falls into place differently. I just think the NFC matches up and falls into place so well this year that, with Jimmy out for God knows how long, Brady's slump, Rodgers is not going to be in the playoffs this year. Brady might not be a factor in the playoffs.
I know.
Like, it's never been more go for it than now.
I know, and they should go for it, but that doesn't eliminate next season. Why does that cancel next season?
I think you're only willing to pay that premium if you get it now, because I think once you get into the off season, and you look at other ways to address receiver and other ways to get that impact, your $20 million may not be as attractive to you.
And you're getting, and you see this in baseball all the time, the trade deadline. You get a guy with a year and a half left on his contract. You're getting 2 playoff runs at it with him, as opposed to just 1. And that's the intrigue. Bobby's right. You're getting 2 playoff runs for $25 million instead of 1 for 20. That to me is a value that you have to take.
Yeah, and I think that when you hear, it's funny, Sean, when you said there are a lot of ifs here, just the sense of it when you hear Jerry's kind of trajectory over the last month. I think this visit, this is just my own read of it, this isn't anything anybody told me. It sounds like this visit gave them more ifs than they had last week. Oh. Doesn't it? Just his tone?
Yes.
And so I think they feel, and that was the thing we've said all along. The medical was going to be the biggest thing. If he came in here and the medical wasn't right, that was gonna stop this.
What are y'all taking away from it? We have another hour to go. 877-881-1053, and we have NFL overreactions or not. San Fran is done. Baker's the worst number 1 pick since Sam Bradford. The Rams are about to be blown up, and your reaction to Jerry on Odell. Final hour of Sean and RJ after this.
Well, let's get you over to Zero.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tackle made, game over. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have swept the Saints. Fire the cannons, folks. You saw a good one. You saw a great one. And the greatest of all time delivered. Thank you, Tom Brady. Thank you, Bucs. Go home happy, fans in red.
Final hour fist pump time with Choppy on the Fan Cam, Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube. If you missed Jerry Jones, how many questions did we get off about Odell at that time?
About 7 or 8.
8 to 10.
8 to 10. If you missed any of it, including some increased pessimism from my end is not one you want to be on today with these bathroom issues.
Man.
We'll bring it to you at 9:20. 9:20. But that was the final call from Bucs Radio last night. Tampa Bay escapes. I've been rooting against. I usually root for Brady. I'm rooting against Tampa. They don't deserve to get in. They're going to because of the way it's set up with the divisions. They're unwatchable. He screwed me on my fantasy team. Their offense is trash, but he throws 2 touchdowns at the very end to steal one against the New Orleans Saints and Dennis Allen, who usually shuts Tom down. Let's use that to set up NFL overreactions or not. RJ Choppy comes up with the list.
All right, NFL overreactions or not. Let's start it off. I mean, we already know Bobby's answer on this one. San Fran is done.
Yep, overreaction.
28 points per game with Jimmy under Shanahan, 19 with anyone else under Kyle Shanahan.
Done as what?
As a Super Bowl contender.
Done as a Super Bowl contender. What did they say about adding Baker yesterday after he was cut by Carolina?
Basically gave the same line, we'll look at it because there's a waiver process. Yep. And so they were just, Kyle Shanahan was kind of like, we'll look at it. But didn't want to commit to it.
And you are bumping them down if they added Baker over Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh,
Brock
yeah,
Purdy.
because he's terrible. He's terrible. That's
Brock
why I would
Purdy
do
is top
well,
rated.
you mentioned they averaged 28 points per game with Jimmy, and how much with anybody else?
19.
Oh, except with Brock Purdy, they averaged 33. So.
Well, no, but he came in with 10, and
all right, so he put up 26.
All right,
did they not score a defensive touch? Oh, they had like 4 short fields.
Look, they got the defense. They got McCaffrey to dump it off to. They can hand it to Debo. They can throw it to Kittle. I get all that. He may not have to do very much, but
if San Francisco wins the Super Bowl, I will pay your mortgage payment for the month.
Me?
Yeah.
As I say,
how do I get the benefit of that? Thank you.
Oh well, shoot. Yeah, you're right. I'll pay your rent for the month.
Okay.
If they win the Super Bowl,
all right.
You can pay mine if they don't.
No, that's not. There's got to be because the odds are clearly on your side. I've read the FPI.
What were you saying about resetting the quarterback market? Who brought this up? If Purdy balls out, was it you or Choppy?
Yeah. No, I had sent that over. That whose article was that? Was Deadspin. That the idea.
Never mind.
No. I get it, but look. No, this is a good point because this is what Broadus has argued for a long time. Is that if San Francisco does have success with this, and they show, man, you could win with Jimmy, and then Jimmy goes down, you're in your 3rd string quarterback, and it doesn't miss a beat. It can execute this way. That the 49ers could, in essence, potentially cause a market shift in quarterbacks because they show you don't have to pay for one. What's more important is investing in supporting cast and scheme. And if you do those things, you can have average quarterbacks execute it.
All right, let me figure out a way to say this. I don't think San Francisco is the same. They're worse. So I disagree with Bobby there. The problem with saying they're not a Super Bowl contender is the NFC is so watered down. So it's Philly, it's the Cowboys. I would say Minnesota. And then, but San Fran versus Minnesota, hell, I'll say it. The Niners are done as a Super Bowl threat. They're not going to get lucky like last year with this little skin of their teeth win margin that they had in the playoffs, that lucky BS. They're done. They're out. See you later. Bye-bye.
I agree. They're done.
Ha!
Y'all can be wrong. It doesn't make you bad people.
All right. Next one. Baker Mayfield.
I'm still scared of their roster.
Oh, the roster's fantastic.
They got the scariest roster in the conference.
Yeah.
Is it even close?
I mean, not with that defense and
Philly?
the weapons. I don't even think it. Like, I mean, Philly's been better throughout the year, but I don't think.
Does San
talent-wise-
Fran have the best roster in the NFL?
I mean, Kansas City's really good. I'd have to look at
Like Kansas City's
Buffalo,
d-
Kansas City, San
defense,
Francisco.
though?
Yeah, I mean Buffalo. Then Buffalo's got really good players on both sides of the ball.
All right.
Buffalo does.
So, Choppy, you agree San Fran's out.
Done.
All right.
Baker Mayfield is the worst number 1 pick since Sam Bradford.
Ooh.
I guess I could say Jamarcus Russell. Sam Bradford better than Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not even
he's
close. Not even close.
Baker did go to the playoffs. I don't remember Sam going to the postseason. Maybe he did.
Yeah, but Sam went to another team and, like, you know, he could play a little bit.
He kept getting traded for first or second round picks. It was wild.
Yeah, just like Trent Richardson did. And he wasn't very good. I don't know.
Let's go through the list. Ready?
Yeah, Jameis. I don't know.
Oh, I'll take Jameis over Baker any day of the week.
When are you going to give up this Jameis thing? Hasn't that sailed? Isn't it time for you to?
I mean, he was
admit-
5-2 last year before he got hurt.
and he couldn't beat out Andy Dalton this year when he came back.
That's not his fault. That's the Saints being morons.
Oh, okay.
They want to be conservative and safe.
All right, since Bradford, Cam, Luck, Eric Fisher, better.
Yeah, better.
Clowney, Winston, Goff, Myles Garrett, Baker.
No overreaction. I was trying to think
No.
about Jameis, but no, it's Baker. Baker is the worst one since Sam Bradford.
Not
And Sam
a-
Bradford's better.
Yeah, like next year, I would rather have Jameis on my football team than Baker. I'd rather him be my quarterback. I would.
Yes. I think also Jameis is more likable by his teammates. And he creates those videos.
Yes.
Which are amazing.
Not an overreaction.
No, there you go. Next one. The Rams core has reached the playoffs together for the last time.
Got to look at the cap numbers. This
Now,
is the
there is talk. Sorry about this.
Yeah.
They have not had a first-round pick since Jared Goff. That was the last one they had. They have all kinds of cash in Donald, in Ramsey, and Stafford, and Cooper Kupp. So they have all kinds of money wrapped up in there. They're very, very thin. And like that, there's reports out there that Stafford's going to have some kind of a neck fusion Peyton Manning type surgery.
Man,
So Bassick brought up, this is where I give Mike a lot of credit. He comes up with very creative topics. And he was asking us before he went on vacation for 37 days whether you would give up 2 firsts. Like, do you start picking at their core? Do you offer 2 firsts for Donald? Do you try to go swing big and go get Ramsey? Like, when do they decide to blow it up and you try to take advantage of that and go and try to steal someone off of there? I love that approach. I love that thought.
I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm not giving up 2 first-round picks for a guy who's going to be 32 before next
Well,
season.
I'm just not necessarily that specific topic, but just the thought of, hey, let's go try to add Aaron Donald or add Jalen Ramsey for any contender.
Is your idea, when you say they've made it to the playoffs with the score for the last time, is your idea saying that you blow it up this offseason, or are you saying that this core may stay together for 2 to 3 more years and it's broken and they're not going to make the playoffs? Which angle are you taking?
I mean, you could take it however you would choose. But
I think it's tough
It's
for
on
them to
you.
get
That the onus is on you as the answer.
Yeah, I don't think that it's tough to get out of their core contracts. A lot of their guys are under contract for 4 to 5 years.
Right. So let's just say
I don't. I think this core probably makes the playoffs again.
How serious is the Stafford thing?
What's what?
How serious is the Stafford thing with this report?
Which one?
So David Chow, Dr. Chow.
Oh,
he's got a narrowing of the spinal cord canal, whatever, and that he may create,
same
a
issue
spinal
as my
fusion.
French bulldog.
Yeah.
David Chow is a little hit or miss for me. And so it's not this is a guy who was literally kicked out of the NFL and had his license taken. And so
He was?
yes, he's got a sordid history.
Wow.
And he misses a lot. And so, but I mean, Matthew Stafford, whether he comes back or not, I'm sure they could find a better quarterback. So
San Fran, Seattle.
So yes,
Arizona.
overreaction.
All right.
Okay, next.
Cincy is the biggest threat to Kansas City or Buffalo.
And.
Yes.
Yes, they are. That's not an overreaction.
I don't even know who else. I mean, it's not Baltimore right now. They're saying week to week for Lamar.
Sorry, days to weeks.
days to weeks. I thought I saw week to week this morning. But the freaking, you know who hasn't been called out and needs to be destroyed on national TV? Enough is enough. The freaking LA Chargers.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
When is enough enough? They get no one goes after them. Justin Herbert gets nothing but positive attention. They're supposed to be in this conversation. They were an absolute Vegas love fest. Well, just like my cell phone right there as I'm trying to go look up the standings in the AFC.
You playing Cheers again?
I'm playing Cheers again. It's ridiculous. And it happens every single damn year to them, and no one puts them on blast for it.
The only other one, as of last week, would have been Miami.
Oh
yeah.
Miami or Cincy?
I'd take Cincy.
I take Cincy right now. The way they've been playing.
Well, you left that real quick.
No, just the way they've been playing.
You left South Beach real fast.
There's the way they've been playing. They've been playing great, and they just they own Kansas City. They own them.
They do.
Absolutely own them.
Like Aaron Rodgers and the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it's Miami. I'll be different. I'll say it's the Dolphins because of their head coach, not their quarterback.
Well, they got a lot of weapons. They can stress teams.
Because of D'Antoni.
Yeah. All right. Next
he
one.
is D'Antoni. All right. Let's see how they're reacting to Odell real quick on First Take with our buddy Stephen A. Smith.
It all depends on whether or not he's healthy enough to play or not. If he's healthy enough to play, he clearly elevates their chances. There's no denying that. I'm not going to sit here and deny it. I've known Odell Beckham Jr. for years. I'm a fan of his. I root for him, and I love the fact that he was receiving those cheers from those fans because so many people act like this is a dude that was some kind of problem child. I will remind everybody out there, he ain't never been in trouble with the law. He never gotten any trouble or anything like that. He was just a headache from time to time because he was frustrated playing for your New York Giants, and then he was kicking balls and knocking himself upside the head because it ricocheted off a net or whatever the case may be. And that's what happened. Odell Beckham Jr. hasn't been this problem that people have tried to project him to be. And as far as I'm concerned, I get really pissed off, to be quite honest with you, because you got people out there that want to sit up there and try to paint him as something that he's not. And then you got these coaches who ain't on the field playing like, oh my goodness, you can't have a headache. That's what aspirin is for.
Okay.
That's what Tylenol is.
That's good. Says CD is going to be joining them today a little bit later on. All right, around the NFL with RJ Choppy here on 105.3 The Fan. You got any others, Ralph?
I do have more.
All right.
The Raiders' next 5 games, or final 5, I should say, they're 5-7. Rams, Patriots, Steelers, San Fran, Chiefs. Will they finish above 500? They're 5-7.
No.
Those are 4 games they're going to be favored in 4 games.
No. What has this done to the McDaniels perception, though?
They've won 3 straight.
And they had some crazy losses.
They had 3 losses, but they were up by like
18
going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they lost 3 games up by 18 this year.
But I still think, they can lose to anybody.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
They lost 24-0 to the Saints.
Weird. I know. They're weird.
They're not going to beat San Francisco. They're not going to beat Kansas City. That's 2 losses right there.
They're not going to beat Kansas City. They'll beat San Francisco. It's a home game. And San Francisco got no quarterback.
They won't. San Francisco's got San Francisco's the most talented team in the NFC. So,
all right.
Okay. One more. The NFL needs an overtime system that gets rid of the tie.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sick of that.
And then you all told me they flexed the Commanders and the Giants into prime time?
Yep.
Who got bumped for that? Was that McDaniels Patriots?
It was Raiders Patriots, which seems like again, it's not the same playoff implications, but it seems like a more interesting game to me.
Wow. So Commanders Giants.
What else was played that? Like, you've got other options that week. You've got Titans Chargers you could have brought in. Ravens Browns, although they probably don't want to put Deshaun on prime time.
Yeah, and Cleveland's out of it. So you get the New York market. I guess that makes sense, but McDaniels versus Belichick, Raiders, Patriots. I'm a little bit surprised they did that and didn't keep Belichick versus the Raiders up there. New England, that other fan base, the Raiders fans, the coaches rematch against each other. So there you go. Around the NFL, overreactions or not on a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station All right, I want to see what the totals are saying on the truckwreck.com text line. If they feel better or worse about Odell getting signed very soon after what Jerry Jones had to say with us this morning and the Mavs game last night. If you missed Jerry, we'll bring you back what he had to say about Beckham after this.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford.
That was the love that the Mavs fans were showing Odell Beckham last night as he was escorted into the game by Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Mavs continue to own the Phoenix Suns. Suns Twitter not very loud, man. I was in to try to get in some fights last night on social media, calling out Suns Twitter because past couple weeks they've been trending. Oh, I thought we were done. Oh, I thought we were a bust. Oh, we're at the top of the West. And I'm like, you're still owned by the Dallas Mavericks. You're still owned by Luka Doncic. Bleacher Report came out with the cartoon version of Luka looking up at Devin Booker. It was hilarious. I love it. But Odell was right there on the sideline with Dirk sitting next to Cuban and Chandler Parsons. Delonte West was there. Max Duggan, TCU QB, enjoying his Coors Light. And the Mavs make it a great night from start to finish. They dominated this game.
Devin Booker has shot 35% or lower in 3 of his last 4 games against the Mavs.
Wow.
He is terrible against them. In fact, I think that's...
And I don't even want to hear anything about Chris Paul missing because Chris Paul is actually missing whenever they play.
Yeah.
I legit have had thoughts like he is taking money to throw these playoff games against the Mavs was how disinterested he always looks. So they've been playing well without him.
The Kardashians were in town.
They
so maybe he was off with Kim. He had to miss the game for that.
Well, they said that wasn't true, right?
I think that's what it is.
Were they in town?
Yeah, they were sitting. Jenner fam was sitting next to Odell.
No. God, I wish we get your. Look, all right, let's just get this out of the way. Reality TV show wise, this was a prerequisite. We should have made it to join Choppy and I. We are very on top of our reality TV game. Where are you with it?
There are a couple of them I've watched. I do enjoy trashy reality TV as just background noise, like if I'm doing stuff around the house.
Okay.
Smothered is my all-time favorite. It's
Smothered.
It's about overbearing like mother-in-laws.
Okay.
And follows the couples around and stuff.
But like, are you a Bravo celebrity?
I don't know what that means, so no. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's how I knew you weren't watching the reality TV amount that we were, because that is Kris Jenner's boyfriend. By implying Kardashians were there, I'm thinking Kim, I'm thinking Khloe, I'm thinking, who's that one you like I don't like? Courtney.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys can talk about that. I'll talk about the sports. And
Whoa!
then we're covered. We've got one complete show that way.
Yeah.
What a real man, Bobby Belt. All right. Jerry Jones joined us 1 hour ago.
Yes, he did. I do believe that's true.
And he answered all the Odell questions. What else do you have planned for today, Jerry, after apparently Odell went in for the medicals yesterday?
Yeah, we'll continue to meet. We had pretty extensive meetings. I did with Odell yesterday, and we spent quite a bit of time together, enjoyed every minute of it. And then we also, he spent some time with as it turns out, our entire family was there. My son, Jerry, my daughter, Charlotte, and had a good visit with him, and as well as Stephen, of course. And but we had a good session there. Then it was off to the ball game last night. We'll get back together today and see where we go from here. These things, there are a lot of variables here, a lot of things to consider. It's got to fit, and I mean that. It really does have to fit for both parties. There's no gain here if one or the other, the Cowboys or Odell, doesn't have it where it feels good after you get it done. You can't do anything that doesn't last, because this is like getting married. You're not getting together to have issues after you get together. So we've got to make sure we've covered all the things that are important to him and important to us.
He clearly loves this man. I mean that, and honestly,
I thought you were gonna say he's clearly never been married.
No, I think the you can hear the internal conflict. I think knowing that it's almost like you get the sense that Jerry knows, like, this isn't exactly the way I want it to be, but I really want it, and so I'm gonna have to just fight against my own inclinations.
So Bobby's been getting the text messages from the Cowboy reporters, and this seems to be the number one answer and reply that people are reacting to. Bobby asked Jerry, are you confident in signing a guy that you have not seen work out?
Well, I'm not confident at all. And so that's the issue. Now, we all realize that that issue of health, that issue of availability is here every time. Just this one is very obvious and very pointed toward his injury that had occurred last year in the Super Bowl. So we've got a good beat on that. We've got a great read on his career. It's not like a draft pick coming at you. You've got a lot of history here, and you take a good look at everything, not only the obvious, and that's his performance, but also any issues regarding health. So all of this, we've got to come in with our eyes wide open, and it has to be addressed, and that's when you see if you can make a deal or not.
Peyton, let's play the very beginning of that one more time with Jerry's reply.
Well, I'm not confident at all.
Bam! At all. Capital letters. Man, this is, I'm guessing, this is going to be Jerry in the room and people saying, Dad, Mr. Jones, it doesn't make sense. I know it sounds good. It's very exciting. Oh, we had started printing the jerseys off in the team store. It's just not something that we could. And then Jerry's going to have to stop it and go, we're signing him. I think that's what it's going to be. Jerry thinks about his own window. He knows they're close. And then Jerry holds out hope that Odell Beckham can play a game or two in the postseason. That's what it feels like to me right now.
This is very interesting. So
I said it. It has to be interesting.
Of course, yeah. My sense, and correct me if I'm wrong here, my sense from you is you are less optimistic about him being ready to play.
Yes.
But it seems like you come out of it still feeling like it's more likely that he heads up here because Jerry's going to just pull rank.
I'm going to put it at, let me think about my percentage as I continue to buy time by playing these cuts. This is Jerry Jones with us an hour ago here on 105.3 The Fan. Then I'm going to ask everyone for the percentages and what y'all took from it on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. I'm not going to play this audio, but Bobby, just recap it. How can the medicals lie? I asked him. Like, can you just go off the medicals? Yesterday, that's what they were doing. He's not going to work out. And then he brought up how old of a reference?
Well, that was on the other, the 32-year reference to Alonzo Highsmith, who, of course, used to play at the University of Miami.
And he was using Alonzo to answer.
Yeah, a question. Alonzo Highsmith is 57 years old, and Alonzo Highsmith has been in NFL front offices for a decade. And so that's sort of an old reference when you're talking about a guy who's in a position to make these same sorts of judgments that Jerry made about him 32 years ago.
Yeah.
But he also said that on the medical front on Can These Lie, he had said that this is something where he's like, we generally trust those things and those are reliable for us.
And then the hesitation. He was trying to figure out how to answer this. Has Odell told you he can play this year?
I would say I'm gonna kind of keep that one at bay because that's degree. It's a lot different if you played one play or if you played available for a week, and that week be the Super Bowl week than if he's available next week. And so everything in between, I would say. That's a point of the discussion. A player's own belief of where he is in becoming ready to play is real big. Now, I'll tell you this, the fact that he rehabbed last year and came back and played in the Super Bowl shows you serious mental toughness, and it shows you current or recent addressing of playing coming off of surgery. And that requires you've got to overcome natural mental feelings when you overcome playing right after a surgery. It's not just the technical repair, it's the ability to mentally come through it. The fact he's recently done that, our trainers tell us, is a plus.
He just basically said, depends on what your definition of the word is. Where he just, what's available? A play, the Super Bowl next week, everything in between. That's how, because he said consistently, got to be this year, got to be this year, got to be this year. So I think he's got to hold on to that technicality of, well, what does this year mean?
55-45, no. It's not happening. I might
You don't think it's happening?
No. I might.
You said yes 5 minutes ago you thought it was going to happen.
No, if you listen closely.
I did.
I said everyone, I'm imagining the room saying no. It would take Jerry overruling. But I think in recent history, Jerry has not overruled. That's where the story has come, that Steven has more power. Johnny Manziel's not the quarterback here because Jerry Jones didn't get his way. Paxton Lynch is not the quarterback here because Jerry Jones did not get his way. He's shown that he's listening to Steven or whoever else talks him out of these things, and I'll slightly say that happens again here, even though I don't agree it should all come down to this year or nothing.
I do think it has to come down to this year. He has to play this year because of the value of getting him for 2 postseason runs for $25 million as opposed to 1 for 20. That value is unmatched. Nobody else can offer that for in terms of the 2 guaranteed postseason runs at.
Yeah.
I got to have that. Beyond that, I do think it is something they're going to do. I think we're all forgetting, it is possible that he signed somewhere else on his own.
Sure.
It doesn't just come down to does Jerry want him or not.
Right.
A lot of guys sign elsewhere because of various situations.
Yeah. Do we all have confidence that the Cowboys will offer the most money? I don't.
I don't have confidence they'll offer the most money. They also don't offer the best chance to win a championship. Buffalo does.
True.
But again, the argument there would be you got to go through Kansas City. You've got a more difficult path.
We have an easier road.
And then it's one game. And like you said earlier, all Jerry's got to sell them on is one play.
Yeah,
one play, one game.
He doesn't have to sell anyone.
No,
he's the owner. He can just say, "I'm doing it."
He does, but if you're to your point, if you think he's not that guy to just say I'm pulling rank anymore and he needs someone on his side, that's his pitch. Here's the thing. I think he is in love with the idea of this can be my Charles Haley move that I can make on my own that got us a title. It was a move I made.
Yeah.
And I think that's alluring. Now, he very well could. I would put it right now at 60-40.
But you're lowering the percentage from last week or 2 weeks.
Yes, because they clearly are not, like we said, he sounds like there are more ifs today than they had last week.
Yeah, he sounds like he's still damaged goods.
So I think they must have been at least a little, I don't even want to say concerned. I think they must be a little, given a little more pause based off of what they may have learned yesterday. Or the
medical staff, look, they're clearly concerned.
They have to be.
They're clearly concerned. You can hear it. You can hear it in Jerry's voice. You can hear it in his tone. Is he just willing to overlook it? To say, hey, all I need is a flicker. I need 2 or 3 flickers at the right time in order for me to get my ring without Jimmy. So that was Jerry. Truckwreck.com text line. In, out, pessimistic, Twitch. You seeing anything from?
I don't have Twitch up right now. I do see the fan text. You got 214 says 95% Jerry's playing poker. He has his face on. He's working numbers. Odell jersey is under his desk. So
okay, so maybe he's saying, gotta make sense. I don't know. Trying to publicly make the price go down.
Make it look like there's some pause that actually isn't there.
Yeah. And now the other thing you gotta look at too is and this is brought by the fan text. If you can't help us this year, I hope we pass. There's good wide receiver options for next year. What is that? How does that weigh into it? If there's going to be good wide receivers out there that are not coming off ACL injury, a second ACL injury, do they say, hey, look, we can just go down that road?
Have y'all been thinking about saying what's up to the KMC Masterpiece? You can stop by today. They're doing their show at the Diamond Factory. So you can stop by their show. The location is right here in Dallas. And let me get you the exact address. It's 13719 Omega Road. Diamond Factory, Omega Road. And we'll crosstalk with the fellas. Has Bassick made it back from New York and all the plane delays? We'll find out next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is a Stephen Gil.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and the fellas are out on the road. Good morning, Corey Majors. Where are you?
Guys, we're out today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mike, are you
does that help?
Are you going to be on the Zoom today, Mike?
Probably not.
All right. These are good friends of ours, and we're really excited to be here today. Kevin,
Diamond Factory, baby.
what is the what's the real reason we're here today? To celebrate diamonds?
Yes, and
to frost yourself.
They have diamond cutters here, but I assume they don't mean the old wrestling move.
That would be
so
awesome.
I don't think we should go around
We
doing
can
that.
always get Diamond Dallas Page
And do
on if
yoga
you want.
together. Yeah.
I do support that. But yeah, we're out here at the Diamond Factory off of Omega if you want to come see us, or if you've been procrastinating and it's time to pop the question to that special someone, or you're in the doghouse and you need to pick it up for a Christmas present. Any of those are viable options. Come out and see us.
Mike, thanks to your Twitter account, you have given me all my crosstalk prep 13 hours ago. 13 hours ago. Flight got canceled from Jersey to DFW, rerouted to Charlotte 3 hours later, then to DFW. We were supposed to be home at 5 p.m. It is past 5 p.m. An hour later, I don't want OBJ in Dallas. Hot take. Get your hot takes here. Then we move on to car battery completely dead. Yes, December 5th sucks. That was all yesterday?
Yeah, it was a great day, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
We got to come up with better technology. I'm sure there. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sure there's something there.
Who has to come up with this technology?
We, the royal we.
Whoever's got your remote equipment right now.
Someone needs to come up with better technology.
Oh my gosh.
He's joking.
That is rude.
Engineer shot.
No, that's not an engineer shot. That's an equipment shot.
I always say it's the ghost of Ted
Are
Nichols.
we on
Payne.
major delay?
No, you're good.
Are we on mate? Okay. What do you want me to talk about?
Bobby,
I see what you did there.
Bobby, get ready to turn off your mic. This is already annoying enough.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
need Bobby adding to it. We need better technology for people to warn us that the car battery is going. That's done. Versus just realizing it and being
that's
screwed.
fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
There you go. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so yesterday was just a tough day. I'm glad I didn't get on a plane that was broken. It did fly from Dallas to New Jersey, and then when I got to New Jersey, they decided this plane can't go anymore. Which I'm glad that they didn't say, well, let's just try it and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
they do
glad
that.
they didn't get on that one.
I don't think they
But
do that.
when you do have to reroute, I don't know, 200 people. I don't know how many people are on a flight. It feels like that many on like a 737. That takes some time, and, you know, it matters who you are in the situation. And when you get a great price on tickets, that means you get kind of the, hey, we're not going to throw you back on a flight from New Jersey to Dallas. You're going to have to kind of wait a while, and, you know, you're not a premium member here, and you're not first class. Because the people in front of us were first class, and like, yeah, we got you on a flight. We'll get you great seats and everything like that. And they're like, oh, man, you paid $961 for 5 tickets? Guess what you're going to get here? You're going to get the 4-hour delay, and we're going to throw you to Charlotte, and then Charlotte to Dallas, and you'll eventually get home. And we did. We got home. So, and the person was really nice. They weren't not nice. They were nice in New Jersey. But then getting back to the airport and having your car completely dead, that just put the cherry on top of a long day of travel.
Did you get someone to jump you, or?
Yeah, we were at the parking spot, South parking spot. Nice place. And, I mean, I get that they're probably people's car die all the time, probably.
Yeah.
But, you know, it takes a little bit of time for them to get over and get your car jumped. But they did jump the car, and we got home at approximately 11:35 p.m. So everybody's a little bit tired in the Dallas household. But dream come true. Always wanted to take the family to New York for Christmas, and this was really the last time we could ever do it, and got it done.
Awesome. Corey, Kevin, were either of you able to catch Jerry, and has your opinion changed strongly one way or another about Odell Beckham?
I definitely listened, and it definitely changed. I think I was in line mostly with what you guys were saying. I think the number one thing that stood out to me is when he said, regardless of whether we sign him or not, it's not a failure. And that just felt like kind of setting the stage for, hey, maybe it doesn't happen. And then I felt the same way as you guys in terms of like the discussion about it needs to be this year. We need him for this year. And I do think I lowered my expectations based off of y'all's interview with him.
Yeah, do you feel like you felt like the number was too far away from what they wanted to do then, and that's where they're like, okay, that's the sticking point for us. Or
I think it was the medicals. Yeah, I think it was the medicals and not being as sure about how much he can contribute this year. Like, I have no doubt that he can like recover and do things next year and like rock on, but that's not really what the team is looking for right now. That was just my assumption based off the discussion that y'all had this morning, is that maybe the medicals did not come in as top notch as they were hoping for.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit. Maybe they're throwing in some misdirection to kind of navigate this through the media a little bit, to kind of play the game of leverage, because Jerry Jones is pretty good at making sure that he utilizes the media the way he likes to, and he loves. Are you
saying Sean or RJ got used as Bobby?
No, not used. Like they were working together on this. But he likes the he's a deal junkie, dude.
Yeah.
Like, there are people out there who are deal junkies. They get into the mix. They love the art of negotiation and the fun that goes along with it. And I think that might be something that he's dealing with at the moment, or maybe, like you said, the medicals didn't check out the way they wanted. We're never going to get the guy.
Other thing we haven't talked about too much. Like, I know we all fall into the history of Jerry, brilliant businessman. I feel like they've lost recent Cowboy deals. Him and Steven, they've come out on the losing end.
Or have they tried, Sean? Have they tried?
They lost. They lost Zeke. They lost the Dak one by waiting.
Oh, okay. I see.
Hold on.
What?
Just a second. Are you insinuating that just because Zeke had 2 more years under contract and he could have been franchised for 2 more years, and so they could have ended his career if he didn't sign, that we lost that deal? Are you also insinuating that Dak said, I want $32 million? We got off to an awful start and he got hurt, and they said, let me give you 40, that we're not good at negotiating? Is that what you're saying?
Jalen Smith, they lost that. They gave him a second contract. Randy Gregory, they were going to offer him.
They're terrible at negotiating.
They were going to offer him 14, 15.
We're terrible.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
Let me ask you this. Would you go to
absolutely being.
Would you go to a class that Jerry Jones was teaching on negotiations based on what you know about his contracts he's given out recently?
Yes, I would, because I know I'd get in for free because they're bad at negotiating.
That's a really interesting question. Of course I would go because I have a man crush on Jerry, but...
would you go to Steven's negotiating class?
Well, Steven gave the contracts.
I think Steven is more practical. Yeah.
I mean, he's the one who... He signed off on... I blame him first before Jerry when it comes to Jalen and Zeke and Dak and waiting and all that. He's the one who's in charge of the contracts.
Steven is, you know what, we got to make sure we get our groceries. We got to make sure we pay our gas bill. We got to make sure that the mortgage payment gets done. But Steven's never, you know what, I want to splurge on this box of optic whatever. You know, like he never wants to splurge for anything. So it's not fun. You know, like, I like Steven and everything, but it's just not fun. Go do something fun. Let's have some fun here.
So, Mike, why did
Sean, can I ask you? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask why you tweeted you didn't want him.
Okay, so, and I know there's history of a lot of different receivers, but I look at Des Bryant. I look at last night, I did like on American that I could watch Monday Night Football, is I look at Julio Jones. Julio Jones, at age 31, it looks like, 68 catches, 771 yards. At age 32, 48 catches, 434 yards. And now at age 33, it looks like he has 17 catches for 246 yards. So 51, 31. Those were, by the way, targets. I messed up. 51, 31, and 17, 771, 434, 246. Now, the year before, he had 1,394 receiving yards and 99 receptions. Why is Odell Beckham, with all of his injury history, going to be the guy at age 30, 31, 32? Des Bryant couldn't. Julio Jones couldn't. These are guys that have dealt with injuries from their kind of mid to late 20s, and then all of a sudden they hit 30, 31. You're like, dude, they're not the same player anymore. Why is Odell Beckham Jr. going to be different than Julio Jones or different from Des Bryant?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you got to look at what kind of injuries they were, though. Dez was an Achilles, and those can kill your career at 30. I think a lot of people feel like Julio never recovered from the foot fracture.
I do think, go look at this. Bigger bodied guys like that fall off quicker. Like the Allen Robinson, the jump ball guy. What's he done? The smaller route runner types seem to last.
Like Antonio Brown?
He lasted.
He would have been fine if he didn't go crazy.
I mean, it kind of depends on obviously luck, but also like work ethic and other things. I mean, like Terrell Owens was still putting up 1,000-yard seasons at 35.
He was a freak.
And so
he was a freak.
Yeah, and like so. I mean, that's a natural risk you're taking in and of itself, is just taking on any receiver at 30.
KMC is back together again on the road today. Go by, get some jewelry, and say what's up to them at the Diamond Factory. We're back tomorrow morning with the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Power rankings as well. KMC is next on The Fan.
You can wait. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And today we are live at the Diamond Factory off of Omega. If you want to come see us, or for a variety of reasons, if you want to come see the awesome diamond cutting process, if you're looking at getting a Christmas gift, or you've been thinking about popping the question and you know now is the time, all viable reasons to come see us at the Diamond Factory. We've got Joey back holding the board down, me, Kevin Hagelin, got Corey Majors to my right, and the returning Mike Bassick to the left.
And I'm on Zoom.
That is the biggest miracle of the day.
Zoom updated, and I remembered my password I took 3 guesses, and my third guess was right on my password for my computer.
I'm going to tell you something. Far bigger miracle than Mike being here today is him remembering his password.
He nailed it on his third try, dude.
Yeah.
That's when it locks you out.
I'm saying last time when we were at RJ Duke's he was like, I don't know what the hell my password is. And he was looking at me, and I was like, I don't know what your password is.
Supposed to know?
And we didn't get you on Zoom. Today, you are on Zoom. I want to talk a little bit about Mavs Suns, of course. But first, let's take a step a couple days sooner. Tell us about being at Madison Square Garden. I know you've been there before. I have never been there before, and it is the most well-known arena in the world.
So my kids were like, I can't believe how small it is, because it is 2/3 the size of the AAC, to give you an idea.
Like the feeling inside?
No, it's small. Like if you're in the upper deck, that's like being in the Lexus level.
Wow. Okay.
So that ends it. Like there's really no upper deck at Madison Square Garden. So
I think that about Fenway too.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way? Yes.
Yeah. So just like Fenway, you go to an older park or an older arena, and you're like, wow. Now my knees were touching the other seat, just to give you an idea.
Okay.
So at like the American Airlines Center, hey, yes, they pack in the crowd too. It's not like you have ample room sitting at the American Airlines Center either, but my knees aren't touching the seat in front of me. It just gives you an idea on how old the arena is and how small the seats are and how close the rows are. So they stack the seats a lot closer, but at the same time, my son was also saying, oh my gosh, the roof is so close to you think of American Airlines Center and how high the roof, and it's how low the roof is here.
That's the same thing at Cameron Indoor. Is if you're sitting in the top seat, you 100% can touch the roof.
Well, remember when we were at the press box at Old Texas Stadium? We used to be able to touch the roof there, but that was really high up.
All right, so you won't believe this. 3 people came up to me.
No
what?
way.
And said,
no way.
Mike Bassick?
Oh, wow.
I'm a Tolo.
Okay, I wasn't.
Hey, I remember you from the Mets.
See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. And they were going to be like, "Hey, I remember that one." Sorry, and you're like, "Sorry."
I did talk to the usher, and he was like good friends with Jay Horwitz, who is the John Blake of the New York Mets, and we took a picture, and he sent it to Jay Horwitz. So there was that. There was a little bit of a Mets connection. Leslie McCaslin came up and said hello to me. She was the sideline reporter for the game for Bally Sports Southwest. So it was really cool. But 3 people literally came up to me that were there because they're Mavs fans that were in New York. One I know was for vacation. One I think said they live there but listened to us on the app, which was great. And then the other one I believe also was from the Metroplex, who was visiting New York for the holidays. That being said, right, 3 Mavs fans, 20 to 25% of the audience was in pretty much, I say Mavs gear, but pretty much in Luka gear.
Okay.
And so I'm talking to my buddy who we've had on the show before, who covers the Knicks through his podcast, and he said, here's the deal. The 3 highest price tickets for a Knicks the last few years have been Lakers #1, which will usually always be, he said, Golden State #2, and then he said #3 now is the Dallas Mavericks. Because I was like, hey, how come these tickets are 2 times the price of the Milwaukee game that's happening on Thursday? And he said, because Giannis doesn't draw the eyes here in New York that Luka does. And so when the Mavs went on the run in the third quarter, there were a lot of cheers for the Mavs. There was MVP chants, and you could hear them throughout the Madison Square Garden. And it was just interesting to me. I think for Mavs fans that are local here, it's interesting that you hear in New York, the Mavs, because of one player, are a high-priced ticket because they want to see Luka Doncic play, and a lot of Mavs fans in the building.
I have to admit, I'm surprised by the Giannis comparison. I'm not surprised that he's
Yeah.
a draw whatsoever. I'm surprised that he would be so much of a bigger draw
Yeah.
than Giannis.
Yeah, but that's what he told me because, like, God, this ticket here is $75 for Thursday night, but for Saturday day game, it's $150.
All right, so in the span of 2.5 days, how much did your opinion change? Because at halftime,
Yes.
I believe, of the
Yes.
Knicks game, you were like, who are we drafting in the top 10?
Horrible. My son's looking, and I was like, do you know how hard it is to shoot 25% when you've taken 40 shots in an NBA game? And we're looking at each other going, we should be down by 25 points right now. How we're only down, I say how the Mavericks are only down approximately 10 points in this game when they're 11 for 41 from the field was amazing.
Yeah.
And then the third quarter explosion happened. And Tim Hardaway Jr. got hot, and he stayed hot, right? He stayed hot last night,
He
too.
won you that game. I mean, like, I get, like, putting aside,
Right.
like, Luka won you that game. But, like, Tim Hardaway Jr. has helped you win these last 2 games.
I've compared him to Joey Gallo, and people are like, you don't understand. I'm like, no. Look, we're on the Joey Gallo streak right now.
Yeah.
When Tim Hardaway
Ride
Jr.
it.
gets hot,
Ride
you
it.
ride it. He's going to get cold again. He's not going to stay this hot. And when he gets cold, he's freezing ass cold. But he right now
You agree with
is
that, Corey?
hot.
Yes.
And when Tim Hardaway Jr. is hot, just like Joey Gallo, you ride it for it's usually a couple weeks. And then you start regressing back to, okay, he's a little bit cold. He won't be as cold as he was throughout the whole season. But he's a Joey Gallo type basketball player. But it was super fun. The third quarter was amazing. The Knicks fans were booing the crap. By the end of the third quarter, it was all boos and people cussing and swearing at RJ Barrett, like calling him fat ass and everything.
Oh,
It was
my
great.
gosh.
So,
Oh, man.
So you follow that up with a dominating victory over Phoenix, although, and you were far from the only one. I saw multiple people were like, can the Mavs blow this lead like in the third and going into the fourth quarter? Because obviously not a lot, but Phoenix picked up some traction in the second half, and the concern was how it would carry over into the fourth quarter. At what point did you feel comfortable that this was going to be a win?
last night?
Yeah.
5 minutes left in the game. And I'm not kidding. I've seen
No,
the
I
LA
believe you.
Right, the LA Clippers. Weren't we up by 30 against the Clippers? And,
Yeah.
and it got to be a tie game, or not even been losing at some point. And we saw opening night against Phoenix. You were up by 15
Yes.
points with, 6 minutes to go or
That
so,
one
and
was
you lost
really
that
bad.
game. So, yeah, I do not feel comfortable with the Mavs winning a game this season until you get to maybe under 5 minutes and you're up by 20. At that point, up by 20, under 5 minutes, I feel confident the Mavs can hold on to that lead.
Man, I guess that's another question is when will that change this year? Will you
I
ever have
don't
a
think
moment where
so.
you're like, you know what? I forgot about the time that they've given up this many points.
I just speak for me. I don't think so. I feel like that will be in the back of my head. And it's the same thing it's hard to break sports narratives, right? Like if we go into the divisional round, like making the comparison to football, if you go into the divisional round against Minnesota and you're favored by whatever, part of me is still going to be like, I don't know. I remember that one game against Minnesota. What was it, 2009? And we got destroyed in the divisional round. And, it's going to be hard for me to break out of that. So all year, I don't think I'm going to move away from, yeah, but the Mavs could blow it.
You're carrying a 13-year grudge here, is what you're saying.
Oh, sure.
You're
You met me?
the Mavs
That
from
shouldn't be surprised to you.
2009 are
Yeah.
still the Mavs from
No,
2000.
but I mean, it's hard to break those narratives,
Yeah.
and the Mavs have coughed up a bunch of leads.
So when are we going to get to
You want to talk about Josh Green, or do you want to talk about Hardy?
Well, you know what? Before we get to the Hardy party.
Okay.
The Josh Green thing.
Oh, I know you. I knew 2 minutes, 10 points. I knew we were going to do this. But
So Josh Green, though, we know he's going to play.
Yes.
I don't know if Jaden Hardy's really going to get to play this year. I know Jason Kidd talked about it. But for Josh Green, this is very important because as much as we want and think that Reggie Bullock's going to break out of this thing, the longer it goes, the more you start going, is he going to break out of this thing? And if he's not, then he has to become a 10-minute-a-guy night for
Yeah.
you, and Josh Green has to pick up the
Yeah.
slack there. And obviously, and even last night, great game from the Mavs. Glad they blew out a team on a back-to-back that had some guys that were sitting out. But Dorian Finney-Smith's off to a pretty slow start, too, this year.
Yeah.
And that hasn't changed the last couple games. I believe he got 3 points last night. So Josh Green starting to impact this team more and more and more is great. And I'm glad we're talking about it because I did see somebody on Twitter, when are you going to talk about Josh Green and how he's really improved? And I was like, Well, we did.
I feel like we have
Nico Harrison on
Yeah.
last week, and I asked the question about Josh Green and the impact that he's having. So we did ask the general manager in a positive way about Josh Green on Wednesday.
Go ahead.
Have you seen this this quote from Jason Kidd about him getting paid? And
I did not love that quote.
and
I did.
He was like, look, I told you that Jalen Brunson was going to get paid. I'm telling you right now that Josh Green is going to get paid. And this is a guy that's saying, I know talent.
Yeah.
I don't want to go ahead and lock this guy up now. Are y'all comfortable with that, or is it still like we've only seen
I
too
don't
little?
think you can today. I think because he's only in his third year, I believe, and he was a first-round pick. I believe you have to wait till the end of this season before you can offer like an extension.
Which I would support more because I did not love that comparison either because I felt like Jalen Brunson had done way more at the point that we were like, well, somebody will pay him something.
Let me. I'll take another side.
Not the max,
No.
the 4 for 56.
Jalen Brunson went to Villanova for 4 years. So when he came out of college, he was 22. And Josh Green came out of college at 19/20 after 1 year. So I think what maybe Jason Kidd is saying is look, and you're looking at it going, well, he's a little bit younger.
Yeah.
And then Jalen Brunson we do forget this, and I'm not letting the Mavericks off the hook here. He stunk against the Clippers in the playoffs the year before. Nicholas Batum made him a guy who averaged 2 points and 1 assist pretty much.
did.
Like it was bad. And so I look at Josh Green, and we don't know, like he struggled last year in the playoffs, right? I mean, that was a big jump for him in his second year to play in playoff basketball, especially on the road. But we're seeing very positive signs from Josh Green. But I would love to put him on a Dorian Finney-Smith extension at the end of the year. 4 years, $60 million, something like that. I would love to be like, and next year you'd still have him cheap. He'd still be on his rookie deal. And so you'd have him locked in for 5 more years. That makes a lot of sense to me. I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying $20 million a year, but if you can give him like around $15 million a year, go, look, we're going to take the chance that he keeps improving and keeps getting better.
So you're afraid that Jason Kidd just upped the market by talking.
I don't like that comparison at all. I was like, whoa.
He's a player's coach. He always has been.
Yeah, give me somebody lower just a little bit. All right, I'm going to get to the Hardy Party, but just somebody asked this question and said, what's wrong with Reggie Bullock? I feel like we talked about this a lot, but I wanted to set expectations. So I went back and checked the game logs last year. People forget, Reggie Bullock was awful last year for the first part of the season. So much so that we were talking about what a waste of contract that was. And if you don't believe me, in the month of October, 6.5 points a game, 31% from 3. December, 5.2 points per game, 25% field goal from 3. 6.7%, 31% in January. Like, it took a while for him to get going and really heat up. And actually, that was December. Sorry, I was off by a month there. But it took until January for him to get going. And that's been a pattern throughout his career. So I'm worried. Everybody's worried. But this is what we saw last year. And we're just hoping that it kicks in January.
From my Knicks buddy, this is what he did with the Knicks, too. He was a slow starter with the Knicks and then really came on as the season progressed. Now, Hardy Party real quick.
Let's do it.
I'm wondering this, and I guess now it's long enough ago that people might not even remember this person. You guys both remember Marquise Daniels, right?
Of course.
So his rookie year, now he was a second-round pick, he was an undrafted guy, but he was a guy that played his 4 years in college. Let me give you the last 10 games of the season for Marquise Daniels going into the playoffs. After doing almost absolutely nothing all season, 31 points, 20 points, 17 points, 16 points, 11, 16, 12, 33, 21, 30, 21.
Wow.
That was to end the season his rookie year. I'm wondering, because I know we're almost out of time here, I'm wondering if Hardy's going to struggle to get minutes. But I do believe he has, I'm hoping, better than Marquise Daniels' career. But I'm wondering if you all of a sudden, you have to throw him in there for 30 minutes if he could all of a sudden be a guy who could get you 20 points a night. That's a lot to ask his rookie year.
This quote is optimistic because, listen, Jason Kidd said Jaden Hardy deserves more playing time, and I know you're like, yeah. But listen to the next part. There's a balancing act here of now and the future. Nothing against Rick Carlisle or Josh Green, but you want them to have minutes their rookie year. We have to find minutes, and we will. So he was referencing, he was like, That's why it's taken Josh Green so long to get to where he is, because they didn't do that. He was like, we want to avoid that with Hardy, and I think they will.
Are you sure? Because when we talked to Nico Harrison, he told us that Hardy's about ready to play, and in Detroit he didn't play.
It took a minute.
Play. And then last night he didn't play. Like, he played the last 2 minutes
I
of the
know.
blowout. So I hear what he's saying. And then the other thing, too, I'm going to defend Rick Carlisle here. You know, his rookie point guard last night had 33 points and 13 assists. You know, the other rookie for him is averaging 20 points and 4 rebounds a game, who was their first. So I know that we like blaming Rick Carlisle for Dennis Smith Jr. or Mo Ager or Justin Anderson or all our crap picks that we had under him. But, like, literally he went to Indiana, and it looks like they got 2 nice players, and then they traded for Tyrese Halliburton, who's probably going to be an all-star this year in his 3rd year in the NBA. So I know we like blaming Rick Carlisle for all the young guy mistreatment, but it seems like he's treating them very well in Indiana. And right now, after Nico said, you watch, Hardy's about to play, he went 3 games after that interview and hasn't played.
I think it will be more like the 10 minutes in his rotation. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live out at the Diamond Factory off of Omega. If you want to come see us, holiday hours are from 10 to 7, and there's a happy hour every day from 3 to 7. But your happy hour today can be with us from 10 to 2. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Friday morning.
to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mickey Spagnola coming up in just 1 second. But I wanted to remind everybody, if you are interested, 877-881-1053. This is not a giveaway, but we are raising money for the Sandlot charity. If you want to bid on our bay for this weekend, we can now reveal that Taylor Hearn from the Texas Rangers, and you know I am unreasonably excited about the other one, Brad Leland, a.k.a. Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights, are going to be...
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Are you unreasonably excited as well?
Heck yeah.
Yes!
He's a great booster.
So Taylor Hearn and Brad Leland, a.k.a. Buddy Garrity, are going to be in our bay. The opening bid is $1,000. If you would like to participate, it gets you access to all of the great food. All of the celebrities are going to be out there at the Bowling for Soup concert, and you get to hang out with us, Buddy Garrity, Taylor Hearn, my baby, the KNC Masterpiece. It's going to be a big old time. So if you are interested in bidding to a charitable cause and hanging out with us on Sunday, the number to call...
Any chance his daughter, Lila Garrity, will be there?
I don't believe that is his daughter in real life. The number is 877-881-1053. And now...
He was in the movie and the TV show?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our very own Buddy Garrity, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
That's pretty funny. That's a good one.
Yeah. Do you think you could have been a successful booster moving into shaking things?
A booster. As in
like
what would I be
before the
boosting?
days of the NIL.
Oh, I see.
I mean, look,
Missouri football. Yeah.
I gave him enough money when I went to school.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So
that sounds like Mike whenever Mike was like, I don't need to buy my parents a new house. They already have a house.
Yeah. I think about that all the time when you get the donation. It's like, hey, you came to school here. And I'm like, you got a lot of my money then. All right. So when we talked with Steven yesterday, is Tyron Smith, the practice window is going to be opening. Is he going to already practice on Wednesday, or what's the buzz that you're hearing?
Yeah, I think if they're opening the window, he's going to practice, but they're not going to be in pads. And I think McCarthy made a point of saying, he needs to get in a couple padded practices before he plays. Well, you don't get more than one a week. So if he means a couple, that's two, and it would take 2 more weeks to get in 2 padded practices. Since they're not going to be in pads this week. So maybe Christmas Eve, maybe, after that. I just don't think it's going to be real soon, if indeed they follow that plan.
All right, then what's going to happen first? Tyron Smith plays, or Odell Beckham Jr. plays?
I would imagine Tyron Smith.
Okay, all right.
And you didn't say for who, though, did you?
That's very interesting.
That is a good point. Have you changed your perspective at all? Because I have to admit, I have a little. As it sounds more and more, we're like, maybe.
No, I think it reinforced my perspective. That there's being reasonable about this. Not knowing precisely when he's ready to play. And if it's for this year, is it for next year? The other thing it also comes down to, Jerry always uses this example, is what I give one player, can I get 2 or 3 players for that money? And so how many players would this contract cost them? And I would think, realistically, they have to structure the contract with a per-game roster bonus. Like, you play this game, you make this much money. You play 3 games, you make this much money, right? Per-game bonus. to cover yourself. I just don't see them being desperate enough to give him some huge signing bonus, not knowing when he's going to play and how well he might play. I think it's it's somewhat of an unknown at this point because he's not going to work out, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, they meet again today, and we'll see what goes on from there. What is when it comes to Kelvin Joseph, what is it that you think that their expectation is of him at this point?
Well, I would imagine they, kind of are hoping that he plays to that second-round draft choice, what they thought of his talent. And they are probably hoping they are right about their projection when they used a second-round pick for him. It's one thing to play well on special teams. Now, okay, go out there and show me you can cover. Because he hasn't played that much football, right?
In college or the pros.
Yeah,
totally.
That's what I meant. Yeah. I mean, he didn't play a full season at Kentucky. And then he, comes out early. He didn't play that much cornerback at LSU, sat out a year. It's kind of an unknown right now. Now, I thought it was encouraging that after he got beat for the touchdown, he came back later and made a play. And I think when you see him out there, he's got the speed. And one of the reasons why I think he's played well on special teams, especially as a gunner, that he does have that speed. And I think we saw it at times in training camp. Like, okay, he's beat, but he's got catch-up speed to get there and make a play. So now it's just a matter of, playing corner. And I'm guessing he's the
Gaining
first man up.
Kevin, is kind of where I'm at on this.
Do what now?
Yeah, for sure.
Gaining confidence, I think, is for sure what he needs, and reps and time, I think, will help out.
Yeah, but it's hard to get on the field training when you're in a division race for to win it. So you got to
Mickey, I heard today Jerry Jones. Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry.
We must have a
Jerry
really
Jones
bad
today
delay
say
here
these
today.
Yeah, we have a delay.
It's okay.
Sorry.
We'll get it.
But I heard Jerry Jones say that this is the best Cowboys safety group he's ever had. And I thought, better than James Washington and Thomas Everett and Darren Woodson and Brock Marion?
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts on
Yeah,
the
I
safety
don't
group.
I don't know if it's that good. Because those guys were really good, right? But this one might be maybe a little more versatile, that each guy can do more things. Those guys were kind of pigeonholed into this, or this, right? Except for Woody. He could do everything that you asked. But I think, these guys were pretty good in the game, this past game. If you look at, the tackles, Donovan Wilson with 8, Curse with 7, Wilson with the sack, tackle for a loss, quarterback hit. They get some passes defense from those guys, so they were pretty good in this game. It's one of the better groups they have. I think you would have to go back to those early 90s to find a better group of guys than they had back then.
Now, the Jones family talks about it a lot. I was curious about all of the National Medal of Honor people coming up around the Star, being at the game. Do you ever get the opportunity to talk with any of these people? Because I know they end up at training camp sometimes as well, and how much does that seem to kind of perk up the organization?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty proud thing. They are of that group. No, I've never had the opportunity to talk with any of those guys. But if you, the museum that they're putting together out by the ballpark, I mean, it's coming along. The fences are up and they're starting the construction. So this will be, I would think, a really cool thing to add to the what do they call it? The entertainment complex out there in Arlington. I think it'd be another destination place for people to check out. I know I would love to do that too.
Well, we appreciate it very much, good sir. We will pick up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, will do. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, Joey, if you can fire off cut number 9, I would appreciate that.
McConkey in motion left. In the shotgun, Bennett takes the snap, throws it over the middle. Big O touchdown! Simple as that. He just squeezed that ball with those 2 massive hands right in front of the uprights. And that's 6 more for the Dogs. Big old touchdown!
I love that.
That is your favorite call ever. Now, that's from Stetson Bennett right there, the quarterback for Georgia. One of the 4 finalists for the Heisman is Georgia's quarterback Stetson Bennett. He is in the playoffs. TCU's quarterback Maxaw Duggan, which is what I think we're going to go with.
Maxaw Duggan. Huh?
He is in the playoff. Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud, he is in the playoff as well. And then USC quarterback Caleb Williams, the only one not in the playoff and the overwhelming favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. I think
he looked like a bum in that game against Utah, though.
I mean, I think his offensive line played like a bum, but I still think
you see him out there gimping around.
You don't care about that for Herbert.
Yeah. Yeah, always taking shots at Herbert.
Yeah, well, Herbie. I mean,
I guess they do have something in common. Neither one of them can make the playoffs.
Oh,
so I guess that's
fired.
I guess that's a good point. But yeah, I still think Caleb Williams is going to win the Heisman. I feel like Maxaw Duggan is probably going to finish second, but your Heisman finalists are set, so congratulations. TCU's quarterback makes the cut right there. We're the Canes.
What did you think of wrestling last night?
Oh, they wrestled.
I actually did not get a chance to catch up with wrestling last night because I ended up watching parts of that stupid Monday Night Football game.
That was awesome.
Was it?
Tom.
Taysom Hill, hold on to
Tommy,
the ball.
terrific, Brady.
You know what? I changed my mind. Let's play Tampa Bay. I know we will annihilate them.
I think so, too. I think if the Cowboys don't win that game by double digits, I don't know how because they're horrible.
But they did
win.
They did win.
And I don't want Tom Brady having the ball. That's the only thing I don't want.
Okay.
I don't want in the playoff game up by 6 or less with Tom Brady having the ball and trying to drive. Because it doesn't matter how bad he plays. Somehow, some way, he figures out a way to win in the end.
I agree with you. If we're bad enough, because the Saints are bad, if we're bad enough to give him that opportunity, then we probably deserve to lose that game. We are the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Diamond Factory. We will be here until 2 o'clock. However, their holiday hours got them open from 10 to 7. Nice. If you want or maybe need, Corey, you know what I'm talking about, to stop on by. Coming up next, it's time for the return of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Did the Rangers sign somebody while I was in New York?
Yes, it was the biggest deal.
I have a 5.5% chance of talking about it next. Now, before I do, I want to talk about the most wonderful.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for a current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Diamond Factory. We are here from 10 to 2, but the holiday hours at the Diamond Factory are 10 to 7 with happy hour 3 to 7 every single day. So come and see us or come and see them if you can't make it by 2 off of Omega. And also, if you're interested in bidding for our Bay this weekend at Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause charity auction, the bays are all sold out unless you win via this avenue. Starting bids at $1,000. Our celebrities in our bay are us, Corey. That's just for you.
What?
But also, we will have Taylor Hearn and Brad Leland, a.k.a. Buddy Garrity from Friday Night Lights. And you know Derek Holland at one point is probably going to wander over and see us. You know that's just how it's going to be. And you get to see the Bowling for Soup concert. You get to see all the celebrities out there. It's going to be a fun time. It's always a fun time.
So a couple things here, Kevin, that I want to get into on that real quickly.
Okay, good.
Number one, the current bid is at $1,000 for our bay.
Yes! Oh, all right.
G-Bag is at $1,200.
Whoa.
And Gavin Dawson, as he likes to do, said that's right whenever we saw the list that it currently has us ranked second. He said that's right because he's trying to say that G-Bag Nation can get bigger bids on their bay than we can. And I think we can do better than that because I think there are some Tolos out there that are like, I love the company of the KNC Masterpiece.
And I do realize we've hit you guys up for money a lot in the last couple of weeks. But
yeah,
this should be the last time
for this year.
A while. All right, now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, like you said, we are at the Diamond Factory here. It's near the Galleria, 13719 Omega Road. This is really a special place. I've been here. I've bought my wife diamond earrings here. It is a great place to get a Christmas gift or an anniversary gift or, you know, whatever it is. It's a really cool place to come see us and then check out and see the diamond cutters happening right now. All right, before I get to Jacob deGrom and Justin Verlander and Trey Turner, yes, those are the major
Those
players.
things happen on our show. The last two happened on our show yesterday.
So, you know, I mean, you guys talked about
Yeah.
it. Nobody wants my opinion on this crap anyways.
facts.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I want your opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, tonight, before the Mavs game, Mavs had to travel to Denver. I'm sure they're going to play great. Teams on back-to-backs in the NBA seem to really care
you
about
think
playing
this is a scheduled loss?
Yeah, it's a scheduled loss. Okay, tonight, 7:30, you got to have MLB Network.
Okay.
Why?
The lottery.
The lottery happens tonight. So when Corey's teasing me about my tease, and the Rangers have a 5.5% chance tonight to land the #1 overall pick. Right now, the Rangers sit at the 7th overall pick. The Nationals, the Athletics, and the Pirates all have the exact same odds. So it doesn't matter if you finish with the worst record. They tried to eliminate like a whole bunch of tanking, kind of like in ML or in NBA. Like, look, we don't care if you have the worst record anymore. You're not going to get better odds having the worst record. If you have one of the 3 worst records, it's all the same odds. So it kind of, there's incentive actually to finish with the 3rd worst record.
Yeah.
But there's not incentive to finish with the worst record. It doesn't help you out too much. So
I'm calling the win right now.
the Nationals, the Athletics, and the Pirates all have a 16.5% chance of winning the lottery tonight.
Rangers are going to win.
The Reds, 13.2%. The Royals, 10%. The Tigers, 7.5%. And the Rangers, 5.5%. That's the #1 pick. The Rangers can move up.
Yeah.
The Rangers can move down. They can move up 1 spot. They can move up 6 spots. They can move down some spots. I don't believe they can move down 6. Well, I guess they could. But the odds of everybody behind them, like the Twins having a 0.9% chance, and then the Red Sox and the White Sox and the Giants all having a point.
If this was
like
the
0
Mavericks,
point something percent chance, that's probably not going to happen.
if this was the Mavericks, you'd be convinced that was going to happen,
Right.
though. But, like, how in on this are you? Because we talked about they need to make
Super
sure
in.
it's being broadcast, and I think it's a great idea that they are.
It is. It's going to be broadcast. I don't know if it's going, how long it's going to be drug out. You know, like
Yeah.
The
Okay.
NBA lottery, it's like, here's pick 14, and then
Yeah.
like 3 seconds later, but then they get to, all right, we've made it to pick 7. Let's take a 18-minute commercial break and bring you back. I don't know if they're going to try to do it like the NBA. Here's the tough part. We know the NBA draft already. It's for Victor W.
Yeah.
And then the next one, Wembanyama.
That's not how you say it, Mike.
You can say Wemby,
but I also don't know how to say it either.
And we know that Scoot Henderson's the number 2 pick. Like, we know right now, almost 8 months before the lottery, we know who's going to be the number 1 and number 2 pick unless major injury happens to those guys. So that's what does help out the NBA draft, which doesn't help out so much the MLB draft. Yeah. But let me help you out before we get to a little bit of MLB free agent news. Here is what ESPN is saying who you're hoping for.
Okay.
So if the Rangers do move up to, let's say, pick 1, 2, or 3, here are some guys to kind of follow and know. Dylan Cruz, outfielder for LSU, and Wyatt Langford, outfielder for Florida. Those seem to be right now the top 2 guys going into the high school / college season. We know a lot can change. Obviously, I almost said Kemba Walker, but that would be wrong. It would be a Vanderbilt pitcher, would be somebody that the Rangers
Kumar Rocker.
Kumar Rocker seems to be like somebody the Rangers would be very interested in.
There's a kid from Tennessee named Chase Dollander that's a right-handed pitcher.
Yes.
That's at the top of the list.
Jacob Gonzalez of Ole Miss, a shortstop. So, and name the pitcher again because he's also
Chase Dollander from Tennessee.
Yes, and the Rangers obviously have gone college pitcher the last 2 picks that have been very high. Others in the mix. Here's somebody that maybe you should think about because it's not a Vanderbilt pitcher. It's a high school outfielder, Max Clark, but he is a Vanderbilt commit.
Oh.
So we have a little bit
So we're going to be interested in that,
Walker Jenkins, outfielder, high school out of North Carolina. So those are kind of your guys that are top 6 on the board, just to give you an idea.
Max Clark is the next Jared Kalenic, according to the prospect information. That's Mariners.
He can't hit in the major leagues to save his life. All right, so anyways, the draft is tonight on MLB Network. Rangers have a 5.5% chance of getting the number 1 pick. Hopefully they move up a little bit in the draft and get a premium player out of this draft. Jacob deGrom. Here's how I found out. I'm at a place called Franklin Park, I believe, which is kind of in New York, and it's a really cool place. And I'm walking, and I hear somebody right behind me talk about deGrom not being on the Mets. And I'm with the family. I'm not on my phone. I didn't get an update.
Listening to the Get Right,
So I actually turn around to these 2 random people, and I say, what's happening with Jacob deGrom? And they say, he just signed with the Texas Rangers. Wow. And my son, 14-year-old, who cares a lot more, my 12-year-old does care, but he's like, are you serious? And they were like, good luck. With him kind of, he gets hurt all that. I'm like, well, I understand. So immediately Mets fans were playing it like, son of a gun, but why would you sign him to a 5-year contract? Like, good luck with that. And I totally get that because I'm worried about this too. I'm excited. I'm thrilled that the Rangers got Jacob deGrom. But the chances or likelihood that he makes in the 5 years 150 starts is probably pretty low.
Yeah.
That's what you signed him for. You're hoping that you get approximately 30 starts a year. More than likely, you're going to be looking at, I hope that he throws over 100 starts.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys, if I gave you an over-under in his 5 years as a Texas Ranger, 100.5, 100.5.
Under.
Over-under. You're going under, and why?
I'm taking the under because I would love it. This feels like you had to pay for that 4th and 5th year to realistically make it happen. But even peak health for 3 years gets you to 90, and then those last 2 years, I just don't know if that would be elsewhere. Or I think my over-under would be closer to like 85 to 90.
Dang, pessimistic.
I mean, but if you get that all in the idea of 3 years and he pitches great for 3 years, I think people will be fine.
Said 80, 90?
Yeah,
I'm kind of feeling that somewhere between 85 to 92. Like, that's kind of where it at best.
All right.
Because it just again, 31, 32, 32, 12, 15, 11. And I know one of those years was a weird year, and then he's 35 going into next year. Like, I love the pitcher. I just don't know if it'll last.
Wow, you guys are so pessimistic.
What do you don't think that either?
Mike said 150 games.
I
No.
do.
He said he's going to start extra
How
games.
about this? I will put my number at 110, and that would put it over. But I do think 100 starts in his 5 years is a good number to kind of guesstimate. Is he going to be over or under that amount of starts? Now, that being said, I'm going to ask you guys another.
Just real quick.
Yeah, real
if
quick.
you get 110 starts out of this,
Yeah.
I think this contract is going to be a win.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Good. So that's what I'm predicting. Now, I'm going to ask you guys another question about Jacob deGrom. Let me see where my time is at here. How are we doing? We're doing all right. We have about 30 seconds. What is the percentage that he pitches all 5 years for the Texas Rangers under this contract?
52%.
Just because of the last 2 years. Yeah.
What if? Well, I'll throw this out.
I'll take 94%.
What if the Rangers in 2024 still aren't a playoff team?
I still think that will be part of the rebuild because then you can slow the growth process of, as now it's looking like Jack Leiter is 2024.
There's
maybe
no
Kumar
chance.
Rockers.
No chance they're not a playoff team in the next couple of years.
Okay.
We'll talk about this
I hope
more.
you're
There's a
right.
lot more time to talk about the Rangers offseason. I am concerned teams that do this sometimes a year or two into spending this much money on free agents without developing their core first, then start having to sell off the pieces at a discounted rate.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are still live at the Diamond Factory. Mike will ask us all the football questions next right here on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from the Diamond Factory. Come see us off of Omega. And this is going to be an explosive segment because I asked Mike, do you not have questions? And he said, I've been thinking about questions all week, so you shut your mouth. So this is going to be a very good segment. All right, Mike, what are your football questions?
All right, so
I want to try to burn through these as fast as possible to put you through the test.
I have a zillion football questions.
I have a huge note if we run out of stuff.
Okay.
So don't worry about it.
Okay.
So first, before I ask my first football question, Jalen Hurts is impressing me quite a bit. Okay, so he keeps getting better and better and better. And
that last game was very good.
He won't stop getting better, damn it. Okay, so here's my first football question to you. Who is better right now, Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott, and why?
I think in this moment, I am going to go with Dak. I get the season for Jalen Hurts is more impressive because he didn't miss any time, but this offense has been a freaking juggernaut since Dak came back. Third down conversions, points scored, first downs achieved, yards. I am going with Dak. It is close, and Jalen Hurts continues to impress. Jalen Hurts is ahead in the MVP rankings for sure, but just in this moment, I'll take Dak.
Did you realize that Jalen Hurts has only thrown one interception since week 4?
Wow.
Like that's what this offense.
What you're saying is Dak throws a very catchable ball to
absolutely,
the
he
cornerbacks
does,
and safeties.
But and so like that is something that is hugely beneficial to this offense is that their ability to run the way that they do allows for him to have very clean games. Like Jalen Hurts can have some very clean, good-looking games because their running game works.
Are
so
you
effectively.
defecting then?
I might be, man. This is interesting. Just looking at some of these numbers, and like that was my big concern was that his accuracy would lead to more interceptions because we thought he was an inaccurate quarterback. But again, he's finding A.J. Brown wide open.
Yeah.
With nobody within 15 yards of him. He's finding Smith wide open because of the way that they scheme their offense. So at the moment, I might have to go with Hurts, but Dak is making a good case for it.
I do think it's 50-50 now. And I've been
I get that.
on as much as maybe people think, oh, you hate Dak. I've been on Dak's bandwagon as better than Jalen Hurts. And it's not like, to your point, Kevin, it's not like Dak's playing bad. Obviously, the first half wasn't his best half of the season.
I got something for you about that tomorrow for sure.
And then, obviously, the fourth quarter was just blowout city, which was great. I wonder now, as we're getting closer to the playoffs, Dak versus Hurts is – to me now, a 50-50 true good debate.
And is the concern there is you thought going into the playoffs otherwise it was going to be like
that
a discernible advantage
that I
for
thought
the
Dak
Cowboys.
would be better, but now I'm like, crap, Hurts keeps getting better, and now I'm really worried that maybe Hurts is
You worried
by
he
a
might win the
hair
MVP?
passing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they gave
What do you mean worried?
Yeah, they gave it to Lamar.
Because he has been taught. Okay, you watch. Damn, man.
All right. So
you are ready for combat today, aren't
my
you?
next football question. So the college football season is pretty much over. I know Army versus Navy is this week, but that kind of feels like a postseason game in college football. We always talk about how much more football we want. How much more regular season football do you want? Or how much are you kind of looking forward to now NFL playoffs?
I know the other day Sean asked Jerry, like, man, are you surprised? Like, does it feel like it's gone by too fast? And then here I am looking at the rest of the schedule going, man, I just want it to be done quicker because the Cowboys are playing well. Like, I don't want any extra games. But I like as much football as I can get. I love the idea of Sunday is football day, and I don't have any other responsibilities that day. I get everything done on Friday and Saturday, and then Sunday I get to relax.
Yeah, I'm fine with more football for now just because I still think you're jockeying for position, and that's become really interesting to me. Like the San Francisco-Miami game was uber interesting to me because of a variety of reasons. So I'm okay with the way it's going.
Well, then my follow-up would be, what if there were still 8 more games left in the season? Because I do think the goal of the NFL is to get to 20 regular season games. And I feel like as college football, now we know who our playoff games are and stuff like that. In the bowl game, I don't really care too much about the bowl games, but we do have our TCU versus Michigan, December 28th, which is exciting. And then I think to myself, gosh, we're not even going to be close to the end of the regular season on December 28th. And what if you had 8 more games left?
Would they try to phase out preseason in that instance? Because you know what? Jerry has said this a couple of times. And I get it. This is the spin. He goes, I view it as a 20-game season no matter what, which I feel is disingenuous because Dak's not playing all those games and everything like that. But the point was that way when they add the 18th game and just cut it down to 2 preseason games, their pitch to the NFLPA is what difference does it make? It's still 20 games. So do you think they would cut out preseason altogether then? I
do think they'd cut out preseason altogether and just play 20 regular season games. I do think that will be in our lifetime. We're going to get to 20 regular season games. But I don't think they want to add those games in August. I don't think they want to be playing football when it's 105 degrees in certain areas of the country that don't have retractable roofs. I do think they would rather
roll into March.
Yeah.
Wow.
I do think they'd rather do it that way than start it in August. I don't think they want. I think they want the football season being almost during school season. I know here we start school a lot earlier. I don't know how it goes around the country. I just wonder about, man, will 20 regular season games, how much does it dilute? And I know right now I kind of understand like 2 or 3 more regular season games I'm good with, but I am looking forward to the postseason quite a bit right now.
Do you think the players should kind of battle for more money in the playoffs then? Like, you talk about baseball, and it's kind of like it's all that the owners get to pocket a lot of that.
Right.
Should the players, if that's the case, if they add another regular season game, should they?
They'd probably just go no practice.
As long as we don't have to practice this week.
No
we're
practice
okay.
ever.
The scouts are going to go insane. They're going to be like, well, how the hell do I know what new people to put on the team? Be like, I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about
Figure it
that.
out.
All right, so Cincinnati Bengals. I'm going to throw in an opinion here and then a question. I think the Cowboys played them at the exact right time, which is amazing because they didn't even have Dak Prescott for that game. How big of a threat are the Cincinnati Bengals to winning the Super Bowl right now?
Yeah, they jumped over Miami for me this week, and I wonder if they've moved past Buffalo for some people, or because I know Buffalo bounced back up to number 1. I wonder if they moved past the Chiefs. I have lots of questions, but you see they're already, it's short, but they're proven postseason track record. If you tell me that you think Cincinnati's going back to the Super Bowl, I would not scoff at that.
Current odds right now, Kevin, have them still behind Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco, and then Cincinnati.
So third in the AFC.
Yeah, third in the AFC. Which if they're
what's the odd?
It's 11 around 1100, 1180, 1200, kind of in that range.
That's a pretty good bet right now.
I mean, that's really close to San Francisco too. Like the San Francisco's 11 to 900.
I think Cincinnati's got a better shot to win the Super Bowl than San Francisco.
All right, next question. How bad is Baltimore right now?
They suck.
They're really.
I mean, they beat Carolina 13-0 and barely beat.
Really?
Those are 2 of the worst teams in the NFL.
Really, really bad.
But they're still going to make the playoffs, right? Because of their schedule and their record right now.
I think so. Sorry, I was looking up. I know I've got a. Oh man.
Do you have a futures bet on Baltimore?
No, I had a stat about that Ravens-Broncos game. Do you want me to drop the amazing Russell Wilson stat right here? All right, so they still won the game, right?
Drop it like it's hot.
With Brett Hundley, they won that game. They beat the Broncos 10-9. Russell Wilson has more bathrooms in his house than he does touchdown passes this season.
Don't the Cowboys have one less defensive touchdown than Russell Wilson does passing touchdowns so far this year?
Sad.
I think he has 8, and the Cowboys have 7.
And he has 12 bathrooms in his house. So his house is popping, but he is awful.
Yeah,
and they
it's more
are
of flushing.
Stuck with that. But yeah, by the way, an Aaron Rodgers fact, since we talked about this a couple weeks ago, they built in something in his contract that a giant amount of his guaranteed money voids if he retires. So you know how we had talked about, like, he has to play next year. Not necessarily.
Mike, the question you asked, though, I'm looking at their schedule, Steelers, Browns, Falcons, which I think the Falcons might be able to win, and then Cincinnati, if they might need to win at the end of the season. So that might be a game where we're looking at it going,
Cincinnati. About Baltimore?
Yeah, they have to beat Baltimore to maybe win the division. But yeah, they do have a pretty easy schedule considering the Steelers aren't as good as they typically are.
They are playing god-awful right now. Like we said, Brett Hundley had to come in. And then John Harbaugh said it's possible Lamar Jackson could play this week, but very unlikely. And almost, I think he said it might be like take a miracle or something like that.
The Titans just fired their GM.
They did?
Yeah.
And they're winning their division, right?
Yeah. According to Ian
Holy
Rappaport, the Titans just fired
cow.
GM John Robinson.
Is it because A.J. Brown destroyed them?
I will continue to search for more information on this.
Wow.
That's
There you go.
interesting.
So they're going to make the playoffs and win their division, but they've lost 2 straight, and so he's out. I think Baltimore's comfortably still going to hit 10 wins, but I hear your point about they're bad.
Right now, they're at Pittsburgh, and they're 3-point dogs. The Ravens are dogs right now, 8-4 versus 5-7, and they're 3-point dogs.
Did you see the Vikings one? The Vikings are underdog to the Lions.
And that's a noon game. Kirk Cousins is okay there. I don't understand that, by the way. The Cowboys are favored by 17.
I know.
Okay, my next question. I know this is usually I try to go around the NFL and avoid a little bit of Cowboys. How bad do the Cowboys have to play for this to even be a competitive game on Sunday?
You know what? And I would not be surprised. I'm really interested.
As they did that as they played the first 3 quarters of the last game.
Yeah, and then combine that with the first quarter of the Giants game.
Yeah.
Like that's what we have to put all together. Is that line started at 14.5 points, and it already jumped up to 17. 17. I was talking to Jess about that. And she goes, oh, man, that seems like a lot for an NFL game.
The over-under is 44.5. Is that just based on the Cowboys score? Like, is the Cowboys a 44.5 over-under?
That means they're projecting it at what? About 30.5 to 13.5? And did you see, if you click on that, I told you how much the ESPN analytics love the Cowboys. By the way, they think the Cowboys are the most likely team to win the Super Bowl right now, ESPN's analytics. They've got that at 96.5 to 3.5% for the Texans to win, or something like that.
All right, so my next football question is based off of Miami losing to the third-string quarterback for San Francisco. How big of a hit, you kind of mentioned it a second ago, how big of a hit did Miami take in the jumble up of Cincinnati moves back up into the Buffalo, Kansas City, Cincinnati conversation? Can you consider Miami part of that conversation? Why or why not?
I think they are in that conversation, but I think they're decidedly now in the bottom half. Like before, if you wanted to tell me the Dolphins with Tua, who had not lost a game, that he played the whole game, were undefeated. If you told me they're on the same level as Kansas City and Buffalo, I'm here to listen to that. I don't think you can make that argument just today. They have an opportunity to get it back, but today I don't think they're in that group.
They need to figure out that they need to just not stop scoring. Like, that's their problem a lot of times is they're like, well, let our defense do that. Your defense stinks. Stop doing that. Just go out there and score 100 points if you can. Try to do that in a game because their defense isn't good enough right now.
Don't they have Byron Jones?
Yeah. Is he hurt this year? I thought he had a situation.
I don't know. I don't follow his career. It's kind of boring. I mean, he's good, but I don't want to follow, like, good cornerback's career. He's not, like, a Hall of Famer or anything.
You want a great cornerback.
It's like he's like Darryl Green or Deion Sanders.
Right.
Like, I don't even really follow Ramsey's career, except I know he talks a lot of trash and he's really good.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, Byron Jones is a good player. He's having a good career. He's never going to have to worry about money the rest of his life. But, like, I'm not following that guy's career.
Okay.
Just like I don't even know who the 49ers quarterback is, but let me ask you this 49ers question.
I can make a way so you won't forget it.
Well, make that way for me and answer, have you now written off the 49ers in the playoffs?
Okay, so the way I'm going to make sure you can remember it, just don't fill in the blanks here, is do you remember when Nick Foles came in? They called him Nick Big.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Foles?
Mm-hmm. So
Big Foles.
So Brock, what do you think George Kittle
Oh
says?
my gosh.
George Kittle.
Like you wear
Stock.
a jock.
Yeah. Let's say
because the stock market's
Brock,
going back up.
Jock Strap. What's his last name?
Purdy.
Oh, our
Yes,
boss.
yes.
Oh my
Is he
God.
related? Did Purdy have a kid?
I am not aware of their direct relation, but yeah, that's what they call him. Brock.
Stock.
Purdy, let's say.
Yeah.
And to your point, I'm not saying that the 49ers can't be in the mix somewhere, but I don't fear playing them anymore. That was the number one matchup I feared for the Cowboys, and it's not the 49ers anymore. It goes back to the Eagles.
I'm looking at it. San Francisco's a 3.5-point favorite against Tampa Bay. Just to show, Tampa Bay won last night. I have no clue how I was watching. They did. They won.
They did.
I can't
because
believe they
Taysom
won.
Hill can't hold on to the ball.
Okay. Tom Brady. Do you fear him at all come playoff time? Because most likely, most likely the Cowboys are playing Tom Brady in the playoffs the first game.
The only scenario I fear is that direct scenario you drew up is they're down 6 and he gets the ball. And then I'm going to be like, well, crap. But I don't think it's going to get to that point. He looked awful in that game. Like, I know, I heard DA's like, oh, my God, he did an amazing comeback, blah, blah, blah. If you watch the rest of the game, he looked awful.
True.
Just my thing, it's not necessarily Tom Brady as much as the Cowboys. That was their worst outing.
It really
offensively.
was. It was.
And so, like, are the Buccaneers that good defensively that they can do that again? And what if the Cowboys, what on their schedule so far have you said, well, that's the best defense, and the Cowboys just obliterated them? I don't have one, especially with Dak back.
I know that. Well, I guess I'm out of time. So what do I do?
I mean, we can just go to the next segment, and you know what, Mike?
I'm really out of questions. I do have more. It's based off of Philly and Dallas again. I was going to go back to that well.
Well, coming up next, this is a segment that I hope everyone listens to and enjoys. It's our history lesson, how the Cowboys' fourth quarter against the Colts brought us into an NFL scandal from 1925. We will discuss that next, live at the Diamond Factory right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckrack.com.
9:54 left. First down, pitch off. Left to Pollard. Wending his way through people. 20, 15, 10, 5. Pollard dancing and rocking the dog. Touchdown for the second time tonight.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This might be the segment above all others I'm most excited for today.
Did Mike just pour like hazelnut coffee? Because that smells amazing.
Yes, he said it was caramel.
Oh my gosh, it smells fantastic in here right now.
So this is the segment I'm pumped for. Is Corey and I had a dispute about the fourth quarter yesterday, and that has led me into an NFL scandal from 1925.
The Mavericks fourth quarter where we had a Hardy party?
Yes, in the last 2 minutes where he scored 10 points in 2 minutes. That was pretty incredible. No.
How many points did Devin Booker score in his 48 minutes?
Like 10, 13?
11.
Okay.
Chicken head, you know?
I do know. Thanks, Mike. All right. So the Cowboys scored 33 points in the fourth quarter against the Colts, which I said was the third most all time. Corey said was the second most of all time. And here's where the breakdown happens. Is the most ever scored is the Detroit Lions scored 34 in 2007 against the Chicago Bears.
And that's a fact. Like
yes,
that is a valid fact.
That is an accepted fact.
We both knew that answer.
Because it happened
what year?
in 2007. But then in 1925, this is where the dispute comes from.
Help me out here. The Lions did that against the Bears?
Yeah.
In 2007.
What year did the Bears go to the Super Bowl?
I think it was
06? Was it?
I think it was the year before.
With Rex Chapman Grossman?
Yes, Rex Chapman Grossman has lots of like super liberal
Blocker
political.
charge.
Yeah, so I said it was the third, and Corey said it was the second because Dallas Cowboys PR says the Chicago Cardinals scored 34 points in 1925.
It was 2006. Yes.
Okay. Sportskeeda says 33, and then Wikipedia says 32.
Okay.
So 3 different sites have 3 different numbers. And so I checked Pro Football Reference. Pro Football Reference also says 33. So they would seem to overrule the Dallas Cowboys PR staff, though I wonder if they got those directly from the NFL. And so that's the whole thing. Do you believe the NFL or Pro Football Reference? I know you might say the NFL, but Pro Football Reference also acknowledges sacks as an individual statistic, so maybe we should go with them.
And also Pro Football Reference has never covered up a concussion situation.
That is a great point. But more importantly than any of that, because you might be like, I don't care. Second, third, it was an amazing fourth quarter.
It was awesome. It was a blast.
Exactly. Fair enough. However, I started to read more about this 1925 Chicago Cardinals game, and I have now become obsessed with this.
Okay.
So in 1925, specifically December 10th, 1925, the Chicago Cardinals defeated the Milwaukee Badgers 58-0, or 59-0, depending on which numbers you were inclined to believe. And you might be like, I did not know that the Milwaukee Badgers were a football team. Also, just to show you how crazy the NFL used to be, that game was held on a Thursday. The Chicago Cardinals played again 2 days later on a Saturday.
Why would they do that to their bodies?
Well, here's the reason. The same reason
they were men.
That this game against the Milwaukee Badgers was nonsense. So the story goes.
I think you mean Wisconsin.
No, it was against the Milwaukee Badgers at the time. But you have to go back even younger for who played on that team. Because so the story goes,
Babe Ruth.
Is Chicago hired high school players to play on this Milwaukee team so that Chicago could defeat them and artificially inflate their record to win the NFL championship. All right. So you know how we have a
what?
Yes. Don't worry. If that
Who's
was
the
a
commissioner, David Stern.
It was. If that was a lot
Methuselah.
of. If that was a lot of information for you, we'll walk it through one step at a time. So there didn't used to be. Not only, obviously, not a Super Bowl, but there didn't even used to be an NFL championship. They just played out the games, and whoever had the best winning percentage, they would win the NFL championship. So the Pottsville Maroons had.
Of course, the Maroons.
Sure.
I think you mean morons.
The Pottsville Maroons had the best win-loss record in the NFL in 1925. So the story goes is that the Chicago Cardinals convinced the Milwaukee Badgers to play an extra game. The Milwaukee Badgers didn't have enough players, so the Chicago Cardinals hired a group of high school kids to go play on that team so the game could take place. Hence why Chicago scored 32, 33, 34, whatever you think the number is, in the fourth quarter to facilitate their 58-0 victory.
Wow.
And guess what? They would play again 2 days later, and they would be victorious, which led to what? Which led to the Chicago Cardinals winning the 1925 NFL championship at first. However, there is, of course, more to the story.
There's no way.
Well, there is definitely a way. So the scandal involved Art Fultz. He's the guy who hired all of the players to play.
Markel's dad.
Can you imagine if it was 1925 right now, and then they said we're going to have this thing called the playoffs?
Oh my
And
God!
we're like, what?
Why?
Well,
I don't get it.
Okay, just to show your point, just wait until you see why the story was allowed to play out like this, because it's wild. So Art Fultz did all this stuff that I talked about. A few weeks later...
I'm working at Sears right now. I can't play.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yes, actually, you're right about that. It's a few weeks later, NFL President Joseph Carr learned that high school players had been used. He told them that the 58-0 win would be stricken from the record. But guess what? The league never got around to removing it from the official records. In fact, it is still in the NFL record book to this day. They can't count stats for sacks back in the 70s, but they still count this game. But eventually, they figured out what was up, and they ordered the Milwaukee franchise, the owner, to sell within 90 days, and they barred Art Fultz for life from football. Except, of course, that is not what ended up happening. They barred him for football for life. That ban was lifted the next year because they were worried he was going to go.
Very short lifetime.
Yes, it is a very short lifetime because there was another upstart football league that was about to start to take on the NFL, and they were worried that Art Fultz would go to the new football league.
XFL, yeah.
Also,
this is how far back it goes into failing.
Yes, exactly. Also, Chris O'Brien, who ran the Cardinals, was fined $1,000. They then removed that fine because it would bankrupt the franchise.
What?
The $1,000 fine would have bankrupted the franchise, and then
That's how the Vegas Raiders are right now.
actually, that is a
We don't have any money.
That is a really great point. So they were like, and I know you're like 1925. That's a long time ago. I looked it up. They said nowadays that'd be about $17,000. So $17,000 would have bankrupted the Chicago franchise, which does make them like the Raiders because pro football was not popular right then. And that's the reason that this was so hard to figure out, is people were way more focused on college football at this time, which is why you could just set up rogue NFL games. They set this up without it even being approved at first. That's why they played on the Thursday and the Saturday and originally won the NFL championship.
Now, Kevin, my understanding is they only had 2 winning seasons after 1925, and then had a season or a 10-year stretch where they had losing seasons. They were a miserable franchise.
They were, and they were the champions, or they were not the champions, depending on who you go ahead and believe.
Mm-hmm.
So, in July of 1926, the Pottsville Maroons were given the NFL championship back. You know why?
Should.
Because they did not want to lose them to the American Football League, which was the new league that was starting up. And
it's amazing that 100 years ago, there's a lot of history to Major League Baseball, right?
Yep.
I mean, I know there's only 10 or 12 teams back then, but a lot of history. We talk about Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb and all this stuff. I don't know any of this. This all is foreign to me. And if you bring up NBA basketball, I don't even know if it existed because we're in the 75th anniversary, 75th anniversary was last year. So there literally was no professional basketball. Like, it's just like there's just no history to the NFL until you get kind of to, I don't know, when do you get the 70s?
The 70s, it feels
the 60s,
like
the Super Bowl starts NFL history for the most part.
The
for
merger.
Most of us.
They always refer to the merger.
Yeah, I feel like in the 60s with more of Lombardi, people were at least aware, and maybe in the 50s to a certain extent, but this was when it was the Wild West. So they gave the championship back to the Pottsville Maroons, and then the Chicago Cardinals were like, well, we're not going to accept it. Well, guess what? 1933, Charles Bidwell took over as the owner, and he claimed the championship belonged to them in 1925.
Like Texas A&M.
Yes. A&M is very good at claiming championships
and
that we didn't have. And no, we did start that.
Seattle.
Yeah.
And then, stop that. From the 254. And the sad thing is, if we would have just kicked our damn extra point, we could have had more points to go along with this. So you could have set the record, and maybe it wouldn't have been a disputed record. Or you could have at least tied the accepted record. But instead, the Cowboys are either, let's say, second or third, depending on what your take on history is. And this is one of the biggest and first scandals in NFL history, where they paid high school players to take a dive so a team could win the championship, which was then taken away from them. And the guy who set it up was banned for life, except he was reinstated the very next year, all because of this one scandal.
Man, was there anything spicy also into this? Was there anybody cheating on their wives or anything like that? Like one of those kind of scandals?
Roaring 20s.
Oh,
Gotta be for sure.
Yeah.
We're the KNC.
Gotta go catch that steam engine.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Probably.
Okay.
Coming up next.
Trains.
Tyreek and Devontae Adams continue to thrive. We'll talk about it in Gridiron Gravy next right here on The Fan.
Hey, guys. Are you struggling with ED?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Back to throw Tua again, looking deep downfield. And he's got Tyreek. Touchdown, Miami.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Diamond Factory, where I believe maybe Mike is looking at making some purchases, but I guess I should probably just keep that information myself. He's definitely not going to.
No, it's definitely looking at some really cool stuff here at the Diamond Factory, maybe making a purchase. But I also was going to say, if you turned your head here,
we're in PKs.
Spain just hit the post. And that's not good.
Right?
You're right.
That's not good,
that
right?
Is not good.
You don't get the rebound on penalty kicks.
Sometimes, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It either goes in or it doesn't, and it didn't. So right now, what's Mar? Morocco, I got it. I knew it. Yeah, they're up 1-0 in penalty kicks over Spain.
All right,
I know ESP means Spain.
Okay, that's.
If you throw an N on there, it's a sports station.
But how did he know? Is right now it's time to go. You love that joke, admit it.
Yeah.
Right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip with biscuits. 2-0. Morocco is up. Did we miss the dip? He kicked it right at the goalie, and the goalie jumped out of the way. The Spain goalie's scared of the ball. That's a horrible trait to have if you're a goalie, is to jump out of the way of the ball.
That's fact.
Now, if you missed Corey's news from earlier, it is that the Titans.
We missed the dip yesterday.
Went ahead. Did we?
That's the news.
I had no clue Morocco was good at soccer.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Reggie didn't do it either. So.
Dang.
Oh, my God.
Our streak ended. Our Wordle streak ended, man.
Wow.
By the way, since we're in Gridiron Gravy, after the Mavs game, I went to a sports bar, Times Square, thinking I was going to get to watch the fourth quarter of TCU and Kansas State. And maybe other football games. Every TV was on the World Cup. Not one. They had 30 televisions or whatever in there, and not one television was on football, American football. It was on football.
Makes sense.
And I was not going to ask
it's
for
the
them
world's most popular sport. So.
Oh my God, Spain missed again.
Did they really?
Oh, they got blocked. It's literally it's over.
Oh yeah, because it was a shootout. Yeah, the purest.
If I'm Morocco, I say, you know what? We don't even need to shoot. Just kick it at the goalie. He's going to jump out of the way.
All right.
How many times does the goalie stand in the same spot and doesn't move? Ha! I told you I wasn't going to move.
Wow. So, yes, I am also now getting caught up just a little bit with Morocco and Spain. But let's go across the NFL, and we just played the clip. Let's talk about some of these wide receivers that are thriving, specifically Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams. Is Tyreek Hill. He has 6 games this year with at least 125 yards receiving. He's the 4th player since the merger with at least 125 yards receiving in 6 or more games in the first 12 games of the season, joining Calvin Johnson, Josh Gordon, in case you forgot about how good he looked like he was going to be, and Julio Jones. So amazing props to Tyreek Hill for having a heck of a start to the season.
I want you to look at this real quick, Mike. This is the top 4 receivers' numbers this year.
Okay.
And
very similar.
Diggs is left off the top, out of the top, receivers in the league all the time. And I'm looking at those numbers going, Diggs is a top 3, even though Tyreek Hill has some pretty exceptional numbers too.
I'd had no idea that Devontae Adams had 12 touchdown catches.
Yeah,
this year.
he's gotten some big,
and obviously Cooper Kupp getting hurt helps those guys out because usually he would be in the conversation. And I don't know where Jamar Chase would be if he didn't have to miss some.
He's a top 3 for me if he's healthy, But this year, obviously, he wasn't healthy all season.
Man, Spain did not practice penalty kicks before the World Cup.
That was such a half-ass kick too. They deserve to miss that. And
they're 0 for 3.
I know.
I thought penalty kicks. I know. I'm not.
5.
I know, but I'm not a soccer guy. I thought they were kind of easy to score.
Yes. It is.
This
the
is
odds
impossible.
are definitely not in the goalie's favor.
Kick the ball at the goalie. He always dives one way or the other. He never doesn't move.
Just kick it to the middle.
For Las Vegas wide receiver Davante Adams, he had 8 catches for 177 yards and 2 touchdowns in the Raiders' win over the Chargers. He leads all players with 85 touchdown catches since entering the NFL in 2014, surpasses Calvin Johnson for the 5th most touchdown receptions by a player in their first 9 seasons. So that's a Hall of Famer he just passed, and he's putting together a heck of a run.
Do you think, by the way, he kicked it right at the goalie, soft? Guess what? Score.
Morocco wins.
The goalie moved. The goalie always moves.
Morocco wins, and Spain is out of the World Cup.
That's a big upset, right?
Yep, that was a pretty big upset right
Okay.
there.
So when it comes to Odell Beckham Jr., I know I'm taking it back to Odell Beckham Jr. because it seems like every Cowboy fan wants him. I know it was really cool at the Maverick game late last night when they started the OBJ chant. But when you look at some of these guys, do you think Tyreek Hill's going to be one of the few, the Larry Fitzgeralds, the Jerry Rices? There's very few wide receivers that get into their 30s, not even late 30s, but 30s, and is a premium wide receiver. Do you think Tyreek Hill will be an exception to that?
I think it's starting to look like that because he has kind of that opportunity by moving teams to sort of reinvent himself. Because Tua and Mahomes are not the same, so he's kind of changing up what he's doing. So maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know the odds are against
Choppy
him.
was like, well, littler receivers last longer. But name the 5 greatest receivers of all time, or name guys that accrued a lot of stats. They're not little guys.
Yeah.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice.
Well,
Terrell Owens.
You know, in that era, though, Mike, we weren't running out a lot of little receivers. Antoine Randall became the first, like him and Welker. That's when the era of the littler receiver became, we can use them this way.
Didn't Denver and Miami with Elway and Marino just have a whole bunch of little receivers?
I do not remember. I'll be very honest.
I believe that they had.
I remember Parmalee was a running back.
I'm talking about the 80s.
Oh, okay.
In like, I felt like Denver had, like, weren't they called the Three Amigos? Because I don't
know. I don't recall that. That might be a little too early
I mean, my best memory of the Elway group is obviously Rod Smith and the McCaffrey group. I don't remember the other receivers they had back then.
I guess I would have a hard and fast rule of I don't want receivers once they hit 32 years old. They're finished. I can't bet on I have Larry Fitzgerald. I can't bet on I have Jerry Rice. I just feel like most wide receivers – this is fun because I think once they hit 31, 32 years old, you got to watch out because 90% of premium receivers hit this age and they just start falling off a cliff.
You brought the Davante Adams just past a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he played with Rodgers and is doing similar things with Derek Carr will speak to should he be in the Hall of Fame when it comes to Davante Adams down the road.
He had such a slow start to his career.
Yeah, he really did. He was kind of behind like a Jordy Nelson. And there were some other things, and then all of a sudden he was on fire.
Now, I think you'll like this quote from Dan Campbell about his job security. He said yesterday, I know at one point I was going to get fired, and now I'm not.
Nice.
So, like, he's saying based off of...
He knew at one point.
No, I think he's saying based off of public and media perception.
Gotcha.
I don't think he's saying, like, the team told him he's fired.
How wild would that be as they come down and they're, like, standing in his doorway. And they're like, hey, Dan, we're thinking about firing you next week, so we'll let you know, though. And they come back, and they're like, you know what? We decided never mind.
Yeah, no. That was not my take on that. Now,
this guy just turned 32. How's his career looking?
Is that DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was also suspended, right?
I know. But see what happens when you get to 30 years old? He did get hurt that year.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just weird to me. The Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be the guy with multiple ACLs, with other injuries in his kind of Cleveland career, but he's going to be just fine and keep playing great.
No, I certainly
I hope I'm
understand
wrong
that.
if the Cowboys sign him, by the way.
Now, let's talk about the Monday Night Football game. Aaron Judge was in attendance wearing that Tampa Bay Bucs jersey, but this was the most remarkable part to me. Did you know that this was the second ever fourth quarter comeback Tom Brady has had of 13 points or more?
This was what?
The second ever.
Well, that makes sense because last night when they're like, this is the latest touchdown he's ever scored to take the lead. Right? I mean, it's 3 seconds, so it'd have to be no time left pretty much. But it goes to show this is now I love Troy Aikman. Tom Brady's way better than Troy Aikman, and I love Troy Aikman. He's my favorite quarterback of all time. But you know what's tough to have these stats is when you're always winning. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, John Elway, great quarterback, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, but he had to come back a lot.
Yeah.
And so the thing about Tom Brady, what you're going to struggle with these deals is he was on such great teams, and to me, he was so great that you're going to have games where you struggle to find that he was actually down starting the fourth quarter or late in the fourth quarter.
And, of course, the other one was the much better-known Super Bowl comeback against the Falcons.
Kevin, do you know right now, Tom Brady, since his divorce, is 3-1 with 2 fourth-quarter comeback wins.
Did he really lose all that money in crypto?
I don't know the answer to that question, Mike, but I do know that he is winning.
I doubt it.
Because if that's a true thing, he's going to have to play longer.
No, I think they were smart enough to just get paid by crypto and not actually paid in crypto or by crypto. By the way, Taysom Hill accomplished a rare feat yesterday. He had a second-quarter touchdown. Now, of course, he had the drop, too, that led to the Saints losing that game. But he now has 9 or more receiving touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, and passing touchdowns. He is the first player to do that in the NFL since Frank Gifford in 1964. So we're talking about almost 60 years.
Yeah, we got Al and Frank and Dan. Let's get this party started.
He's way better known for that, by current people than he was for playing football.
Oh, my rowdy friends are here for Monday night.
That was the peak right there.
And since we were talking about the Bucs, the Falcons had to be sad to see them win that game. Arthur Smith has stepped out and said on a potential quarterback change, everything is on the table. We will consider changes at any of our football team's positions right now. And then there was a lot of buzz about could Jimmy Garoppolo go to the San Francisco 49ers. Well, Kyle Shanahan, he didn't say it wouldn't happen for sure, but he said we look into everything, but that would surprise me right now. We've got to discuss stuff, and I've always been a fan of his, but I feel pretty good with where we're at right now. So he was saying he would be surprised if the 49ers picked up Baker Mayfield.
Because Baker's short.
Yeah, despite...
Who's going to be their backup?
They brought in Josh Johnson again.
Who's tall.
Oh, my God.
He likes taller quarterbacks. He doesn't like short guys.
This is the 14th.
Who does who's the person that just,
shows up every year and gets a contract?
How does somebody keep getting a job?
He's been on
You know what? And he stayed with the same team. The old guy from the Florida Gators who's the Miami Heat, and he's in his 38th year. Udonis Haslem.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's still wearing a uniform?
They actually put him on the court.
Yeah.
He got
played
roasted.
against Rolando Blackman.
Josh Johnson has been with 14 different NFL teams, and this is his third run with the San Francisco 49ers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Diamond Factory. If you want to come see us, we'll be here till 2, but their holiday hours, they're here from 10 to 7 every single day, and they got their happy hour from 3 to 7 every single day. Coming up next, is there currently anything this Cowboys defense can't do? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A simple question. I'm curious what y'all's answer will be.
Yeah, I asked, will you massage my neck?
Yeah, massage him. He's not feeling
hey,
great.
We might have a volunteer right here. I thought we got a smile for just a second, but he's like, no. We're busy at the Diamond Factory wheeling and dealing right here.
13719 in Omega Road.
And you can also, like, I know we're here and we're hyping it up, but seriously, watching them cut the diamonds and stuff like that is super cool.
Yeah, I was looking at a necklace there.
Oh.
Because Christmas for me, Christmas 25th, and for you too. By the way, if you didn't know, that's the 25th of.
Well, and Jess's
December.
birthday is the 24th.
Oh, Sue's birthday's the 27th, and then our anniversary's the 15th of January.
Woo!
What in the world? One time I got her an electric blanket because I forgot to get something because I got her good Christmas stuff, and then she was not happy with that. But it's a heated blanket.
That's awesome. Like, that's really cool to have a blanket that warms up.
Okay, but I think the part was he goes, because I forgot.
Well, the
'cause I got her
forgetting
so much
part,
awesome
yeah.
stuff.
I didn't tell her that, but she could tell by the present.
She was like, we went
Listen,
to the grocery store and got
It
this.
was a long time ago because it was Foley's, which is now Macy's.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I got an electric blanket.
Which, if a story starts with I went to Macy's, that still feels like a story from the past.
Oh, but there's still Macy's.
Yeah, Macy's still exists. There's a parade every year.
Yeah, I went to the Macy's there. It was really nice.
Okay. When's the last time you shopped at a Macy's?
I mean, I saw a movie recently where a guy went to a Macy's.
Yeah, you're wearing a Batman T-shirt at a diamond store.
Did you want me to dress up nicer?
Yeah.
Well, to
Put
be
a
fair,
collar on your shirt.
Yeah, put a collar on your Batman
Dude,
shirt.
wear a tie.
A Batman tie.
Man. Okay, now I've
Get
now,
a black collared shirt
now
with
I
a
feel
Batman tie.
underdressed.
Are you wearing slacks today?
No.
You wearing jeans?
No.
You wearing gym pants?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. We're at
to
the
be
Diamond
fair,
Factory.
we didn't have the most heads up in the world about
We're
this
at the
either.
Diamond Factory, dude.
All right. So, is there anything? All right, look. If you're fancier than I am, come on down to the Diamond Factory. Because if you
There's a guy
are
in a T-shirt and jeans right now about to buy diamonds in
see,
here.
they welcome anybody, regardless of what you're dressed like. Probably, mostly. Is there anything this Dallas Cowboys defense can't do besides maybe keep cornerbacks healthy?
Well, I mean, they were healthy all last year, right? Like, their cornerbacks were healthy last year.
Can't
so
do.
this is something that kind of did pop up. And, man, if Kelvin Joseph goes down, then, Kevin, we have a
my
real
goodness.
concern, a real question there.
I think we get better.
I don't know.
We do with who?
I don't know.
That's not a good
Hey,
answer.
Mike Joseph is not good.
I disagree. I don't think that he's not good. I think that he needs to play more football. And this is something, Kevin,
I'm
I was
also scared to criticize Kelvin Joseph.
I asked Broadus. I asked Broadus this yesterday
I don't know
off
what
the
that
air,
means.
but with the intention and idea of what I already thought, and Broadus just kind of confirmed what I was thinking about this guy. And I think that there are times when you're like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why were you even in the vicinity of that penalty? What happened?
Yeah.
There are also, like, as that team got confident on a Sunday night, Kelvin Joseph steps in and is like, hey, I'm going to make a play right here. He tried to get a pick. He tried to get an interception. I think he needs more reps, more opportunities. He should get better. I really think that the Cowboys still believe he's an NFL caliber cornerback.
Off of that question, what happened to the 6'10" guy we drafted, Deshaun Wright?
He is the backup to Kelvin Joseph, and now he will take place on special teams.
He's not 6'10". He's like 6'4", right?
Yeah, he will now 6'3", yes, something like that. But he will now move into special teams role where Kelvin Joseph was.
All right, so here's where I am concerned a little. Not now. Like, we're going to beat the Texans. I'm going to, whatever, 77-0. Luka Doncic to 0, pretty much playing the Houston Texans. I think we could probably put Quincy Carter back there and still win the game against the Houston Texans, and that was not the case in 2000.
Okay.
And whatever year it was. I think, luckily, there's not great quarterbacks left in the NFC for playoff time. But if Kelvin Joseph is healthy, and I think that you're 20 points better than Tampa. I just think they're horrible, and I watched them last night. I think they're horrible. But if you give Tom Brady enough time, I think that SOB is going to find number one and throw at him as many passes as he can.
You're right.
And it worries me that Kelvin Joseph is either going to commit terrible penalties or just do something bad that's going to put you in a predicament. I wish I felt better about Kelvin Joseph. The rest of the defense is awesome. Here's the deal. I don't think Tom Brady will have enough time to pick on Kelvin Joseph. But that is the one thing that worries me is I think Kelvin Joseph is a below average cornerback, but to Corey's point, there is a possibility over the next 5 games that he gets better and that I don't feel this way come playoff time.
Yeah, I do agree with Mike that, Kevin, that's the thing. That's the weakness at this point is if they decide they're going to pick on somebody, what do the Cowboys do to combat it? We've seen that Anthony Brown was the guy that they said, what's the word everybody keeps using? He's the mark.
Yeah.
They would go at him, but Anthony Brown, again, I will lean to, he was a 50-50 coin flip that leaned tails. It was one of those, like, you just had a little more that you didn't know exactly what you were going to get, but he played tough. He just didn't have quite the year I think we all expected and wanted him to have, considering he had a pretty good year last year. But he is the guy. You're not trying to go pick on Trayvon Diggs. But you got to figure out somebody. That's the one area of the field. So you kind of try to cover it up with safety. But for the Cowboys to maximize their defense, that's not what they need.
All right. Let's talk a little bit more about that because I know you've talked about it with Mickey as we felt like maybe a little bit of hyperbole to say this is the best group of safeties that we've seen in terms of the play. Is how do you think that slows down the defense if you consistently need to shift over safety help for Kelvin Joseph?
It changes a lot of their approach.
Won't see Donovan Wilson on the blitz so much either.
No, it changed. Well, and it kind of depends also which package they're using to have Donovan Wilson out there because they love their three safety setup where they can put all 3 of them out there and you're able to stop run. You're also able to cover in case. So yeah, I think it does kind of change it. But here's my thing, man. There's nothing I don't trust about Dan Quinn understanding his personnel. This was the biggest failure of Jason Garrett's era was they didn't understand what they couldn't do. They were just like, no, put that guy out there on Adrian Claiborne, and it'll be fine all day long. They didn't understand what they couldn't do. I think Dan Quinn absolutely gets that. So even if something's happening, I think he has a strategy already built in place for if they're going to go pick on Kelvin Joseph and how to stop that.
I'm taking this out of Mike Likes It.
Okay.
Because we have defense talk right now. Here was one of my questions in Mike asked all the football questions that I was going to pass along to Mike Likes It, but I pass it to you guys right now. How come Sam Williams isn't getting more hype? This dude is a future stud. I get he's not going to be Micah Parsons, but this dude looks like the next DeMarcus Lawrence.
I mean, there was that play, obviously, where him and Odighizuwa just absolutely, crushed Matt Ryan in that play.
But he gets pressure. He gets consistent might be a tough word because he doesn't play a lot of snaps, but he gets pretty good pressure when he's out there.
Okay. Who does that sound like? Because I'm telling you, I think Sam Williams is going to turn out to be the player that the Cowboys always hope Randy Gregory would be. Because what the Cowboys would always say is, we won't use him in that 3-down situation, but we'll put him out there and he'll make an impact.
But hasn't he been pretty good against the run,
too? He's actually, you can argue, he's been better against the run than he has been rushing the passer. But I mean from an impact perspective. I think he has the potential to truly be that guy. But I think already you're seeing flashes of what they always hope Randy Gregory could be, your second or third option at pass rush. But he has been good at stopping the run.
Mike, what do you think his most snaps that he's seen this year has been?
Like in one game?
Yeah, one game.
How many snaps do you usually get on defense per game?
Man, I'm looking at DeMarcus
70?
Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence his most is 49 this year, 51.
In a game? Oh, gosh. Yeah. Then I'll go 26. I'll go half.
One more, 27. Okay. So he's had 27, 26, and 25. Everything else is almost below 20s.
Yeah.
And that's where I think they're still trying to say, okay, we have him, we have Dorrance Armstrong, we have Dante Fowler, we have DeMarcus Lawrence. And we have Golston, we have all these other guys. We're getting them snaps. I think it's just more of, instead of him being worn out in the fourth quarter, you do have something fresh to throw out there.
I think that DeMarcus Lawrence is one of these guys that still has time left in the NFL, so don't get me wrong here. But I think we're about to get close to Sam Williams. This will be a prediction. This is a future prediction. Sam Williams and Micah Parsons, and probably should change the order because Micah Parsons is better, is going to become the best pass rushing duo in the NFL.
That would be.
I love that prediction.
Okay, and so think about, with that in mind, but we're not there yet, right?
No.
But okay,
right.
But think about that. That's the future. Here's the present. They forced 5 turnovers in that game. And Dallas's 26 points off of turnovers in the fourth quarter were the most by any team in the last 45 years. Dallas has 48 sacks so far this season, tied with the Bills for the most through 12 games in the last 20 years. And that's without the idea of Sam Williams reaching his potential. That's with now season-long injuries to multiple cornerbacks. And I know you might be like, well, yeah, but they're not up pressuring the quarterback. But it works together, you know. And so I think I'm really excited about that. But then this is what I'm most intrigued by, is what were we talking about? And I know we got into this a little bit on Black Friday, but what were we talking about was the fatal flaw with this defense. Can't stop the run, right?
True. That's gotten a lot better.
Last 3 weeks, you have played the Vikings with Dalvin Cook, the Giants with Saquon Barkley, and the Colts with Jonathan Taylor. Fair to say we would all agree those are 3 of the top 8 running backs in the league.
Fine.
Or 10 running backs if
that's what
you
you want
to
do, yeah.
Yeah, if you like the number 8.
Because I think the higher the better, right? I think those are top 3 of the top 8. But the point is, 17 carries for 73 yards is what the Vikings got. Go ahead.
No. I like what you're saying because I am just looking forward to Christmas Eve for the Cowboys.
Sure.
I almost feel like you have bye weeks coming up.
Oh, you're dumping on the Jags,
They
too?
suck. So you're probably going to win by a combined 50 points in the next 2 weeks. That's how horrible these next 2 games are, but great for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm just looking forward to Christmas Eve. I am now, maybe I'm wrong here, I'm starting to get more worried about their receivers than I am their running game. And maybe I'm getting way too confident in what you're about to say over the last 3 weeks because of, and not that Brown was playing great. He was actually having a below-average year.
Correct.
But I just am worried that they're going to try to find number 1 and not just go attack our run defense because it is getting better. They'll probably attack both.
Oh, it's been phenomenal the last 3 weeks. And so then I'm going to address the other point because I think you might be onto something here. The Giants, 21 carries, 90 yards, 1 touchdown. The Colts, this is on the ground, 30 carries for 106 yards, no touchdowns. In the last 3 weeks, so against 3 elite running backs, 68 carries for 269 yards. What does that mean? 3.95 yards per carry. That would put them at 6th in the league.
Really?
So going up against these 3 elite running backs, they have been tremendous, and they've also only given up 1 touchdown. Now, Mike, to your point about the Christmas Eve game, here's a positive, but it could also be a negative for Philly's defense.
Okay.
The Dallas is second in turnover margin in the league. They're +9. Who's first? Philly is a +13. So to your point about
because Jalen Hurts doesn't turn it over.
And Dak, and I'm going to dive into this tomorrow. Yeah. Dak is turning the ball over at an alarming rate in the first half. And that is something that the Cowboys have to work on.
Yeah. I thinking about that, because I don't want to rag on Dak. Dak is having a good year, obviously, after the injury. It's just one of these things like, I know we try to blame CeeDee Lamb, or we try to, like, if you're trying to defend Dak, it seems like what
some of it is on him for sure.
Right, and I think it came to the Tony Romo thing. My son asked me during the Cowboys game on Sunday night, hey, who do you think was better or is better, Dak Prescott or Tony Romo? And I said, that's a tough question because they're very different quarterbacks. But Dak's starting to I think Tony Romo was a good quarterback. I always want to, like, preference that so I don't get, like, a lot of hate. But Tony would make a lot of stupid decisions. Like, the risk-reward there was really stupid, Tony. And I feel like Dak is starting to fall into, Dak, what are you thinking right there when you release that football?
And we'll dive into that more about how.
That's what he's thinking is I need to trust the play.
And it's remarkable how unstoppable this team has been in the second half. I'm going to walk us through that tomorrow. And if you clean up the first half anywhere near the second half, this team is going to go a long way.
Kevin, I think one of the things after kind of going through the film this week is I think that we may not be giving Hankins enough credit. The addition of him over the last few weeks has been super beneficial, and he's like really stepped into that role nicely.
I do not think it's coincidental whatsoever that the addition of Hankins is surrounded by.
It took a minute. Yeah, it took a minute to figure it all out right.
It's surrounded by this elite level of running back, and you've been able less than 4 yards a carry.
It's like Will McClay was sitting there going, okay, I need this one other piece because we got all these really good things. Now he's sitting there going, okay, is that one last piece another corner? Like that's the only thing that's holding this thing back right now.
And that's one of the things you love about Dan Quinn, right? Is while we were all like the names Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh, you're like, oh my God, do you know who Jonathan Hankins is? We had multiple Raiders fans that day were like, good luck.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn's like, yeah, good luck indeed. I'll figure it out. And it's a small sample size, but that's all you've got, and it's worked out, at least so far, very, very well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, should the NFL restructure their playoff seeding system? Plus, we'll do some Mike Likes It. All of it next, live from the Diamond Factory on 105.3 The Fan.
measured online, Mullen and Mullen.com.
This segment is also brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com.
Lamb in motion across the formation to the left. Prescott back, flushed out. Rolls right, throws on the run to Gallup at the 5. Diving to the goal line. Touchdown to Michael Gallup.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from the Diamond Factory in Dallas. I'm going to try to put forth the idea that perhaps the NFL should reconsider their playoff seeding structure. And I got some data to back me up or maybe make me look stupid. In the meantime, if you want to come down to the Diamond Factory, they got happy hour from 3 to 7. So even if we're not here, you can still have fun at the Diamond Factory. They have the best selection of engagement rings, natural and lab-grown diamonds, fashion jewelry, perfect for Christmas, and more out here off of Omega.
Right behind me is some red wine and some white wine and some Johnny Walker Black and some tequila.
And some Wellers. I think I saw some Wellers over there. I think that might be the 12-year. That's the good stuff right there.
They're ready for happy hour. And, man, I need to probably get my wife a new engagement ring, but it's not my fault. She lost the ring part. She lost the diamond part.
Kind of feels like
the diamond part or the ring part.
The diamond, I know.
Is it both?
Well, she still has the whole ring, but the diamond fell out, and she was gardening, and it's gone. That was summertime.
You know what? You're going to grow a diamond plant later, is what I'm told.
Would that be amazing?
Yes, for a variety of reasons. If a diamond plant sprouted up in your yard, that would be very amazing, Mike.
It's like carrots, except, because diamond carrots,
Sure.
But you just have this part that's coming out of the ground, and you're like, I don't know what that is, and you pull it up like thinking it's a weed, and then it's just diamonds.
Okay.
And then you rush in here and have them cut it.
A lot of our listeners probably wish it was just weed.
Mike, that is a very fair point. I want to see if we can make a deal right here and right now for next Christmas for me and Corey.
All right.
I know it would be disproportionate to the Christmas presents we give you, but if you grow a diamond plant, will you give us some diamonds next year for Christmas?
Sure. Yeah, you'll have to bring them here, though. They'll probably need to cut them.
Yeah, they'll definitely need to cut them.
Yeah, and clean them, too.
Because they'll be like,
dirt. They'll have dirt on them, so you
they'll
need
be
to
like,
find a diamond cleaner.
This is from a diamond plant. You're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, we see that all the time. None of that.
This is clearly an East Dallas diamond plant.
This is a dirty diamond. I'm like, you just need to get it cleaned.
Yeah, so absolutely. All right, so we're going to dive into the idea of potentially restructuring the playoff system. But, Corey, you had some information about my boy Lamar Jackson and perhaps the extent of his injury.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a sprained PCL for Lamar Jackson. And Adam Schefter says that injury typically has them out 1 to 3 weeks. So that's what you're kind of looking at there. John Harbaugh has already said that it was less likely to play on Sunday versus the Steelers. But if it's a couple more weeks, Mike, we were talking about their schedule. I wonder how, what kind of – it's the Steelers, I think, twice, and the Browns somewhere in the middle. So
it'll be interesting because they were scoring 13 against Carolina with Lamar Jackson, and they're only scoring 10 against Denver.
And Lamar Jackson didn't score that touchdown either. So,
Lamar, what has happened to the Ravens? Look, I'm
and
not
they're
happy.
still 8-4.
I have like 30 Lamar Jackson rookie cards. It's not going well for me.
And it does show you like the how you win or the when you win. They're one game worse than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like those two teams right now are like a mile apart in terms of contendership?
And it makes me wonder when you talk about the NFL. I understood what he said.
I was going to say contendability,
that was really nice.
and then I thought, I don't know. Yeah.
I think more words should be made up. You just take part of the word, add something like a prefix or a suffix to it, and it's a new word.
Yeah.
Who's to say you just didn't make a new word? What was the word you made?
Contendership.
Yeah. Contendership.
Contendability.
Are you in contendability?
See, now we're on.
See, it works. Put it in there, Webster.
Okay, so now that's Webster's dictionary, not Webster from the 1980s
Either one.
sitcom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's passed, I think.
Oh,
and by the
no.
way, this is what's interesting to me about Justin Fields. Who you like Justin Fields
I do
too,
like Justin Fields.
Is right now Justin Fields is a quarterback that people are very interested in, and they're liking quite a bit. Now, it's not leading to wins, but he is putting up stats. But don't we fall out of love with quarterbacks like that? Like, we've fallen completely, as a society in the NFL fandomship, we've fallen completely out of love with Lamar Jackson. It's like, Lamar Jackson who? And you have debates with it, but for the most part, the majority has gone to who cares about Lamar Jackson.
They have.
Well, why are everybody so excited about Justin Fields? Like, what is he doing that's so like? It's like we're gonna fall out of love with him, but then the next running quarterback that comes out of college, we're gonna fall in love with him, and then 2 years later, we're gonna be like, I don't like him anymore.
Here's my feeling on that is when I watched Lamar Jackson, I thought he was a good thrower of the football when he was in college.
Yeah.
I think that Justin Fields is a very good thrower of the football. And I think whenever the Bears finally clean up their offensive line, he won't have to break down and take off as often. But he does have the option, and it's really good. He's really good at being able to escape. But I think he's a better thrower, and that's what I'm just kind of waiting on is for the rest of the team to be up there where he is.
And Kevin, I'm going to help you out here. I think if you threw Lamar Jackson on the Philadelphia Eagles to start the 2022 season, I believe they're also just a one-loss team.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
So like,
yeah.
so like what you did with Hurts is you go, look, we have to give him weapons that create space. He's not going to throw bullets in there. Like, let's say Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes the other day, watching the part of the Cincinnati Bengals game, there's a throw that he throws across the field. It's only like a 9-yard pass, and I believe it was to Juju Smith-Schuster. But he threw it it looked like 95 miles an hour because he knew there was a small window, and I have to throw it in this perfectly small window to get the ball across the defense, and he did it. Well, you should never ask Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts or guys that are more kind of running quarter. They need separation to give them space, and it's like Baltimore did the total opposite. They're like, let's give him no space to throw the ball. Where you're like, hey, look, he's not going to throw the ball like certain quarterbacks throw the ball. So we might want to give him guys that give him space and opportunity to throw the ball to. And Baltimore went in the opposite direction.
I'm going to get to the playoff thing in just 1 second, but in honor of made-up words, are there words? Are you familiar with the word voluntold?
Oh, like the Vanderbilt Voluntold.
No.
Is this when you were?
That is very wrong.
Is this when you were told to volunteer?
What do you think Vanderbilt's mascot is?
I don't know. It's Davy Crockett, I think.
Are you thinking about the Tennessee Volunteers?
Oh wait, Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Commodores.
Yeah.
There you go.
What's a Commodore?
That's a bird.
I don't know what it is, but it is.
I thought that was the band that dude sang.
No.
Vanderbilt should be the Volunteers. Then you have two V's.
Is it me you're looking for?
And it's not the Commodore 64 or anything like that. So, my wife, a couple of her friends came over, and the gal that I had never met before, she said like she got voluntold to do something, and I was like, oh wow. That's super clever. I really like that word. And I'd never met her before, and I was like, I like you because you just made up that word. And she goes, look, I want you to like me, and I appreciate you saying that.
She stole that word.
I definitely did not make up that word. And then I put it on Twitter, and like everybody had heard of it. They said it's a big military thing. So I was curious, are there words that people use that you're like, I've never heard that word in my life, or are you familiar with that word? Like, I get what it means.
I've never heard of the voluntold, but it is a real word. You're saying it's in the dictionary and everything?
I don't know if it's in the dictionary, but like on Twitter, it seemed like a lot of people were like, it's commonplace. Okay. Then multiple people explained it to me, and I was like, no, I get it. I just had never heard of it.
I feel like the dictionary is very snobby with words.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, it's not a word. I mean, you can't tell me it's not a word. You're just the dictionary.
Huh. And so you were aware of this voluntold or no?
I mean, it just makes sense hearing it, but I don't know. I'm not sure that I've ever been told this word before.
Okay.
Voluntarily.
Oh, okay. I see. I see what you're doing. Now that you reflect, is marriage filled with a lot of voluntold?
Absolutely. Yeah, there are lots of times whenever it's like, hey, we're gonna go do this, and you're like, when did I sign up for that? And she's like, well, I voluntold you to do it. And you're like, okay, so now I'm over here raking somebody else's leaves for somebody this Sunday.
And what?
You are?
Not this Sunday, but it's happened before.
You're raking somebody else's leaves?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they were old and couldn't do it.
All right. Well, that at least
like, they could barely walk,
Old
bro.
people need help.
You can tell Mike was not. All right. So from the 817, it's a common word for PTA and the Scouts. And then this is what I heard a lot about in terms of what people responded to me on Twitter is Voluntold is all you get in the military from the 972. And then from another 972, we use voluntold in the Navy all of the time. So I'm sure my brother-in-law knew the word because he was in the Navy. And so I just never heard of it. And so I was curious, like, if that was just a common expression, because I was really impressed when she trotted this word out. And I was like, ooh, look at you.
Nice.
And then everybody else in the room was like, nah, that's a regular word.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they kind of undercut her. Even her girlfriend was like, nah, that's a regular word.
Like just friend that was also.
No, they're a girlfriend, like her girlfriend, like they are dating.
What?
Oh my God!
Are you saying,
You're
Kevin?
so stupid.
What is happening right now?
What?
You're saying that you had people over.
They're very nice people.
One was a woman.
Yes.
How
and
many
the other one was
do you have over at your house?
Then the other one was a woman as well.
Invite the people we don't like that are really mean.
Oh,
you've never invited me. See?
First of all, you are welcome at my house at any point. I've never
What's
been to
your
your house
address?
either. 30. All right, probably too far. Is also
There's only one more number.
Doesn't your wife have friends or whatever that you don't really care for?
She's at work
putting her on
right now.
blast right now, dude.
People listen.
This is a weird place to be.
Yeah, why would you ask that
Oh,
question?
okay.
on the air?
Never mind. Well, my point is maybe you don't love all of your significant other's friends the same. I feel like the Tolos and the fan text will back me up on this.
Where do you rank the couple that you were just talking about, though? at
I
this point?
just met the one gal, but the other one, I think she's awesome. I could hang out with her like all of the time.
So one, number two, number three, where you got them? And
Yeah,
it's-
she's definitely-
as a couple. Does that make them more attractive?
She's
for the
definitely
rankings.
She's definitely in the top 5, and I'm still giving this other gal credit for voluntold, at least
right.
partial credit. So they're pretty high up there. Is from the 817. You know what? I voluntold Mike to say snap. Is stupid Joey has been all over that dumb snap thing since you've
It's
been
been a while,
gone.
Mike. Since
I
we've
haven't
actually
heard it
did a
all
live
day
one.
today.
Yeah.
Well, good, because Joey has finally come to his senses. All right.
Snap! You just snapped Joey. You snapped him.
You did snap Joey.
Did
That was
you
your
intentionally
decision.
do it? Because I wasn't even going to say it today.
Until you
But
did that.
just because Jerry Jones tried to kick me off the show on Friday and get Derek Holland on, and Derek was like, you need to say a snap today, and I wasn't. But then you brought it up, and then you snapped Joey to make me do it.
And then just for the record, from the 469, oh, yeah, I
To
can't
make
stand
me
my
do it.
wife's cousin. I have a feeling there are lots of people out there for their significant others that they don't care for. All right. So, Corey, you are, I know we're both very honored. We're part of the Rick Goslin Power Poll. And in this, in last week's discussion, would you like to see the NFL reshuffle, kind of like the NBA does, and just take the top 7 teams and not factor in division winner or anything like that? Because
and then re-rank them?
Wouldn't that have hurt the Cowboys for a lot of years?
Oh.
But it is helping them out this year.
yeah, so right now they jump up from the 5th seed to the 3rd seed. They would have the potential for home games. They would have the potential for, if they kept winning, perhaps multiple home games. It would also help teams like Washington and the Giants, all of which would leapfrog Tampa Bay, who would fall all the way down to the 8th position, and then Washington would get in.
I like it the way it is. I understand how this is going to probably hurt the Cowboys. The Cowboys need to win out, right? We're getting to the point now with 5 games left, looking at Philadelphia. You obviously can't lose that game, but you pretty much need to go 14-3 and have the tiebreaker, because you look at Philadelphia, you go, okay, you beat them on Christmas Eve and they lose one other game. That should get you the number 1 seed, the bye, and put Philadelphia in the 5 seed. And I do think Philadelphia and Dallas are on a collision course. I can't believe I'm saying this, and this probably is where Cowboy fans get nervous, is it does look like Dallas and Philadelphia are by far the 2 best teams
Right now
in the
it
NFC.
does. Yeah.
They might not meet in the NFC Championship game. They might meet in the divisional round. But I think whoever wins that game is going to the Super Bowl.
Well, and so people
in the playoffs.
People are with you. In the Rick Goslin poll that he put together, 82% of people were like, no, keep it the same. It is in this structure. And then 18% said no, take the teams with the 7 best records. However, it switches.
I got a question about that.
Okay.
Do you think that division matters?
I really don't a whole lot anymore.
Do you think division matters financially to the owners? Because the idea of rivalries, the idea of you're competing against those teams, I think that's what matters more to the owners, is that the division rivalries exist and they are naturally there without being like you don't have to create it each year and say this is a new one. It's something that has history to it.
I definitely see what you're saying in terms of like the Bengals and the Browns, or the Steelers and the Ravens, or the Broncos and the Chiefs, and
Cowboys and the three teams that are in there. Those are much as people want to say, "Hey, I hate the Cowboys." It's those three teams first.
And so, what I don't know is like, do the Saints and Falcons fans hate each other? Do Bucks and Panthers fans hate each other? Do Seahawks and Cardinals fans hate each other?
Saints and Falcons fans hate each other.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
So I think you're right, but I'm curious, like, how entrenched is that, like it is in the NFC East? Because I'm with you on the NFC East. It's like, Commanders suck, blah, 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 blah. But, like, I just didn't know how entrenched it is in the other
my
spots.
My understanding with most of those communities is they hate their division rivals.
Okay.
They really, the fan bases do as much. I think it's more about the ownership, though, being like, hey, the fans care about these. These are games that you can almost count on are going to be sellouts because they are these natural rivalries.
Okay, one more quick question to go along with this. If we're not reshuffling the seeds, do you still think that division winners should automatically get a home playoff game? So this speaks directly to Tampa Bay, or if you think it's Atlanta or whatever. Because like you said, right now Tampa's going to host Dallas, despite the fact that they're a miracle win away from being 4 games worse than the Cowboys and are still 3 games worse than the Cowboys.
I know you're asking me that question, and I'll answer it, but then I'm going to ask a question back to you. I would still keep it the same, even though it's not fair to the Cowboys this year. But if we're going to do this, why even have AFC and NFC? If we really want the best matchups or the worst hey, you should be rewarded the most and hurt the most by just barely making the playoffs. Why wouldn't we just seed it 1 through 14?
Man, I wonder if the schedule makers would lose their mind if we drop that out and then you had to reshuffle all that. I think Corey's onto something in terms of the rivalry and the monetary and the attendance and the ratings aspect of that all.
That's why I think it should stay the same, even though it's going to hurt the Cowboys the most. Totally get it. But, like, if we really wanted just the best matchup, well, then right now Philadelphia should be the 1 seed. Buffalo, I think Buffalo would be – well, I guess Minnesota would be the 2 seed. Yeah. Buffalo would be the 3 seed. I know the more tiebreakers start going into it. But, you know, and then Dallas all of a sudden would – be a very favorable matchup, you would think, to start off. But then you have weird Super Bowls where it could be Philadelphia versus Dallas in the Super Bowl.
Which could still be fun. Like, it could still be a blast. I'm very interested in the idea, though. I love the winners of the divisions get the bye. But I also am interested in the idea that the teams with the best records in the conference get a bye. Because get the home game. Get the home game because that is an incentive to earn it. You know, like you barely got into this playoffs and you're going to get the home game. I think that like it's the incentive to keep going out there and winning, and that's a better product on the field for the owners.
Now that one is way closer. So I told you 82% say don't change it, and only 18% say just lump everyone together. However, when it comes to the home game,
but only NFC together, not the NFL.
Yeah, just the conference. But when it comes to the home game, 51% of people said no. Top 7 teams. Based on their conference record, home games decided via that. And only 49% said the division winner should get the home game. So they're saying keep the divisions, but you don't –
like it would be Tampa versus Dallas, 4 versus 5.
But then
the game
Dallas
would
get the home game, which is a fascinating dynamic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so I'm deciding between travel and sports.
Okay.
I'm going to start off with sports, and I hope I have enough time to do travel. Let's talk about the Los Angeles Lakers, the team I hate the most, because
Anthony Davis.
I'm wondering, is this real or not? And Anthony Davis, I know it's only 2 games, but in his last 2 games, he's averaging 49.5 points.
Yeah. People are chanting MVP for the 55-point
So
game.
they're 8-2. So they started off so bad. They're 10-12 now on the year. They're 8-2 in their last 10. And Anthony Davis take out just the last 2. If you put in his last 10 games, this is who everybody thought he would be when he was traded from New Orleans to LA. And I know they won a championship in the bubble, so you got to give that to him. But he's averaging 35.3 points, 15.6 rebounds, and 2.9 block shots in his last 10 games.
That is remarkable.
So now all of a sudden, that's very Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's more
almost.
Whatever. The Greek freak.
Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
Just don't call him the Greek pervert. We're fine.
Yeah. Well,
Remember
I mean,
that?
in certain ways, freak and pervert are synonyms.
Yes.
That's a fact.
And not anonyms.
Yeah, that's what the dictionary told us.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think you should
Webster's
start using that in
dictionary.
all walks of life.
Okay. And the other one, too, real quick, is Russell Westbrook seems to be fitting in a little bit there. And obviously winning 8 out of your last 10 would – so he's averaging 12.4, 8.8 assists, 5.2 rebounds. And I say only because he's a high turnover guy, 3.3 turnovers. That's always like when you look at his assists. Like he's averaging 8.8 assists. But you're like, yeah, he's averaging 5.5 turnovers, too.
But this is all disappointing to you, right? Because you hate the Lakers.
I hate the Lakers. Now, I'm going to pose this question on Lakers/Mavericks. I've been wanting to give up on certain players, but then it's tough to trade them if they're not playing well. Tim Hardaway Jr. last 2 games has been outstanding. Are you happy, one, that Tim Hardaway Jr. is doing this because I want him to be a Dallas Maverick? Or are you happy, hey, maybe he's doing this and his trade value is getting to teams that are like, hey, maybe we could like use this Tim Hardaway Jr. How do you see Tim Hardaway Jr.'s kind of season playing out with the Mavericks? That they're really trying to trade him, or they're like, yay, Tim Hardaway Jr. is actually a player for us?
I 100% think that they're still trying to trade him, but I think they are being smart in terms of asset management of when he's hot. You brought it up earlier. There is almost no other – I mean, that's a little bit of hyperbole, but there are not a lot of other players at his level that you would not want to play when they're on a hot streak. So I think they're still trying to trade him, but I think they're like, well, let's use him while we have him. I just don't know if they're going to be able to trade him, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like he can pour it in, man. But even if he's pouring it in, is he giving you the defensive effort to cancel that out? Like that's my big question is I don't think he cancels anybody on the court. Even if he scores 27, I feel like there's going to be a problem with him giving up 22.
I know he didn't do this, but doesn't it feel like Tim Hardaway Jr. intentionally played bad so he could start? And he's like, hey, watch me start. And he starts.
Didn't that happen in his career once when he was on the bench? He was like, meh, and they started him, and he was like, all right, here I am again.
It changed Brunson. Brunson had to go to the bench because they're like, well,
that's right.
Like, let's just put Brunson on the bench and bring, because it just seems like Hardaway Jr. is going to be horrible if we bring him off the bench. And he pulled the trick again where he's like, it's kind of like me not learning the board here at this station and the other station I worked at. Like, no, I'm not learning it because if I learn it, you guys might ask me to do it. So I'm just going to be really bad at it or not ever learn it because I'm not going to do that.
I'm hilarious.
And I feel like Tim Hardaway Jr. is like,
nerve-wracking.
watch how bad I can be coming off the bench and then watch when they start me, watch. And it's good that he's doing good, but you have to start him the rest of the way, right? I mean, he couldn't make a shot to save his life off the bench.
No, I'm with you. And that's the hope for when we were talking about turnaround and not maybe having the assets is Josh Green continues to get better. I know you're going to tell me about the Hardy Party, but you hope that January Reggie Bullock wakes up and you hope that you get closer to what has been the career aspect of Tim Hardaway Jr. I know he gets where he gets by being wildly good and wildly bad, but he's been below those numbers for like the last year and a half.
Is the Hardy Party another version of Tim Hardaway Jr. or can – like that's what I'm when we're trying to trade. Is it the same player?
It could be.
Okay.
It could be. And at 20 years old, you're asking a lot of a 20-year-old to contribute to what you hope is a playoff team that can make a run. But it's just that if you trade, let me throw in a little bit of like depth here or quantity instead of quality. If I were to have to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dorian Finney-Smith. Now, a lot of people are like mad that I just threw out that name. I like Dorian Finney-Smith. I was wrong about him when they signed the extension. He's not having a great year, but I think teams would love to have Dorian Finney-Smith on their team. Sometimes like it or not, Mavs fans or Ranger fans or Cowboy fans, sometimes you actually have to trade things that people want to get something you want. You can't just throw in, here's Tim Hardaway Jr., here's Davis Bertans and JaVale McGee, and give me a good player.
That comes up all of the time, so I'm glad that you said that.
So if I had to trade Dorian Finney-Smith and Tim Hardaway Jr. to get a player I liked, and let's just say I also throw in Dwight Powell. I'm not saying I don't like him, but I know that certain Mavs fans do because he's an expiring contract to give kind of an expiring contract.
That brings you value. We bring this up all the time. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
We bring this up all the time. Teams want money that will be coming off the books to pursue other interests, and that's why Dwight Powell is going to have more tangible value than he normally would.
But kind of to get to answering the question Corey posed is, well, then maybe if I do trade Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dorian Finney-Smith and Dwight Powell, but I get a good big man, well, now I'm going to be asking more of Josh Green and Jaden Hardy to pick up the minutes I just gave away in the trade because I wanted a good big man. And I picked up this good big man, but I feel confident in that Green and Hardy can pick up the Dorian Finney-Smith and Tim Hardaway Jr. minutes that I just took off of the team.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm looking at that whenever it comes to I do think they want him to be a tradable Hardaway, to be a tradable commodity at some point.
All right, so let's talk about travel to New York City. I just got back from a 5-day trip, which was just a blast and really a dream come true for me. I always wanted to go to New York for Christmas time, obviously based off of a lot of movies and a lot of things that you see. I was just like, man, I want to go to New York for Christmas and experience.
Did you by chance befriend a homeless gal and then right before you left gave her a turtle dove and then you had the other turtle dove and y'all could share that?
I didn't.
Okay.
But there were homeless people there.
Okay.
What movie is
that? That's Home Alone 2.
Okay, all right.
Usually more in the subway, though. And by the way, he wasn't home alone. He traveled, which changed the...
And also, they were staying at the plaza with all the presents in the world, and you know what he gave the homeless lady? A turtle dove.
Wow.
Would she eat it?
He had all those presents.
Yeah. No, she's not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But she loved birds.
Yeah, that's
and then those birds save his life.
Well, she probably likes to eat, too.
So, Christmas, and I say Christmas because it's Christmas time there. I'm not going... First of all, it's super busy, even if you go at the start of December. So, one, my 12-year-old son is not crazy about crowds. Neither am I, but I understand what I'm getting into.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of times where, like, I just want to go back to the hotel.
Okay.
Like, he's just like, I don't really want to deal with the crowds. It's going to be crowded. Obviously, Thursday
For the Rockefeller.
was a lot. Yes.
Yeah.
Saturday, like, it's tough on Saturday and Sunday when you're going to Rockefeller Center or you're going to let's say Saks Fifth Avenue or Macy's where you want to see kind of the lights and kind of the show going on. And going to FAO Schwartz, I was going to take my kids there.
Oh, yeah.
But the line was, I don't know how many people they let in at a time, but it was kind of like somebody has to leave to let somebody in.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm not standing in a line of 150 people just to go through a toy store that my kids who are 12 and 14 right now don't really care too much about what's in there. I wanted to go in there.
You could have done the foot piano. You could have
I wanted to.
Yeah, okay.
Just I'm kind of giving a little bit of if you're a Tolo and you're listening, you're like, man, you took great pictures. It was fun. And the one thing I would say is if you want to make reservations at certain restaurants, you probably need to book them weeks in advance, not maybe days in advance. There are a couple of things where I'm like, it's not going to happen because I didn't prepare as much as maybe I should have. I just didn't know things were going to be as busy. That being said, we went to a restaurant on Saturday night called Sam's Place. It didn't really have this huge following or whatever on social media or when you looked up reviews. It did have good reviews. I actually wrote a review because they didn't have
Yelp?
Yes.
Nice.
To be like, this is a 5-star place because we wanted to go to get Italian food. And usually, hey, we're going to go to either the theater district. There's the Carmine's, which is very popular and it's kind of like, I call it fancy Olive Garden. It's better than Olive Garden. Nothing against Olive Garden. My kids love Olive Garden. But, it's kind of something like that. But we went to this place called Sam's Place. Freaking amazing. 5-star. Loved it. In a small little building, kind of near where we were staying at. And we stayed at Grand Central Hyatt, so right next to Grand Central Station. And it was a really nice hotel. This was like about a 7-minute walk, so about 3:10, and it was great. And I wrote a review just to say how great it was. I didn't take pictures of the food, which I should have, because we all ordered different things, and it was all great. And I just would say, man, try to maybe pick out some places that aren't so popular, because there's some great places that are these hole-in-the-walls in New York that was just great. And just the scene of seeing Rockefeller Center and the kids.
So ice skating.
I
Yeah, that
didn't
was
skate
awesome.
because I've had 2 back surgeries. And like, if I fall on the L4, L5 is near
Back
the tailbone.
surgery immediately.
Like, yeah, I'm like, I can't do it. Like, I can't skate because I'm not good at it. But the kids they said that was one of their most fun things, is skating, in a park, and we went to.
The music was awesome too.
Yeah, it was I didn't put the music. That
Yeah.
was just the music playing. There's just so many things. And going to Central Park on Sunday, like, they just had a blast going around Central Park.
That's
And there's so
so
many
cool.
things. So it was really worth it. It was a trip of a lifetime I've always dreamed of, and dreams came true there. It was just awesome at New York during Christmas time. But be prepared there's going to be a lot of crowds. Some of the maybe more popular things you want to do is going to be very tough to do unless you love standing in lines.
Sam's Place, underrated, maybe not as much play as you want, but awesome return. Much like Sam Williams. Mike, I think
hear
if
you.
you see Sam, you just got to go for it, man.
Yeah. But anyways, that's
I see what you did
I have a
there.
recommendation in New York where you're going to be able to get a table, maybe because I've made it so popular now by writing my review. You won't be able to. But I feel like diners, drive-ins, and dives, I always wonder if those places are really that popular until they actually are shown on diners, drive-ins, and dives, and then you have to wait forever to go to those places.
I got an answer for you on one of those
All right.
places.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live at the Diamond Factory. Come on out and see us off of Omega. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, Jerry Jones confirmed, or did he, this morning on Odell Beckham Jr. next.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're at Diamond Factory off of Omega. If you want to come see us, we'll be here until 2 o'clock. But good news for you if you can't make it by then. Holiday hours are from 10 to 7 here, and happy hour from 3 to 7 every single day. And I even looked over there. I don't drink, but I know they got some top shelf stuff over here.
Yeah, they got the Wellers over there. Mike was just pointing out the Johnny Black over there, and then, some
You just don't drink.
vodkas.
Yeah, you don't drink alcohol.
Yeah, you drink water.
Yeah, you'd die.
That is true. I don't drink alcohol. That is true.
I wonder how long you could go without drinking anything, but just getting your water source out of food.
I don't know.
It's a great question.
It is a great question. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. I don't know.
Could you come up with a better question, Corey, that could stump Kevin on how many times you could not drink anything? No water, no Coke, nothing, but you just end up getting enough water from your food.
That's a valid question. I'm sure my kids
Salad has water in
I'm sure
it.
my kids could have come up with a question because they ask me questions all the time where I'm like, I don't know the answer. Just ask Siri.
Thank you.
Yeah, just ask Google.
My kids ask me so many questions in New York. Like, I don't live here. I don't know.
My answer to that is always, I'm experiencing this for the first time just as you are. So let's just enjoy the journey together.
How many cabs are there in New York? Come on, man.
Wow. Come on, man.
Snap.
Do your kids ask questions like that where there's no way to actually have an answer? Maybe there is, but there's no way I know it.
Yeah, how many rocks do you think are in the world, Dad? And you're
Oh
like,
my gosh.
Come on. Like,
Yeah.
no,
A
there's no
number
way to
you
figure this
cannot
out.
conceive
yeah. This is, before we get into the Jerry Jones comments from earlier today, this is kind of big, Mike.
Oh. Okay.
John Heyman reports
Do I sign Carlos Rodon?
The Giants are in with a big offer to Aaron Judge. Believed to be $360 million neighborhood. The assumption among rivals is that the Yankees remain favorites. Yankees are hopeful, but they still do not know.
Well, the Giants, the rumor was they were not going to be outbid, and this was during the playoffs when Aaron Judge was still in the playoffs with the Yankees, as the report was. The Giants are not going to be outbid on Aaron Judge. If he chooses to stay in New York, it's not because they offered him more money.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's why, because Trey Turner, I didn't get to it, but Trey Turner supposedly was offered more. This is interesting. By the San Diego Padres than the Philadelphia Phillies, and he chose the Phillies over the Padres. Which
Did I not care about our
That's
wild
interesting.
trade ideas from last week?
That's why I think we can get Tatis here.
Let's
get Tatis and put him in left field. This is Ray Davis. Let's go get Tatis today or tomorrow, and then say,
"Wow,
you're our left fielder."
Okay. All right.
And give San Diego all the money we're not giving them money. We're just paying Tatis's contract for the most part. We're just like, we'll take them off your hands.
Yeah, I love that idea.
You don't
still.
need them.
Yeah, I mean, we drew up the batting order, Mike, and I was like, this is awesome. This is the best we've had since the World Series teams. Yeah, make it happen, Kevin. Call
That's
somebody.
a lot of money.
Simeon,
All right, let me see what I can
Seager,
Yeah.
Tatis.
Yeah, that's
you're
three.
1, 2, 3.
Bam! Look at that. And then who are you hitting in 4-hole right now?
Nate Lowe,
Nate Lowe,
think.
or maybe Adolis.
Adolis 5.
Yeah.
We keep going. We can go righty, lefty, righty on him.
We can go Heim. We can go Mitch Garver. Lots of options here, man. Yeah. And you got DeGrom. This is a World Series right now. If you had Tatis,
but you didn't say Rodon, did you?
No, I didn't. Not yet. It might happen.
Giants are letting them come to Texas.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, because they have to go pay somebody else $360 million. All right. Despite this is the headline off of David Moore's current story says Cowboys target Odell Beckham Jr. unlikely to be ready to play before the postseason. And I went through the story. I skinned it. Nope. Give me a word. What's the word here? Skimmed it. I skimmed it real quickly.
It was a spam or a scam?
It was a scam. And so I looked at it.
Sure.
I looked at it real quickly, perused it, if you will. did not necessarily see anything that said, hey, we have a source that says this. It's a lot of here on 105.3 The Fan, otherwise known as KRLD-FM.
Yeah.
They said, hey, this is what's going on there.
Weekly radio.
Yeah.
Interview.
So, but yeah, they said, hey, here's what you heard from Jerry Jones. Well, we have the audio. I mean, we have the audio of Jerry Jones discussing this morning with Sean and RJ, and we'll talk with him a little bit on Friday. It was interesting when we were talking with Steven yesterday, too, kind of how he was on that conversation as well. He said no, that Odell was not in the back of the car with him at that moment, Mike. So I know you were very curious about that. We asked him to blink twice if Odell was in the car, and he said no.
On Friday?
Was it weird to you whenever Steven said, I wouldn't have him doing this with me, like listening to me doing a radio show?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on, we do this with him every week. Like was that a put down in our direction, or was that just, hey?
Is it fair to say if we're ranking the hierarchy of the Jones family that likes being on air with us, it would go Jerry, already Charlotte, and then Steven would be the last of the group thus far that enjoys these interviews?
I would say that Jerry absolutely loves being on with us for sure, and then Steven probably.
It's not his favorite.
It's definitely actually it's Charlotte, Jerry.
I
then
wonder
Steven.
who the most famous person is that's been in the room with, I'll say Jerry more than Steven, but possibly Steven, that they're like, hey, give me 15 minutes. I have to do this radio interview. And you wouldn't believe who was in the room.
That's a great point.
Like, do you think the Jonas Brothers were in the room, at some point? We're like, listen, Jonases, give me a second here. I got to answer a few football questions from 105.3 The Fan.
I like this question.
It's somebody big, probably, because I remember when we had him on and
like Joe Biden.
He threw something at the door. I don't know about that.
He knocked on the window.
Because they were making too much noise, and he was like,
hey, stop.
And so we asked him, and he goes, that is exactly what just happened. So I bet maybe not the president, but
Roger Goodell.
Somebody, oh, man. I could see that as like some kind of weird power play.
That's when he's really ragging on Goodell. He was actually in the room during the interview.
All right. Let's get.
I don't know about that.
Let's go ahead and hit some of these questions then, because this is.
We can ask him. Like, nobody cares about the Texans. This is like a practice game.
Let's go to cut
Hey, you
6.
want to watch Duncanville play Brian Adams?
You know what, Corey? This is really going to undercut my segment for Thursday. Let's try to seriously discuss the threats the Texans present.
Zero.
Let's go to cut 6, Joey. Are you confident in signing a player that you haven't seen work out?
Well, I'm not confident at all. And so that's the issue. Now, we all realize that that issue of health, that issue of availability is here every time. Just this one is very obvious and very pointed toward his injury that had occurred last year in the Super Bowl. So we've got a good beat on that. We've got a great read on his career. It's not like a draft pick coming at you. You've got a lot of history here, and you take a good look at everything, not only the obvious, and that's his performance, but also any issues regarding health. So all of this, we've got to come in with our eyes wide open, and it has to be addressed, and that's when you see if you can make a deal or not.
And that's the moment, Kevin, where you changed your mind. Yep. Like whenever Jerry said it, was it the very definitive, I'm not confident at all?
No, it was when he set it up and said, whatever happens, this isn't a failure.
Okay.
And that very much felt like she didn't break up with me. I broke up with her kind of deal right there. I thought that was the moment that I was like, ooh.
If Beckham never plays this year, though, do you agree with him?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because that's where I kind of stand on, like, I really don't care. I want to get a game in with him before the regular season ends, so that we know what he can do in the postseason. But I want the guy for the playoffs. That's the most important thing for me. Is I want to add that to this team and the playoffs. But the part of Jerry saying this isn't a failure, I agree with him that it wouldn't be if he doesn't play this year. Because here's what happened. Beckham just walked into Mark Cuban's house at the American Airlines Center, and the entire city was chanting for him. Like, that's fun and everything. Yeah. There was a lot of fun that came out of it. The Cowboys got a lot of publicity and PR and discussion and talk about it. That's a win for Jerry Jones right there. Also a win for us, honestly.
Also, do you think Mark Cuban lives at the American Airlines Center?
Yeah. It's owned by the city.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's a really good point.
That's why he's not trying. He has bought up a lot of real estate to build his own arena a couple
Do you agree that because Beckham met Mark Cuban last night, that's why we can't get the free agent or wide receiver, because Mark Cuban can't get free agents? And so
I mean, I think that's a sweet bird.
JaVale McGee, man.
That's a snap right there.
That guy has smoothies during the game and everything.
So, yeah, like that. I do agree with Jerry Jones in that it feels like, well, if he signs and goes somewhere else, it was a failure. But if he signs and doesn't play somewhere else, then I don't think it's a failure at all. And Jerry, I don't know if it's him being a little playing the leverage game right now of, look, we don't know anything, where maybe the Bills and Giants didn't see anything in the medicals and the Cowboys did, or there's something else that's going on. But it does feel like Jerry Jones is definitely using the media right now.
So I hear you.
To negotiate.
And I know, Corey, I love this topic because the other thing, too, I saw Gavin Dawson talking about this a little bit on Twitter based off of what he said on G-Bag Nation is, are we suspending reality on what the Jones family does in free agency?
Yes.
Because if this is right, I know it's Spotrac and they're not the best at being accurate, but they give us a good idea. Does this say right that the Cowboys have about $1.5 million in salary cap space going into next year?
Now, the only thing I will say about that is I'm sure that is accurate. There are levers in Dak Prescott's contract that I know open up a lot more money, but and they'll be able to carry over some from this year. So I believe that number is higher.
But I mean, Corey, the Cowboys don't really like signing guys that are over $6 million on another team in free agency. I mean, like, that's kind of like the breaking point of if you want more than $6 million and you played on another team, we're not really into you that much.
I do have this wonder if Jerry Jones has told Stephen, look, we're going to run things, we're going to do this thing this way, I'm going to stick to your plan as best as I can, but you got to give me every once in a while a lever. You got to give me the opportunity to pull one. And this might be the one where he's just like, I just want this toy. Let me go get it, and we'll figure everything else out from here. But this is a win for the Cowboys. I think Steven sees what the player could look like. I think he sees how much he could help him on the field. It all comes down to one very fine thing, and that is, can he even run? Like the physical part of it is, can he do that?
Getting in and out of breaks, great.
And if he can, then we can go make a bigger decision on this from there. This is the other thing I wanted to hit this real quick. Go to cut 14, Joey. What is your trust level in Kelvin Joseph to be able to step up?
Well, I think we've got to always remember that with the issues and some of those off the field. But the reason that he was drafted with our second pick is we had him right there in a handful of guys that were first rounders. And so he hasn't let us down on the football field in any way. He's been outstanding in his work on special teams. And he gives it, he's a improver. He works hard in practice. And so there's no, in my mind, I've never had an issue with how he can convert to the field. And so he gives us a good option here.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you, what can Kelvin Joseph do to change your mind this Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, just
this Sunday.
Yeah, no, seriously, don't get embarrassed out there, because like I appreciate what Jerry's saying is like, oh, we have great faith in him on the field, but not really, right? Because Anthony Brown's been getting cooked frequently throughout the season. He's given up more given up more catches than anybody, and Kelvin Joseph couldn't sniff the field except for injuries. Like, I appreciate what he's doing on special teams. That's not why you drafted him. That's not why you draft people in the second round, except for that one draft where we're like, we just need backups. It's the same thing with Jalen Tolbert when everyone's like, yeah, they're doing awesome. And I'm like, are they? Because we're out here looking for cornerback help and wide receiver help, and we spent premium draft picks on these guys, and they can't get on the field. But once he does get on the field, he could just play well. That's all it will take for me to start to believe in him, the player.
He's going to look great this week because Houston's not even going to throw for 100 yards. They're horrible.
They are.
Look at these stats.
Tyson Campbell, Javon Holland, Richie Grant. You had Trevon Moreg, and then you had Asante Samuel Jr. That's the bunch that he was talking about with Kelvin Joseph, and they went with the guy who had a very limited number of games in college.
I think he started, 9 games?
Yeah, 8 or 9, something like that. A very limited number, thinking maybe the high end will be there. So, Kevin, much like you don't throw Jack Leiter early, maybe it is going to take him a little more time to become that guy.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that this is that opportunity. This is that chance that all those other things that we've seen him stumble along the way, this will be that opportunity where he says, you know what, I'm here now.
If you didn't even cover receivers, I don't even know if you could lose this game. Like, if you're like, we're just not.
I want to see him try.
Yeah,
I want to see him try,
know.
Mike. I want to see him try. Say, oh, you know what? We're going all blitz, everybody, and we're not even covering receivers this game. I want in.
I wonder, in soccer they play without players.
Yes.
Like when Pulisic got hurt, like just play with 10 players until he's ready. Like,
okay,
I wonder if you played with 10 if you said the whole game we're only going to have 10 defensive.
What's your point spread? Cowboys have 10 defenders the whole game.
Cowboys by, I would put the spread at 13.5.
Oh my God! I thought you were going to say like 3.
No,
holy,
they're horrible. They are horrible.
Okay. We're the Canes.
I don't know how some of these guys are in the NFL.
Okay,
Thank God for the Houston Texans. Like, there's 30 guys that are on the Houston Texans going, I wouldn't be in the NFL if they didn't have the Houston Texans.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday, the most competitive part of the SEC, plus more about primetime being on the move. We'll talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's
Mackay 20, 15, still on his feet to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! Mackay Bernard with the exclamation point.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live out at the Diamond Factory. Go ahead and come out and see us at Omega. And I know you might be thinking y'all are only going to be here until 2 o'clock. And also you might be thinking, are you currently holding your baby while doing this segment? The answer to both of those questions is yes, but
that is a child in your hands.
The Diamond Factory is open till from 10 to 7. Those are their holiday hours. And they got that happy hour rocking from 3 to 7 every single day. And they're about to get a sale to Mike Bassick. These are all things that are happening. Plus, we woke my son up from his nap, so we'll see how that all goes.
This is so dumb. You're bouncing your child on your knee, and I'm sitting over here bouncing my own leg. Like, I'm trying to help you out with that. Like, oh, yeah, this is going to be okay. This is awesome. Right now, Kevin, by the way, we need to get our bid up, dude. We got to get our bid up for this thing because G-Bag's at $1,200 for Swinging for a Cause, which is going on this Sunday. And you can get your bid right now, 877-881-1053. Call in. The starting bid is $1,000. G-Bag is at $1,200. I want to destroy G-Bag in this competition. So let's go ahead and do it again. I think we win every year anyway.
Yes, we do.
So I want to go ahead and make sure that we just put this one away really quickly.
You know what? No. How about we've never won? So we would really like to win for this first time ever.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We really want this, as a,
and you don't even, why do you want to win? You never even celebrate winning.
Yeah, that is actually, we are working on that with the talking doctor, but my baby is going to be there. Oh, we will also have Taylor Hearn in our bay. We will also have Brad Leland. Woo! We will also have Brad Leland from Friday Night Lights. No, Noah's upset that we're losing.
Oh, okay.
Or it could be because we woke him up from his nap. I will let you decide. One of those two things, or he just needed his mom. Any of those things are viable options.
Does Noah like sleeping in the car, or does he stay?
He loves to sleep.
Do you ever have to
car.
drive him around to get him to go to sleep?
That has happened once or twice, I do believe now. So it is helpful, but he's usually very cheerful. But
how old's Noah again?
He's 3.5 months, coming up on 4 months.
So
pretty quick.
You're approximately 10 months away from yelling at him that he can't read yet.
That was, yes, I do remember.
Yeah,
you're 14 months old. How come you can't read?
That's a really weird drop that we have in our
That is
system.
a weird drop, isn't it? All right, are you guys ready for some college football on a Tuesday?
Heck yeah, TCU.
Waited all week for it.
In your face, Derek Holland.
Was he against TCU?
Yes, he is.
Oh,
now he is, as they're playing Michigan.
Yeah. That's right. Well, as we discussed the other day, Michigan is a big favorite going up against TCU. But check this out. What do you think about Brian Fonseca from NewJersey.com? He put USC at 4 on his ballot and Utah at 18 on his ballot for the Associated Press.
To finish?
Yes, despite the fact that Utah beat USC twice.
You know what? He could have been like me. Maybe he went on vacation on December 1st.
Uh-huh.
And he was like on really strict vacation rules where his wife said.
Were you on those rules?
No. But I have a job. But this person has a job too. And he was like, listen, I want you to get away from work. I want you to just be with me, concentrate on the family. And so he had to vote without knowing who won any of the games from like Thursday through Monday.
So you had no idea that Utah almost doubled up USC.
And that's why he had to make that vote. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Okay, maybe you're onto something.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
You convinced me that that's the only thing that could have happened. All right, now let's get to the controversy for the SEC championship game. Did you see, and I know you might be like, wasn't that game not very close, very fair? And they had the incredible return touchdown from Georgia when LSU was like, let's just stand around because we didn't know the ball went past the line of scrimmage, is the Dr. Pepper Challenge.
Okay.
You know where they throw the –
Yes.
Okay.
I love the Dr. Pepper Challenge.
So a Georgia student or let's try this again. 2 students, they positioned themselves several yards away from the Dr. Pepper's cans. They started throwing. It was a tie. Then they went into overtime.
Did they do the same thing? I didn't watch this. Did they do the basketball.
You definitely
two-hand
got
pass.
some chest passes in there. That absolutely happened.
Throw the football.
Yeah.
So they tied. So then they went to a 15-second throw-off. And then they were tied at the end of that, too. What is the next logical outcome?
Who can down a Dr. Pepper the fastest?
That is better than what they came up with. What would be your logic? Another throw-off?
Kick a field goal.
Yeah, fight to the death.
Okay.
With jousts.
Okay, so our options are fight to the death.
With
Taste
jousts.
test.
Yeah.
Taste test,
Yeah.
kick a field
Yeah.
goal, or
Yeah.
how fast can you drink a Dr. Pepper?
One of the Dr. Peppers is poisoned. The other one is not.
Like a Russian roulette.
Yeah, you just you pick one.
That is
The other
a
one
lot
dies.
for that scholarship money. So what,
Don't. It wouldn't not poison kill him. Like poison, they immediately start throwing up.
okay,
And potentially
that's
die.
still no. That feels wrong.
No, that's-
Don't.
This is a fingers crossed that it doesn't happen.
That's
kind
too big
thing,
of a
you know?
penalty.
All right.
Well, what Dr. Pepper might have done is equally stupid. Is
All right.
they were like, "Hey, we're just going to take the scores that you had leading up to this, and whoever has more, you get the
What?
scholarship." Even though they're both standing right there in front of the cans and continue to throw, they're like, "Nah, we're going to go back to the old scores. You get a $100,000 scholarship. You get nothing."
See who can really throw a football.
So
yeah, pump pass kick.
Who won?
the
Pump pass kick. See who
well,
can go further.
social media was having none of that.
Oh,
And
they better. Did they do 2 scholarships?
crushed Dr.
Yes.
Pepper to the point where Dr. Pepper's like, I was kidding. You both get a scholarship. I was just kidding about that part when you don't get the scholarship.
We were having to experience all 23 flavors before we did this.
Yes.
Made our decision.
Yes. So they ended up giving both of them a scholarship, but only after they caved into social media pressure. Was like, your idea was stupid.
Are you saying there's 23 ingredients in Dr. Pepper?
23
isn't
flavors.
that like on the can, right?
Yeah.
23 flavors.
I wonder what the worst flavor is that you taste on its own. Is there any flavor? I guess sugar is going to taste fine. But I just wonder, all those flavors make a
you looking
great
up the
soft
flavors?
drink.
Okay.
But what thing do you have to taste out of the 1 out of 23 that would be the most disgusting flavor,
Okay.
taste, ingredient?
While Corey looks this up, is
Birch or prickly ash, I'm going to say.
prickly ash?
Yeah, do you want to hear all the 23 flavors?
A little bit.
Mike, that kind of was a no.
You can.
All right.
Oh, that was
Cola?
Jerry Jones saying we're not signing Odell.
Cola. Actually, it's licorice. Licorice is the worst. Cola, cherry, licorice, amaretto, which is almond vanilla kind of.
Yes, that's good.
Vanilla, blackberry, apricot, blackberry again, caramel, pepper, anise, sarsaparilla,
This is where we're getting to the
Sarsaparilla?
ones.
ginger, molasses, lemon, plum, orange, nutmeg, cardamom, allspice, coriander, juniper, birch, and prickly ash.
All that makes up just the flavor of Dr. Pepper?
I guess so. I mean, dude, have you ever looked at the flavors of like Worcestershire sauce? It's like there's anchovy in there, dude. Yeah, it's insane how many different things are in that.
That sounds all pretty good, though.
Yeah, except for the licorice part. Yeah.
I'm not a licorice fan, but if I had licorice, I'd be fine.
Okay. Does this make you want a Dr. Pepper?
Dr. Pepper, zero sugar, sure.
Okay. All right. Let's go from that
Dr. Pepper's good.
to
My kids wanted Dr. Pepper in New York. I'm like, it's a Texas thing. Like, it's only in Texas, and I was like, oh dang it. Now they're and like, that's not only in Texas, but it's not going to be up in the Northeast.
And it wasn't?
No,
Wow.
like at your pizza shops or whatever. Like
Uh-huh.
it's going to be Pepsi or Coke.
Yeah.
or,
So Deion Sanders is on the move to Colorado, and he has already said that his quarterback is going to be his son, who is going to transfer from Jackson State. But then he goes, but he's going to have to earn it. And I
No,
was-
he said, "Here's your quarterback,"
Yeah, and
then he
then-
was like, "Oh, but he's gonna have to earn it."
Yes. And then he went on this amazing speech telling all the kids, if you want, jump in the transfer portal. It was amazing because he was like, look, we got people coming in, so if you can't hack it, don't worry about it. We got awesome people coming in through the transfer portal. And speaking of the transfer portal, it's been reported there are more than 1,000 names in the transfer portal right now.
Mm-hmm. And have you seen the numbers that are being thrown at some of these players in the upwards of $5 million for certain players in the transfer portal right now?
I wonder.
Free agency's insane.
I do. I like it. And then there's a part I get where people get really mad at it. But I just wonder if you played for, let's just say UT for a year, or let's take the Quinn Ewers kid.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to finish at UT. He was at Ohio State. Now he's at UT. He's going to transfer somewhere else.
Yeah.
And maybe he does really well. Let's just say I'm not throwing this out there, like, I don't know this. Let's just say he goes to SMU. I don't know SMU's quarterback situation, but he goes to SMU next year. But he plays really well.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's a senior and USC really wants some. You know, I'm throwing out.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden he played for Ohio State, UT, SMU, and USC. Like, that feels like that does feel weird that some kids are going to go to 4 schools in 4 years. Like, where's the
And that feels way worse than Texas found $10 million to keep Bijan Robinson there for another year, right?
Yeah. How many times will this dilute the NFL at some point, where there will be players that are like, I made $15 million in college, I'm good.
I think it could make it a little bit better that they're more ready and there's not as much like, well, give them one more. Like
I don't have to destroy my body to go make money. I already have money now.
Are
college,
you saying it's going to dilute the
I could be wrong.
NFL much like it used to be when the 1925 Chicago Cardinals were able to pay? No, I'm just kidding.
But like if you're Trevor Lawrence now, all of a sudden, look, maybe you're like, I'm not playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'll just take another $15 million to play at Clemson and see who else has the next pick.
That is an amazing point right there, because now you don't have to make the threat of – you know it's an empty threat where you're like, well, you're clearly still coming out. You just don't know what team you're going to go to. You can say no. And think about it. If you were Clemson, especially looking how that whole thing is played out, because dang it, I thought I was going to get it.
Ukulele? Like the thing you play like a small guitar.
Yeah. It's a tiny guitar.
DJ Uiagalelei is going to transfer. And remember, he was the guy that replaced Trevor Lawrence, and he was going to be the next guy.
Yeah.
Don't you wish, like, Clemson could look back and be like, let's give Trevor Lawrence $15 million to stick around?
For sure.
This is a no-brainer, like, for big-time schools like that, like Texas with Bijan Robinson, or any number of these things where I do wonder if some of these top-level picks, especially the first picks, are like, yeah, I don't know. Like, you mentioned how crappy the Texans are. Yeah. Like, let's say C.J. Stroud is sitting back, who I still think has got a really great shot at being the number 1 pick. And he's like, hell no. I don't want to go play for Texas. Ohio State would love to keep him.
Yeah.
So they're like, here's $10 million. Or Caleb Williams at USC. He'll probably be the number 1 pick next year. Would he do the same thing? That is really fascinating.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I guess I look at it a little bit different, Corey. I think, would it make the NFL maybe a little bit better in that I don't have to start Zach Wilson. Like, he would have another year at BYU.
More polished, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering, like, yeah, he got another 12 to 14 games of college football where he got a little bit better. And so, because you look at Joe Burrow, he entered the NFL draft after his senior year at 23 years old.
Yeah.
Because of kind of the transfer situation that he had different, where you weren't getting paid at LSU, at least, legally paid at LSU. And so I just wonder, like, would it be better if all these quarterbacks started coming into the league at 22, 23 years old?
No, there's a huge possibility there. I just wonder how many other guys. We've seen guys with, like, the Niners that just, like, a lot of their team just retired very early because they were tired of beating their bodies up.
Oh,
and I wonder
you.
if in college, if you make $10 million, you're like, dude, I have a degree. I can go build a business off this money.
Well, I wonder if you just play 5 years in the NFL and go, look, I made $20 million playing college.
That too.
I made $30 million playing NFL. I've made $50 million. I'm good.
And would that be a selling point if you're a running back? Like,
Oh,
again, I go back to running back, but if you think about it, like, I'm just
they're way more important in college.
And I'm going to just use him as another example because he looks like he's going to be a first-round pick. Bijan Robinson sits down with these teams and is like, you don't have to worry about getting ready for a second contract. I'll give you everything I got in this first contract. I made enough money. I'm going to retire. Like, I wonder if some teams would be like, okay, well, maybe we will evaluate some of these positions different. I know we got to go and get with G-Bag, but I'm really intrigued by some of these hypotheses.
Let's do it more this week.
Okay.
We're out of time.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I'm in. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm KJ.
Leaving it on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple more quick notes for you is Virginia did give posthumous degrees to the 3 football players who were murdered, and I thought that was a nice gesture. I know that's not going to change anything, but nice gesture of them there. And then in other positive news, Dak Prescott was named the Dallas Cowboys Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, so congratulations to him. We will see how it goes in the larger competition, but a heck of an achievement right there. And now, courtesy of Dean Emily Singing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
We're doing excellent out here at Diamond Factory. And even though we're going to leave, they got that happy hour going every day from 3 to 7 p.m. If folks still want to make their way out here on Omega, come out and see that, as well as all the amazing merchandise they have. My question for y'all to start things off with, I know it's a great comeback and everything because some people don't know how to get a first down or like Taysom Hill to hold on to the football. But are you afraid of Tampa Bay at all if that is the playoff matchup for the Cowboys?
Yeah, because I feel like in the final 5 minutes, Tom Brady would go into maniac mode like we saw last night and just try to like desperately will his team to victory. And there's some magic in there that I think you got to worry about. Plus, you just saw the Aaron Rodgers magic hit you. So your two kryptonite QBs, until they're out, I won't sleep right.
I concur. I think Rachaad White has really provided a nice safety blanket for Tom Brady, and that's kind of a weapon that they haven't had that he's had throughout his career with New England, that check down running back, whether it was Shane Vereen or James White or Rex Burkhead, Plano Senior High Zone, you name the player. That Leonard Fournette's a good back, but he hasn't always been that great receiving threat out of the backfield. Rachaad White's kind of unlocked that weapon for Tom Brady in that offense. So we'll see how they play down the stretch. They got a tough game against that elite 49er defense coming up this weekend. But anytime you've got Brady...
They should have lost yesterday.
They should have lost, absolutely, but they didn't. Why? Because of Brady and the fourth quarter and the number of comebacks that he has. I mean, you can be a Brady hater all you want, but just like when the Cowboys played Aaron Rodgers and we were nervous, Brian and I were, about going up to Lambeau, and that's a game the Cowboys should have won, they didn't, because the boogeyman Aaron Rodgers came back to get you. So if the Cowboys play against the Bucs, we're going to be talking about that again.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, it's still about those receivers too. If you're the Cowboys, what's the shape of your secondary going to be at that point in time? If you kind of got things figured out, still playing with a lot of young guys back there. I never liked dealing with, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and what they're able to do. I mean, Scotty Miller's kind of helped him a little bit in some games where he's, worked it underneath and been able to make a lot of plays. So, yeah, it's that guy again. It's when you get that guy in the playoffs, I mean, history shows you he turns into a different quarterback as well. Brian, I'd love to know your thoughts that you've been around the NFL for a long time, and this is just kind of looking at the history of the NFL, and Odell Beckham Jr. is 30 years old, and I understand the love for wanting to get him here and his career that he's had, but I look at guys like Des Bryant. Last night watching Julio Jones and seeing his stats, and I know that DeAndre Hopkins got suspended this year, but he also got hurt the year before. I just look at receivers, and they hit this kind of 30, 31-year-old mark, and most of them just fall off a cliff after being a really good receiver. Why would Odell Beckham Jr. not do the same thing as what most receivers have done?
Just think you're looking at a guy with a little bit of a different body type, but the problem that you run into with him now is that knee. That knee's not right. And, it's going to take some time to get him back, get him going. And so, if this was all done in like October, if you started this process in October or
even in November. You're probably going to get the number of games. But the one thing this guy can do is he is a guy that knows how to separate. When he played, you could still, even with the Rams, you could still see the quickness. You could still see the run after the catch. You could still see him going and snatching the ball, playing on the move, bunch formation, scatter, him running routes. He's a very crafty receiver in the way he plays. I mean, he knew how to get open in space. If it's zone, he knows how to sit down. Man, he can carry guys with him. His body type is a lot different from some of the receivers that you were talking about. Those bigger guys, they start to lose that ability, the quickness, the ability to escape, the route running, all that. They become a much stiffer player. The problem with this guy is just his knee. It's just not healthy enough to play right now. And if it was healthy, though, you'd absolutely love to have him on the team for all the things I just talked about.
Mike, you brought up Tyreek Hill in that conversation too earlier about will he be able to continue to have that kind of thing? I'm curious, what do you think about his when he hits that 32-year-old mark? Because his is all blazing speed, but he's also got some other skills that go along with it.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. Like I say, those guys with the different types of body type. We're starting to see it. I mean, we mentioned Tampa with Julio Jones and stuff like that. A guy that was super productive throughout his career, and then you start to lose your legs, you start to lose the speed, the quickness, the ability to separate. I think with Hill, he's one of those guys that's has been touched as a guy that will always kind of have speed, will always have quickness. I think I heard you guys. I was driving around, and Antonio Brown, if he wasn't crazy, he would probably still be in this league, because of all the things that we just talked about, the ability to separate, ability to catch the ball on the move, the ability to finish, again, a different body type with that guy.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We do have our buddy Bobby Carella joining us at 4 o'clock to talk some Mavs. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30 and reactions to all the biggest sports stories, and including what the morning news has out about Odell Beckham Jr. here right out of the gates.
We talk about Morocco and what a great soccer power it is, too. Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah. They're the best.
Mike was locked in
that
today.
Keeper was touched by God.
He was touched by God.
Yeah.
Hey,
that just shows you bad
Spain
players
forgot to
aren't
penalty shots.
Yeah, bad players aren't. Good players aren't necessarily good penalty takers.
That's very true.
What we learned in that match.
And I loved your Batman shirt today, Kevin. Just wanted to give you love.
Thank you very much.
Kick it right at the goalie. He always moves. He never doesn't move.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Roll back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Snap!
He brings the energy to your hum. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. A very interesting Odell Beckham Jr. story is evolving. More variables coming into focus, guys. I think it's somehow less likely that he plays, but more likely the Cowboys get him under contract. That's the way I feel about it as we open up this Tuesday show at 877-881-1053. The truckbreak.com fan text is open. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Zach Wolchuk, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You can watch us on Twitch, on YouTube, and at 1053thefan.com. Yeah, 3 things have happened. Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ. RJ asked him how could he be confident about signing a guy. He said, I'm not confident. That's the issue. Signing a guy coming off an ACL that you haven't seen work out. Jerry said, I'm not confident. David Moore posting on the morning news. Odell unlikely to be ready to play before the postseason.
We talked about that.
ACL rehab will likely extend into the postseason. Several people with knowledge of the status said. And at the same time last night, okay, OBJ is at the Mavs game saying chances are pretty good he signs.
Yeah.
I was taking all of that to be like, Cowboys don't want to hurt a guy that might not even be able to play. I think what's going to end up happening is the Cowboys and OBJ are going to come to an agreement that does make sense for the Cowboys because it's so little money. But OBJ gets a chance that if he does get healthy, he can make a run at another Super Bowl. You know? So, strangely enough, I'm confident the Cowboys are going to get OBJ here today.
You are?
You want to fight about it?
No, I don't want to fight about it because I'm so freaking desperate for anything to maybe get our team over the top here, man. We've had 27 years and now we're talking about, I get it, like I don't think the Bucs are very good, but people are trying to act like Brady's done. And yes, the Saints had flaws in that game. The Saints blew it 100%. I'm not going to argue against that. But Brady leads 2 touchdown drives in the final 3 minutes. How many times have we seen that story before? There's no doubt if the Cowboys match up against the Bucs, we're nervous about, oh, here we go. Yeah. What about Tom in the playoffs again?
Yeah.
So is it worth it? This is the question. If you get Odell Beckham Jr., and he's able to suit up for you, and you get him to be with the team, and he knows the playbook, and he's at least able to practice with you and get some timing down. And so, all right, he suits up against the Bucs for that one play. And Broaddus, you've brought this up.
I
that
agree.
4th down against Green Bay.
Yeah.
If he's able to make a difference for you on just one down, does it make this worth it?
Oh, yeah.
To where you're able to get over the hump. And this is what makes the difference for you to finally make it to an NFC championship game, for example.
As long as I don't have to make commitments into the future, then I think it absolutely does make sense. And even if that gets you to the NFC title game or the Super Bowl and you have to commit future resources considering where this team hasn't been over the last 25 years, yeah, it would.
So you're making the signing on a 1 year or 4 games.
Yeah,
I don't. You're not saying you're coming back for 2023, right?
No, there's no way the Cowboys are like, oh yeah, we want to do 3 years and $30 million right now. They got to be thinking, we have to be very prudent long term about the injury situation. But as Jerry was talking this morning, he says it's got to make sense to everybody. Both sides have to be very happy about how this comes together. So what would that be for the Cowboys? You get to come here and prove it. You get to, and for Odell Beckham Jr., you get a chance to win a Super Bowl and prove it. You get to take pictures all around the star and be a Cowboy and maybe play in a playoff game, and maybe playing for and win a Super Bowl. So I think it's cool, that this is, I think, going to come together in a way where the Cowboys don't have to risk anything to have Odell Beckham Jr. on board in case he gets healthy.
Okay, so here is what Ed Werder just reported. Sources, the Cowboys have concerns after Odell Beckham Jr.'s physical that his recovery from a torn left ACL in the Super Bowl has not progressed enough to ensure that he would play before mid-January, and possibly signing him would have no benefit until even the 2023 season.
Oh, wow.
So if he can't play in the playoffs, then it probably takes you out of this thing. I think we've all felt like this is it. He's got to at least play in the postseason, which we've just been talking about now.
When this all came down, we were talking about this around Halloween. around the end of October of like, okay, what would you do to go get Odell Beckham? And then you were like, well, hey, let's see, let's get this going. If all these visits and everything had taken place, say in November, and they'd had a better understanding. I mean, maybe it was a situation like, the fact that it went for so long, it's made it almost like impossible to make work, in my opinion. If this was something that, like you say, we talked about in October, if November, I mean, there was people saying that he will be ready. Remember, Jay Glazer went on. Went on,
but this
Fox
is the complications of a second ACL.
Yeah, exactly. Jay Glazer said, "Oh, he's been cleared. He's ready to go," and everybody's like, "Oh, okay." And then others were saying, "Well, he probably needs another 3 weeks."
I mean,
and it's not like he needs more than 3 weeks.
Okay, that's a big red flag. Long term. But he did say possibly mid-January.
Yes, possibly.
That's
so it's possible.
I think that's probably the Cowboys' position on it. Like,
telling me there's a chance.
How can we pay you? It's possible you don't even play until next year. Maybe, you could play in the playoffs. So we have to have, terms that are very team friendly. Maybe Odell Beckham Jr. will decide that sounds good. He wants to get in and work out with the Cowboys guys and, start working towards it. Or maybe he just wants to stay on his own schedule.
Well, maybe what your situation is, you sign him for this year with the hope that maybe that Britt Brown can get him ready to play for those 1 or 2 games that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But it also might be a situation where you say, listen, come here, give us an opportunity. We'll pay you for what we can for this, and then let's talk about it. But we'll rehab you and get you ready and get you right, and let's talk about a deal after the season then.
And shout out to DFW and the Mavs fans last night, showing him the love there at the AAC.
Awesome.
I got chills, man. I really did. Like, even if you want OBJ or not, I always think it's really cool when the Metroplex comes together and you got the OBJ chants and just everyone comes together. We've never seen this before.
Yeah. Had a big old smile on his face.
Yeah, it was
neat.
Awesome.
Yeah. 214 is OBJ the new Dez with the injury. Well, I mean, Dez was an Achilles. So that's like, we'll take your athleticism more than 2 ACLs, but it is possible, that Odell will never be the player that we saw with the Rams, and that's why there's no way the Cowboys agree to some like 3-year and, long-term deal, knowing what the knee is now. Like, most people are back by 9 months. Yeah. He's going to be at like 11 and a half months before he could possibly play.
I know for a fact that how much that Jerry and Steven and Mike McCarthy trust Britt Brown, Jim Maurer, and Dr. Dan Cooper. I know that for a fact. And if those guys say this guy is not worth it to sign right now, I don't think they would do it. I just don't. I just know that, to me, they really, when those guys like that, you drafted Jalen Smith because Dan Cooper did the surgery, where everybody else was saying, no, don't do this. This guy's going to be, it's long term. He's never going to play and all that. I think that if the trainers and the doctors say there is problems with this knee going forward, I think the Cowboys might beg off. I really do.
All righty. Maybe getting this information out through the reporters is a way of conditioning the fan base and not get mad at them. Hey, we wanted to do this, but we got our doctors looking at it, and it doesn't make sense.
We were never going to get this news until they actually got a physical.
Yeah.
Right. It was all about speculation about signing him and trying to sign him. But once you get the medical information, that doesn't lie.
803, I'm out on OBJ now. No snaps until 2023. Nope. OBJ won't be a Cowboy even if he could play this week. No way they would pay him what he wants. Not in the team's DNA any longer. Maybe he's not sought after as people think, says the 214. He's just not as healthy.
Not as healthy, right?
As you would hope.
Yep.
Mid-January is next month. That isn't that far away, says the 817. That's how I look at it. Like, if it's minimum with incentives, there's no risk for the Cowboys.
Right.
I would want to bring him in and start working him with Britt Brown, who is amazing.
And that fits into the David Moore report of maybe, he can suit up for week 1 of the playoffs.
If anybody can get him right, it's Britt. If anybody can get him right.
Damn right. Yeah. He's the best.
And mid-January is week 1 now of the playoffs, wild card round.
Yeah, because we've got, 5 weeks left of the season?
Yeah, you got the first and then the 8th, and then you start playing the
because now we got 18 weeks.
Yeah.
Portugal have done it again. Is it 3-0 Portugal against Switzerland now in the 51st minute?
This is without Ronaldo?
Yeah, they're a pretty good team.
They're a good team without him. It's kind of funny.
It hasn't always been that way, but they're better than they've ever been without Ronaldo. at least from my memory.
They play 10 versus 11 with him on the field. I'm serious. They do. All he does is point down at his feet like service. Give me the ball. Give me the ball.
He is a cherry.
They're like,
stand
no,
around offside.
we've got other players that are just as good, sir. We'll take a shot here.
He's not aging well. He needs to be a better teammate.
Well, physically, he still looks fantastic.
Yes,
on the pitch,
yes.
you're right.
Oh no, if you went to a club looking like him, you'd pull things out of there.
Some guys really struggle when some guys really struggle when they start getting older, and some guys are super cool. And Ronaldo's the opposite. Go figure. He's been the most arrogant soccer player in the history of the game.
Is he like Bleep Hole of the Year nominee?
Well, yes, absolutely. Sports Bleep Hole of the Year nominee for what he's done at Manchester United, and then the fit that he threw at the end of the group stage when the manager took him off.
Yeah.
He threw a fit on the field and, is pretending like he's bigger than the team, and nobody is. Okay, Jerry also said there's no timeline on this, and at the end they asked him if he had anything to add, and he would just say it's an opportunity that is rare because he's available, but if he doesn't sign, there's not a disappointment, and if it works, it'll improve the team this year, but it doesn't happen, they are still in a positive situation. That was the extent of a very interesting interview with Jerry Jones. I was jealous because, we get one question in for Steve Fridays at 3, and then halfway through the second question about Odell, he'd be like, all right, now that's all we're going to say about that today, okay? Does us no good to be on here talking about it.
My earbuds are cutting out, guys. Sorry about that.
Competitive disadvantage and all that, yeah.
Okay, Monday Night Football, Bucks were trailing 16-3 with 5 minutes to go, as Wolchuk alluded to earlier, and Tom Brady did it. Throws 2 touchdown passes. He passed Peyton Manning for the most fourth-quarter comebacks of all time now with 44 of them. The first one was a 91-yard drive where he threw it to 6 different wide receivers. And it's the second time this year where they've pulled one out, and you can see the fire in him to try to avoid the failure that he's so rarely experienced in his life, to not make the playoffs. And I think it's really driving him. It's clear that the competitive fire is still very much alive. I kind of feel bad for him, because I know this is going to end poorly. He does not have the team to make a run, but that would scare me. He's the number one guy now all time in fourth quarter comebacks, and I would never be comfortable, I think, against the Cowboys, just because I believe in that ability as a leader to look at people with that crazed, determined look in your eyes, and they're like, well, damn, I better go make a play. This is crazy. Some people will be all disappointed and, talking and quiet to themselves. Tom Brady is so animated in those late game situations. I think he makes an impact. And in the playoffs, that might be enough. It shouldn't be. Your pass rush should absolutely decimate them. Their lack of a run game should leave them unable. But what we still need to see is what happens when a team can stop your run game with 4 or 5 guys. And Tampa is one of the very few teams. I think the Cowboys are doing a good job showing right now, you're not going to be able to stop us with 4 or 5 guys. If you want to stop your run, bring the extra help, and then we throw touchdowns. Yeah. Tampa's one of the few teams that can say, hey, we're going to stop your run with 4 guys. And that's terrifying, Zach.
It's terrifying, and I'll tell you what, I'm clinched as hell if we got to be playing Tom Brady. It's the same thing when you play Aaron Rodgers. It's very reminiscent of that game when the Cowboys went to Lambeau, and it's on paper. Now, here's the difference would be the Packers do have a good running game with those 2 good running backs, and the Bucs right now don't. They're still lacking being able to run the football, so that would benefit the Cowboys, but it is just playing against a quarterback that has had your number, and you're on the road, and that's the thing that will scare you. So Cowboy fans, and we've seen this story before, right? That's what's going to make you nervous. On paper, Cowboys are better than the Bucs. Bucs aren't a good team. Saints should have won that game last night, but Tom Brady found a way. 2 drives in the final 3 minutes. You can say the Saints lost it. Not going to disagree with you, but to discredit Tom Brady, it's foolish of you.
They beat you in week 1 without Tom Brady being great.
Yeah.
It really came down to them running the football is what it did. That's kind of where this all kind of started for the Cowboys. The Brady wasn't. I mean, they've had the Cowboys have played against two teams, 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and neither quarterback had to be the guy that won the game. Rodgers didn't really win that game. I mean, he made some good throws, but it was their ability to run the ball. And you look with Fournette and what he was able to do, 128 yards or so. Tom Brady didn't have to be a huge player in that game. So, yeah, I mean, Dallas is capable of going out there and we always say this, they play to the level of the opponents at times. And then they kind of figure things out. But Yeah, Tom Brady's already proven he doesn't have to be great against the Cowboys for them to win these games.
Okay, so we got an update, and thank you to one of our Tolo listeners and G-Bag Nationals, Carrie Smith, for tagging me this on Twitter. Josina Anderson has weighed in to the Odell Beckham Jr. visit here in Dallas. She said, told OBJ still on his visit with the Cowboys. Separately, sources close to OBJ tell her that he feels able to contribute to the playoffs this season, especially after getting in with a team and acclimated consistently over several weeks. So he feels good personally if he signs with the Cowboys maybe this week, that he can get in here and still be able to contribute.
I think he's going to jump in for league minimum and play the rest of the season for you, because he wants to try to win the Super Bowl with the Cowboys.
Speak this baby into existence.
I think you're going to get Odell Beckham Jr. with zero risk. So that would be something to celebrate for sure. Great job by the Mavs last night. The offense totally overwhelming Phoenix. The defense good enough. Luka 33, Dinwiddie 21, Christian Wood with 18, Tim Hardaway Jr. 17, Josh Green 16, and the rookie Jaden Hardy with 10 points in 2 minutes to close the game out. So this is that's really exciting stuff, I think, mostly for Green. And Jason Kidd said, we got to get you paid. So they got big plans for him, and he's had multiple games now over the last couple of weeks that have been very impressive.
Yeah, did a great job last night. Really kind of got into it a little bit. It was kind of some a little bit back and forth with the Suns bench. Showed a little fire, a little grit, a little toughness. I like that. Be a tough one tonight. They got to go to Denver to play these back-to-backs. I think last time they did the back-to-back to Denver, they got beat by 33 points.
Yeah, so that's rough. Back-to-back, mile high.
Never good.
And they have their big three back together now with Gordon and Murray and Jokic. We are taking bids for our Top Golf Bay for Sandlot Children's Charities, and the G-Bag Nation is in the lead with $1,200, okay? I want to go higher, though. Let's pump this thing. Let's get what do you think's a good goal for us, Broadus?
I tell you what, man.
10 grand?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 10 grand.
We might have to get some people involved in this. Yeah. And if you're out there, this is such a great cause. When you look with we're involved, Barry Church is involved, Eric Nadell.
Yeah.
I mean, we got this thing covered. If you want to, bid on the bay, come out there, have some great conversation. Help me with my golf swing if you're one of those people. Yeah. I'll take all that, all the instruction I can get from you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll crash my car and Eric will break his glasses again. There's so much that could happen.
Who knows? Every year it's an adventure.
It will be the funnest bay of them all.
I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
G-Bag NFL Power Rankings. What's your top 5 looking like now? Then the G-Bag of the day is next here on The Fan.
Be a part of
of the art. And we are on Odell Beckham Jr. watch. David Moore with a report in the morning news last hour saying it's likely from several sources Odell's rehab would go into the playoffs into January. Then Ed Werder tweeted, Cowboys have concerns OBJ's physical that his recovery from torn ACL and Super Bowl has not progressed enough to ensure he would play before mid-January. And possibility exists signing him would have no benefit until 2023. Then Josina Anderson, I'm told Odell Beckham Jr. is still on his visit with the Cowboys per league source. Separately, sources close to Beckham Jr. tell me he feels able to contribute to the playoffs this season, especially after getting in with a team and acclimating consistently over several weeks. This morning with Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones talked about how the player having confidence that he can do it is important, because a big part of the comeback from ACL is mental as well as physical. What do you guys think? The truckwreck.com fan text is open. Will the Cowboys sign him? Will he play, Wolchuk?
Man, this is getting to be an interesting situation. So we've got now, and I don't know, maybe OBJ's trying to play offense here with the media, as we've had a couple of Tolos tweet and text in, because you have Josina Anderson who's trying to counter the reports and say he is going to be able to play by the postseason. I do think the Cowboys want to make this move. They're in so deep. They've invested so much. And I don't really worry about the confidence of an Odell Beckham Jr. I don't think the confidence will be quite an issue like with Michael Gallup, because he has come back from this before. So I think it'll all just be about the health of that knee. And to Brian's point, and the Cowboys medical staff, headlined by Britt Brown, will be able to get him right. So if he feels like he's going to be good to go, I do think if the timeline is right, he'll play in the postseason. That's what my gut's telling me. He'll be, but I don't think he's playing in the regular season. It doesn't sound like he's playing at all. You don't have him for the regular season, so your best hope is that wild card game.
I think the longer this thing goes, the better chance the Cowboys have of getting it done.
Yeah.
I do. I think that he's probably hanging in the facility right now. I'm sure that Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, Stephen Jones, they're probably on the phone right now with Beckham's representation. I'm sure Odell's hanging out with some players right now. It's an off day. Tuesday is an off day in the NFL. So I'm sure he's hanging out with some guys, or, maybe he's at the hotel just relaxing and just waiting to see if they can get this thing hammered out.
But if something was in New York or Buffalo, he'd have been like, okay, that's all you got. I'm out of here.
Yeah. I think that this is the place that he wants to be. Now, can they make all the numbers work? Mm-hmm. And, because Zach's exactly right. If Odell was smart, he would take these next 2 to 3 weeks and work with Britt Brown and get himself to the best point he can in order to help play in these playoff games. And I think that's something that probably is, that they're selling. They're probably selling, listen, we're willing to wait for you. We're willing to wait, 3 weeks to have you ready to play. But, okay, you're going to be with our guy who's one of the best in the league. And we'll see how it works out from that. But I think the longer this goes into the day, the more likely that you're going to get a signing. I really, really do, because he's probably hanging in there waiting to sign a deal if they can get it done.
Yeah. Portugal leads now 5-1 in the 67th minute. An absolute onslaught of goals here over the last 15 minutes on the air here with you. Okay, 4:05. Brian knows. He knows they're trying to hammer out a deal right now. 817 couldn't weigh in last segment due to driving, but y'all need to shout out CA because he broke all the reactions at the Mavs game last night when he called into the Get Right.
Hell
That's
yeah,
Tom.
he did.
We always salute CA.
CA's the man, and that's why you keep it live and local. Shout out to the Get Right? That's why we have the only live and local nighttime sports show.
Okay, 281. He did good coming back from the first one. Might be good in his mind second time around. Yeah, that's a good way. That's a good theory for why he would be so confident. 972, Gavin, he's not signing for the league minimum to win a championship. He can do that in Buffalo or Kansas City. The league minimum 1-year deal is a total pipe dream. Kansas City doesn't look unbeatable. Buffalo doesn't either. It's a different deal. I just know the Cowboys are not going to give significant financial resources. Maybe it's not league minimum. It's incentives like win the Super Bowl for $3 million, play a game $500,000. It's not going to be much. That's all I know.
I also think, to the 972's point there, while maybe those teams are better they're going to beat each other up. The path just to get to that Super Bowl, much easier for the Cowboys in the NFC.
Yeah, and it doesn't involve lifelong business deals. Like what he would lay the groundwork for as a former as a Texan, really, by birth, and then, for life, being a superstar associated with the Cowboys and all those NFL films and highlights that are going to run over the years, that increases like your marketability and, your ability to do business with people just as a pitchman. So I think there is tremendous value here, well beyond Kansas City and Buffalo, and that's why Odell Beckham Jr. is here. I have it on good authority, says the 682. Jerry got him on the no-fly list, so the only way he can go home is on Jerry's private jet.
Yeah, said it, baby Jerry.
361, pass. We don't need a hurt player. I don't buy his BS. He needs to work out if he wants that deal. Well, if it's very little risk, you don't have to give him a real roster spot until he's healthy, right, Brian? You can totally sign him and kind of hold him.
Well, you'd have to put him on the 53.
On the 53.
Yeah, on IR?
What's that?
Could you place him on a 4-week IR for the rest of the year?
I don't think you could do that.
You couldn't do that? Like sign him, put him on the 53, then place. You couldn't do that?
No, I think he would have to physically play for you before you put him on the IR.
469, I just want to know from you guys, is it better to forget about Odell Beckham Jr. and concern ourselves with picking up somebody like Jalen Ramsey? Well, yes, but the trade deadline is over. So maybe if the Rams release Jalen Ramsey, put him on waivers, and you have a chance to put in a claim for him at pick 28 or whatever it was. Okay, there it is. That's the very latest on Odell Beckham Jr. We're all over this story. If you see anything, text it into us. Of course, we're here on the Twitch and YouTube chat as well, but we're refreshing every 30 seconds here on Cowboys Twitter. And it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius. It's fun when they're chasing a player, isn't it?
Yeah. The one can be kind of cool.
Yeah, you're like waiting for the breaking news.
The one can be kind of cool to see what's happening. Just keep up with the storyline. The AAC was wild last night.
It was, yeah.
Wow, the amount of D eating was crazy.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. I was like, oh my gosh, look at this. My timeline was crazy. Somebody wanted to tell me what they were eating. I got updates on food.
Yeah.
I got updates on seating arrangements. I was like, what the D eating, y'all? Y'all got to chill out. I'm going to start muting you. Let's see here. Our champion so far is Polo and Garland. This is after the 50 boys put up a 50 brisket he calls into the morning show.
Polo.
I'm not laughing, fellas. I'm being serious. Another thing is this. Kevin Joseph, I hate to say it, dude, but you should be locked up. So you need to lock up these receivers that's coming your way, buddy. You need to show something to me now. We should have drafted another quarterback, which we did, which was Bland. I'm glad he showed his butt out. Sam Williams, I'm glad you did a good job. Tyron Smith, you do not need to play. I don't care what nobody say about losing your job to injury.
Polo, hey, Polo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up, man?
Hey, man, let me talk to your wife for a second.
Oh, dang. He wants to talk to the wife.
She right here. Talk to her. What's up? Say something, baby.
What's your name?
Speak up.
Speak up.
Erica, is your husband crazy? What do you do?
I'm full of passion.
Yes.
We had one Super Bowl since I was in high school. I'm 45 years old right now. They don't need to think about no play. I'm not thinking about Super Bowl. Everybody talking about Super Bowl. No. You need to worry about winning the next game, winning that playoff game. Because it hurts when we get beat in the playoffs. Y'all may not be from Dallas. I'm from Dallas. I represent 214-972 469. Bye.
Just realized RJ. Oh, dang. He wants to talk to the wife.
Polo and Garland, your one-time G-Bag of the Day champ. A lot going on in that cut.
A lot going
That's
on.
Good
it's
stuff.
all over the place like Bird S. You hear me? And I wanted to play this the other day, but we didn't have an opportunity to, so I'm going to throw it in the mix right now. This is World Cup audio. England fans are doing American accents. Because the English always taking American jobs anyway. How about it? They sure do. They're all over the damn big screen.
They took our jobs.
Yeah. Well, when I chanted going from Baltimore, I was like, what? I challenge you, common street thug. Get the hell out of here. Let's see. Yeah, World Cup audio. England fans doing American accents.
We got a soccer ball game against an American Pulisic.
the LeBron James of soccer.
Can I get a hot dog?
Fight and win.
Hey guys, I'm so excited about the USA, and I am so excited about England. Yeah, London. Woo!
Come on, Seattle.
Hi guys, how we doing?
Come on, Seattle. They really hit us. They really do.
They got
It was
us.
pretty
got
good.
us. Yeah, it was pretty
They got
good.
us. Yeah.
I thought they would do like Southern Westerner style dudes.
They did it. They did it. Hello,
Nice job.
more Valley girls.
They got a hot
Hot dog.
By the way, Portugal leads 5-1.
There we go.
And Ronaldo's going
And
in.
he's on, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been a real jerk, Text. I don't hate him. He's just been a real jerk to his bosses at Man United. Then he disrespected his coach at Portugal because he doesn't think he's that bad.
Who you talking about?
Ronaldo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What you talking about with us?
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
here's Portugal. They've exploded for 5 goals with him out. Do you think that's a coincidence?
No.
That's like the Mavs playing their best defense of the year
playing
without
for him
Christian
right now.
Wood.
They're playing for him. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, yeah. Actually,
For you, man.
They're playing tennis-side now
We
here.
are rallying around Ronaldo, and we will play good football.
There's a chance the Swiss come back because Portugal's a man down with him on the pitch.
AAC last night. A lot of riding going on last night in the AAC.
A lot of riding?
A lot of riding, boy. A
lot of
riding that pine.
Oh, okay.
Mavs fans, though, letting OBJ know where he needs to be, though.
Shoot, yeah, they did their part, didn't they?
Yeah, they did their part.
Got to let them know.
And
You
then
come here, it's nothing but love, buddy.
And then Cuban walked over to the table and told that PA guy, let's go, Mavs.
Yeah.
Let's get that. Let's go, Mavs.
Let's get it going.
Let's go.
Now, I'm still trying to figure out why Corey Kardashian, a.k.a. Corey Gamble, was there. I mean, you don't know the 6 degrees of separation of Corey Kardashian.
No.
He was just getting off the plane with Beyonce and Jay-Z just a few weeks ago. This man is everywhere. Every type of famous photo, he's in the background like the Black Rose Waldo. Corey Gamble, bro. I'm putting some respect on your name out here. I'm not talking crazy about you, Corey. I'm just saying you're everywhere, dog. I see you, fam.
Is he friends with OBJ too? Was he in their group?
I'm trying to figure. He was the guy sitting right next to all
I was
of
wondering
them.
who that was.
Everybody was, but nobody was asking questions. Everybody just wanted to get play-by-play. They want to do some D-riding. They didn't want to do it real investigations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why
Corey
we have you.
Campbell, he is a road manager for Scooter Braun's talent management company. And notably, he is Kris Kardashian's boyfriend, husband, I don't know whichever it was legally, but yeah, they're definitely together. So yeah, he's everywhere, man. He's everywhere.
So he took Dez's seat.
That's whose seat
Or
that
Dex?
was?
I don't know. I saw Dez with them talking to Mark Cuban,
Huh.
and I just felt like Dez should have been sitting there.
Oh.
Dez is our guy. Throw up the X.
Now, is a Kardashian curse in play at all with those 3 gentlemen?
Listen, fam, I don't know.
Does that only involve dating? Is that intercourse related?
I don't know.
I'd like to see a lineup.
How do you get that curse?
No, you don't want to see the lineup.
Questioning. You got the spotlight on.
Yeah.
So what is it
Answer
called?
the question.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe that's why Devin Booker played so bad.
How about shout out to Carter Freeman, the producer of our fan cam right here.
Gavin's about to have a fit on this one. Get ready.
He peeped me to the game that Pat McAfee was watching the fan cam today.
Cool.
And responding to Sean and RJ's show and everything that was going on with Jerry and whatnot. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
You guys want to hear it? All right, here it goes.
Here's what Jerry Jones said about Odell Beckham Jr. and his health to Shannon, RJ, and Chop. Is Chop on her?
Or why would you be confident
Yep.
in signing somebody that you haven't seen work out coming off an ACL 9-10 months ago?
Well, I'm not confident at all. And so,
Oh, by the way, I had to edit down this answer because, Jerry does give you a nice little long answer, and we just don't have the time for it.
Yeah.
that's the issue. Now, we've got to come in with our eyes wide open, and it has to be addressed. And that's when you see if you can make a deal or not.
Eyes wide open. What's going on over there?
I'm squinting, but
Did he answer that? Did he talk about that at all?
no, because remember, I don't think he was on Shan RJ Chop last week.
Does it sound like he's going to be a Cowboy, though? I don't think anywhere else makes sense for Odell Beckham Jr. And how do you think it goes down there in DFW's #1 station?
How about
Thank
it?
you. Pat McAfee listening. Cool.
Thank you, Pat.
How about
Everybody
it?
was listening. Everybody was tuned in for that
Everybody.
Jerry because they knew Jerry would answer 12 straight questions about Odell Beckham Jr.
Hell yeah. And Sean's not going to like
Sean
it. He
even
said
thanked
Shan.
him for doing it. Yeah. Sean said, "Thank you, sir, for answering those questions."
That's cool though. So yeah, they had the big the fan cam screen.
Yeah.
You know, you watch a podcast and they have like the screen up while they're talking
they
about
had it on the big board.
Yeah, they had it on the big board. All you see was the heads and the fan. I was like, oh, look at that, shining, bro. It's shine time for you, the fan. Stand up and be saluted right now.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah.
It is time to vote. Is it Polo and Garland? Kelvin Joseph, you should be locked up, so you need to be locking up these receivers. That might be the take of the year right there. World Cup England fans doing American accents. That's strong. AAC last night, chanting OBJ. Pat McAfee listed into Sean and RJ.
Shannon RJ.
Shannon RJ.
Shan.
I'm gonna go with the England fans. Lucius.
Oh. I'm going with the Pat McAfee audio. I thought that was cool.
Tied at 1. Wolchuk.
Man, this is hard. I think I'm going to go with the champ.
We're tied at 1, Brados.
Pat McAfee.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion is the Pat McAfee Show, listening to Sean and RJ live. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Is this man's reputation on the line with this player? We'll talk about that next.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are tracking multiple reports throughout the afternoon. Odell Beckham Jr. probably not ready to play until the playoffs, and maybe not until next year. But he is confident he can contribute in the playoffs for himself. That's the report from Josina Anderson. So we're all over it. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Just a reminder, I hope you guys go on and consider bidding for our Bay for the Jared Sandler's for his charity thing this weekend. All kinds of information about that on Twitter. I know I've been tweeting about it and stuff like that. So be a lot of fun if you come and join us.
Call up here too, right?
Yeah, call up here. Yeah,
I'm looking at the phone.
Yeah, call up here and talk to Lucius. Tell him hello and how much you love him and all that, and bid on our Bay. It would be a huge help to us, help to the charity, and we'd love to hang out with you guys. We're a lot of fun when these getting put in these situations and stuff.
High bids now at $1,200.
Yeah,
we want $1,300.
Yeah,
if you want to go big, if you got it like that, big oil money, just go ahead and throw $25,000 at it.
It's benefiting an amazing cause.
It is, and just great people involved and stuff. So please, if it's consider it as something you would like to do. All right, I got some Cowboy questions for my guys. Always like to ask these types of questions, kind of spur some conversation, give some thoughts. Maybe you guys can chime in as well as you want on the text. I'll start with you, Zach, on this one.
Okay.
Is Dan Quinn's reputation on the line with Kelvin Joseph now starting?
I don't think so. And I can see why you think that, because he was a Kelvin Joseph supporter. But I think Dan Quinn has had so much success already with not only players that he's brought in, but just as a defensive coordinator in his tenure with the Cowboys. I think there's already, what was the nugget? There's 4 games where the Cowboys have had like 4 or more turnovers, which is 2 more in the last 2 seasons since he's taken over as the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, which is just incredible. So, I think Dan Quinn, his track record here speaks for itself. So even if Kelvin Joseph doesn't work out, one miss in the big picture, I don't think is really going to tarnish his reputation.
Yeah, I think his reputation is going to be fine, and we will just blame Kelvin Joseph. But it is a very interesting challenge for him. Last time I saw numbers on it, the Cowboys were playing one safety up more than almost every team or every team in the NFL. And now, how much do you do that? And you're already dealing with run game problems. So we'll have to see how these next couple of games go and how ready Kelvin Joseph is to be able to handle some coverage and, being left alone from time to time. Maybe you won't be able to leave him alone much, and it'll make you vulnerable.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that the reputation part of it is with Dan would be him figuring out a way how to play with Kelvin Joseph and not have any real big drop off there in the back end. Maybe there's some things that him and Joe Witt and the coaches can scheme. Al Harris can scheme. You mentioned it, Gavin, maybe a little less single high safety, or maybe if it's more single high safety, have Hooker shade to that side, much like we were talking about maybe doing with Anthony Brown.
Yeah.
Shade to that side.
But they were pathetic against the Packers when Anthony Brown went out. I that's troublesome. That's definitely very much could be a factor.
All right. How about this one for you, Gavin? Who has been the best player between CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard on the Cowboys since the Chicago game? Who has been better between those two? Between CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard since the Chicago.
You're killing me.
That's five games ago. And, you had a couple of those injury starts where Pollard was involved. And then we've seen with CeeDee Lamb and how he's had some productive games even after the bye with the Green Bay game and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
I think I'm just going to go with CeeDee Lamb. I have to find something to break the tie because it's crazy the kind of games that Tony Pollard is putting up and how much better they are than anybody else in the NFL when you look at the yards per attempt and all that in some of these games and for the season. But I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb just because, what he does is harder and there have been some just freakish type of plays that he's made where Tony Pollard he's doing what he does. He's running where CeeDee's putting some style and some degree of difficulty to it.
Yeah, I guess just to be different, I'll go with Pollard. And, looking at the numbers, there was one game where Pollard just had more receiving yards than CeeDee Lamb and rushing. He led the Cowboys in rushing and receiving yards. But, I mean, both have been outstanding. And I think that you picked the perfect game because CeeDee Lamb's really taken off and ascended ever since then. So, I mean, both have been tremendous. But I'll go with Tony Pollard. And it really does seem like since then the Cowboys have taken their focus. I know, Jerry said today, he just wanted to get it out there with talking about the disciplinary reasons, that it's not like Zeke has been surpassed. It wasn't a demotion for Zeke, but the Cowboys have shown a willingness, like Tony Pollard can be our guy here, where they weren't showing that previously.
Let me ask you this question since you brought up Jerry and Jerry kind of defending him. Do you think Jerry looks at Zeke as like a son?
It feels like it.
He's like, listen, hey, he's not starting not because of he's not good enough to start. He's not starting because of something discipline.
Yeah, he was. I don't know if he looks at him like his son, but he was trying to protect Zeke. You know, and I think there were possibilities that you could have jumped to the conclusion that Zeke did something bad, and I think Jerry was just trying to cover up for him.
Do you feel like though, and with Jerry, that he feels still badly about what happened to Zeke when he got suspended for those 6 games?
Yeah.
That the league took that away from him, his opportunity to play when it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, and he knows there are some people out there in the NFL that haven't thought about Zeke since then. And when you bring up Zeke, if it's trouble again, they're going to be like, oh, well, there goes that idiot 21 again.
Yeah.
He knows how this whole thing works.
Tarnishes a reputation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, how about this one for you again, Zach? What line would you use if you were Jerry Jones to convince Odell Beckham to come to Dallas?
Ooh, line?
Yeah.
Man.
Of blow?
I was thinking more of the kind of the verbal segment of it, yeah. But if that's what it takes, let's do what you have to do.
Oh, man. Well, I mean,
give me a line that he would have
Jerry's the best salesman ever. I'd say, if you want to just butter him up, you are the missing piece to getting us that 6th Super Bowl.
There you go. Yeah.
Like that one?
I think that, I'll just go with that. I mean,
come on, man. Don't just piggyback that. You were good. You come up with words. Come up with something.
I would need time to come up with these words.
That's a hard one, man.
Yeah.
And I pulled that one out of my rear. I don't even know if it was that good.
What are we talking about now?
The line, if you were Jerry Jones, what line would you...
Oh, no, I know what we're talking about. I'm talking about Zach. Don't worry about it. Swing and a miss. Don't worry about it.
I knew what
Somebody
you were talking about.
There.
You needed Eric to piggyback off that one.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. But no line there?
No, I got nothing for you, Brian.
I'm disappointed in you right now.
You should be.
You're usually so good with this.
Disappointed in myself.
You're
a wordsmith.
That's what I'm saying. You always come up with the right thing to say.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Listen, I know you're hurt. I know you're hurt inside right now. You're not wanted by anybody. I want you. I want you on this football team.
I will eat your ass.
Gosh dang it, Alex Jones. Oh, we got you out of here, bro. But you're a band.
I'll tell you what, I can't go any more on that one right there. I will eat your ass. That's okay.
Okay, how about this? How about this?
Pull that, please. We need that for life.
Yeah.
I got 2,000 acres just south of the Oklahoma border with your name on it.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Offer him a little incentive.
Right.
Go be a rodeo guy.
Little salary cap.
Yeah, little salary cap.
You're fine, flying free for the rest of your life.
All right, speaking of these running backs, does it really matter who starts?
No, I don't think so.
No, absolutely not.
Did I cut you? Was that for you?
No, you can both comment on that.
I'm sorry.
No, after that last one, Zach, I don't deserve to have.
No, you always do.
Yeah, no. I think just what I said. You're good, Zach. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. Now, I kind of did like seeing TP start the game, though, last week.
Sure.
Because it seemed like you had a very fresh and rejuvenated Zeke. And I kind of like having that bruiser thumper mentality. I kind of feel like this is a beautiful reminiscent of what you had in 2007 with Julius Jones and Marion Barber, where Barber is that Zeke role, and he just kind of comes in and hammers that thing home and can finish games for you. But, yeah, I think Jerry does want Zeke starting. But, no, I don't think it matters. They're both getting their touches, and they're playing off each other extremely well.
Yeah, I don't think it matters either. I do like seeing Pollard start. I think it gives you a little juice to start the game. And if you bring Zeke in, and all of a sudden you're used to a guy like, exploding through the line, and all of a sudden you got a guy that's kind of hammering you, running the football, it makes a little bit of a difference. So I don't think it matters, but I do like seeing Tony start myself.
Yeah, it's just situational, If for short yardage stuff, protecting the quarterback and all that, you lean a little bit Zeke, but it really comes down to, how things are going in an even rotation, and I'm happy. I think what we're seeing right now is Zeke is benefiting tremendously late in the year from being fresher, and probably Tony Pollard is as well. So, one thing that should be gone forever is the idea of a singular bell cow back. That idea needs to die and go away forever.
I totally agree with you on that. Thank you guys for answering my questions.
You got it. We got a rim session coming up next. We'll talk Mavs basketball, and we'll go around the association here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Still tracking this Odell Beckham Jr. story for you. We've had multiple reports that he will not be ready to play likely until after the playoffs start. So that was kind of a downer, but then Josina Anderson had a report that he is confident he could contribute to a team in the playoffs this year. He hasn't left. He's not jumping to the Giants or the Bills. So we're under the assumption they're seeing if they can work something out that works for both parties. And I do believe the Cowboys are going to acquire Odell Beckham Jr. pretty much risk-free. Here's Zach Wolchuk for more on that and a college football super segment.
Wow, that would be absolutely amazing if the Cowboys could make this happen with Odell Beckham Jr. You know, I mean, there's risk involved. There certainly is. But if you're able to do it where the deal works out for the Cowboys, and it's probably not going to benefit you until the postseason. But Brian, as we've talked about this thing, man, if he can make that difference for a down even, to just get you over that hump in a game and finally just get this team over that hurdle to a conference championship game, which we have not been able to see since they were able to knock off the Niners and go on to win Super Bowl 30. Wouldn't that be a dream situation? I think it would be worth it.
No, it would absolutely, you know, and that's what you need him. You need him for that big game. He's a big game player. And, you know, if I have full confidence that if it's going to take some time to get done, you know, yeah, you'd absolutely love for him to be able to play against the Eagles and the Titans, and you know, you might need those games. You know, it might come down to it. But if you have him available for the playoffs, you know, this guy has proven that, you know, when he lines up in those situations that he can do what's necessary to help you win a football game.
All right, we'll have more Odell Beckham Jr. news as it comes along to us here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. But right now, let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed, and go all the way around the rim. Yes, please.
Right. Rain
dance.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Oh, Mavs whooped up on the Suns last night, 130 to 111. OBJ was in attendance, sitting with Micah Parsons.
He's a Suns fan, right?
Trayvon Diggs, he was. He loves himself some Devin Booker. Now, Devin Booker did not start good. He missed his first 7 shots last night.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle for him. It was funny. Micah Parsons ended up with Booker's jersey?
He did. Well, so I think Micah just likes doing that. He's just a jersey swapper. He switched with Stephon Gilmore. I think he does it usually after every Cowboys game.
So you think he brought a jersey along? Or did he just say, I'll give you your address and I'll send you a jersey?
Maybe.
Or did Odell say, hey, Book, give him the jersey? That kind of thing?
Oh, that could have been it.
Maybe
asked, Odell did.
Maybe Odell, he asked Odell if he could get the jersey for him, and Odell said, yeah, I'll help you out here.
But with Lucius telling us about the Khloe Kardashian stuff, I think Booker and, was it Kendall Jenner? And maybe it's not, like, if it's a Jenner, maybe the Kardashian curse does not still work in this scenario. But maybe it was that jinx. Like the curse.
Those ladies have quite a lineup. They could field a pretty good team with all the guys.
They sure could.
The guys, that would be kind of an unbeatable team.
Hell yes, it would be.
Like the All Blacks. What's it called down there in New Zealand? The All Blacks?
The Haka.
The Haka.
Hell yes.
That's Haka.
Big one for the Mavs. Josh Green again plays really, really well.
I see what you're doing there.
Oh, yeah.
And Jason Kidd, before the game, was talking about Josh Green, getting him signed to maybe an extension already.
Yeah. And before the year started, Zach, I was strong on Josh Green, and I thought, well, hopefully he can become a creative type of player with the passing and the dribbling and the good defense. I had no idea he was going to improve his three-point shot this much. I didn't think it could happen this year, but I'm feeling like maybe this is a 13 to 15 point per game kind of guy off the bench. Maybe could be a starter at some point for this team now. And salute to him for putting it all together this offseason.
I'm loving it. We'll get to more Mavs stuff a little bit later on. An hour from now, we'll talk with Bobby Carell, Mavs.com. He'll set the scene of what it was like with OBJ in attendance, and we'll talk some more Mavs for you. But this is a spicy story. We've got Trae Young beefing with a reporter. So we had Nate McMillan and Trae Young. Apparently, there was a report they weren't getting along, and Trae Young just didn't show up, didn't play the other night. Now, Nate McMillan has responded to that report of him telling Trae Young not to attend a game, saying that that's just false. Well, last night, Trae Young was asked about it with the media, and he ends up going back and forth with the reporter, and this is how that exchange went down.
Situation, I mean, we're all grown men here, and there's sometimes we don't always agree, and I mean, it's unfortunate that private situations and private conversations get out to the public, but I guess that's what the world we live in now. But I mean, I'll just focus on basketball and focus on helping my team win, and that's what I got to get to refocus it on.
But what's public was that you not at the game, so why weren't you there?
Man, it sounded like you was at me, bro.
I'm curious. I mean, you're leader of this team.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for people who don't know the full situation to understand it. So, I mean, it's like I said, it's a private matter again, and it made public, which was unfortunate. And if it was stayed private, it probably wouldn't have been as big of a deal. But like I said, it's unfortunate. But my job and my goal is to win a championship, and that's all I focus on.
But you can see the perception, though, Trae. You are a leader of this team, and when you're not there to support your guys.
When you're an outside guy like you are, and you don't understand in a private matter, in a private situation, you should probably stay on the outside. And like I said, it's unfortunate that everybody has to understand and know a little bit of the details that went on inside. But, I mean, inside here, we're all good. And, I mean, if you got any more questions about that, then you can talk to somebody else about it. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah, I respect what you're saying about the private of the locker room, the private of the practice court. We're not here. I guess it's just a public thing of you not going to support your teammates when you're healthy about not going on the bench. So where's the disconnect there?
If I was healthy, I would have been playing.
But, I mean, John was in a boot, and he was still at the game.
Yeah, but you don't know the full story. Again, no, I don't want to.
So that's just, there's more to it. If you being healthy, and just, I mean.
A private matter needs to stay private.
Get it cracking then. Let's go.
Woohoo. That was good.
Zach Klein was not backing down.
Yeah, you know, you don't know what the private thing is, you know, and it could be embarrassing or it could be something that's going to hurt your career. So it's tough to keep prying when he says it's like private 3 or 4 times. Now, you know, I think as a reporter, your BS meter like starts skyrocketing and you're like, it's not that private. You just don't want to tell us what it is because you got in trouble for doing something. I'll tell you this, from covering Nate McMillan in Portland for a number of years, he will challenge players and he thinks he can still kick any player's ass. He's very tough.
Does he?
Yeah, they called him Sarge. Because he's kind of like a drill instructor type of coach. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was, you know, a loud conversation that required some sort of a deal like that at all. But, man, I love how Trae Young just kept dispatching that reporter. That was something, dude. That was skillful.
On the outside,
and he did it with a smile.
Yeah.
You know? I think that's how you handle it for all players, you know? That's like a textbook. They could put that in the media training. If a reporter is coming after you and it's something you don't want to talk about, look what Trae Young did.
Well, we had a very scary moment on air before the Hawks-Thunder game last night as Bally Sports Southwest broadcaster and play-by-play announcer Bob Rathburn briefly lost consciousness on the court prior to the game. And Lucius, I think we do have the audio.
I listened to it. It's
you
just,
didn't want to play it?
Yeah,
it was more of a visual, I think.
Yeah, it's more a visual thing, which is really sad to watch, by the way.
It's horrible.
It was very sad.
The video's out there. If you wanted to go watch it, Bally Sports Southwest issued a statement Monday night providing an update of it. And, you know, quickly the medical team came out on site. They treated Rathburn for dehydration. He is in stable, responsive condition. They took him to Emory Midtown for further evaluation.
Great hospital.
And, man, he ended up, of course, not doing the game. But the good thing is he's okay.
That was just dehydration?
That's what they're saying. It was just dehydration.
I was fearing the worst.
But I mean, it kind of looked like a seizure.
I was thinking stroke.
It looked very scary. He's 68 years old. He's worked as a Hawks broadcaster for Bally since 1996. But hopefully he's good to go moving forward. But that was a very frightening scene. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring to you was Draymond Green, who, you know, has a budding broadcasting career. And he was recently doing, you know, the podcast stuff, which he's been doing. And, you know, he was on Uninterrupted's Throwing Bones podcast. And Draymond's faced, you know, LeBron James in the finals 4 different times. Grew up watching Michael Jordan, was a fan of Michael Jordan. And he gives his opinion on why he believes LeBron James is better than MJ. So, G-Bag Nation, you make the call. What do you think about this explanation on The Debate between LeBron and MJ, and Draymond siding with the King.
It's done. Yeah. Bron started in 03. By 2005, Bron was the best player in the NBA. In 2020, he was still the best player in the NBA. He was the best player in the NBA no matter what the game did. The game went from 2 slugs, like slow big men, to like a stretch 4 big man, to like back to 2 big men, to like no big man.
You out there playing the phone.
And he's been the best no matter what. When you look at the teams that Bron has carried to championship or carried to the finals, MJ didn't beat the greatest team ever assembled, nor did he run up against the greatest team ever assembled every year. You look at the skill set that Bron has, there's nobody that has ever played the game of basketball that can do what LeBron James does on a basketball court. Nobody. We all want to be like Mike, but what LeBron has been able to do and how he can control a game and like to do it this long, like MJ retired, like this grueling. Like going to the finals year after year after year. Bron went 8 or 9 straight.
9 straight.
Like MJ took a break and right in the heat of that. Bron ain't taking no break. You know what he did? Went again and again and again and again.
With different guys every time.
And again. So for me, that's why it's Bron over MJ for me. And on top of that, the talent nowadays is way better. And I'm sure one of the old gonna say, you out of your mind, and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. The talent is way better. Just like the talent at Apple is way better than the talent that was working at Apple in 1991.
Better. Food better, training's better, medicine's better.
Everything.
It's the nature of things, progresses and we get better product of what we put out there. And so the game is way better, way different now. And it's crazy, Bron's still up there, man. So he's
still doing it, still doing
1 and 2, 3,
Year
best
20.
in the league. It's crazy.
It's year 20.
Young people never think people were athletic 40 years ago.
Yeah, it's like I don't necessarily agree about the talent there, but some interesting points.
Yeah, no, he's got some good points. And the resume might lean LeBron in a lot of ways at this point. The skill set leans LeBron. But the thing about basketball is the toughest thing to do is to put the ball in the basket. And Jordan was significantly better at that than LeBron. Mm-hmm. It's the most difficult skill out there. And, to me, that gives Jordan a slight edge. But if you want to go LeBron, I'm not going to argue with you on it, because I think you have a very compelling argument. The longevity, the fact you didn't step away, but we're talking about going up against Larry Bird and Isaiah Thomas.
Hell yeah.
And Magic Johnson and Charles Barkley. And LeBron did not face that level of competition in a lot of his trips to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, you watch The Last Dance. To say that the level of competition that MJ faced wasn't quite the same that LeBron's facing is a little bit foolish.
Yeah. Yeah, and the game, I would say the game was more difficult back then. It was a lot more physical.
More physical.
Amen.
There's this great moment where Robert Parrish slugs Kevin McHale while they're going for a rebound. He wasn't, Bill Laimbeer. He wasn't kicked out of the game for that. That was like 1987. Robert Parrish fed up with Bill Laimbeer trying to bully the Celtics front court. He just punched him in the middle of a rebound. Didn't get kicked out of the game. The hand checking that people barely talk about anymore. But on defense, you used to be able to corral the point guard with your hands on either hip, get back here, get back here, get back there. And I'm going to put my arm on you. None of this stuff is allowed. And that's how bigger guys like LeBron can be point guards. Because you really can't get up into them and take advantage of the fact that they're so tall dribbling the basketball. Back in the day, KD couldn't have handled the ball like this. They would have taken it away from him because they would have been able to really get low on him. So the game is massively different.
Yeah, and I would say going to the Apple point he made, the old school Apple with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak was much more innovative than the new Apple with Tim Cook as the CEO. Great CEO. Not innovative, though.
No, it's pretty much the same phone that we're getting every single time.
And they charge you everything.
Yeah, damn right. We're in charge of everything. Finally,
they need something new, don't they?
They need something 100% new.
Big time. The fan who exchanged words with Draymond at that Mavs Warriors game that resulted in Draymond getting fined $25K has donated $12,500 of their own money. I read that wrong, but I'm reading it right now. It's my dyslexia.
I have dyslexia.
It's dyspraxia with the numbers that I flipped there. That's why I was so bad at math. Went to community college for a reason. To the Dubs Community Foundation, and also donated an additional $12,503 to the Mavs Foundation a few days following the incident. So this was Mavericks and Dallas resident Alikan Ramatullah. And if I said your name wrong, Alikan, and you are a Tolo, I apologize, but we love you, and a very charitable act on your part there for doing that and matching Draymond's fine.
Good on you.
Real quick, I was going to ask you guys this question. How many games, like the season being 82 games, how many full seasons do you think that Michael Jordan played? All 82 games.
How many seasons total?
Yeah.
He probably missed games in 3 of them.
Well, he played 8. He had 8 years where he played 82 games.
Wow.
8 seasons where he played all 82 games in his career. LeBron has only done that one time, and that was in 2017, 2018.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that as well.
I mean, the longevity of, you talk about with the way the players are nowadays, with the way they sit out and stuff like that. Back in the day, those guys never sat out.
We do have breaking news on the fan as you have Baker Mayfield signing with the LA Rams.
They got the Rams?
Yeah, they claimed him.
They claimed him, yeah.
They inherit his remaining contract, and he's expected to fly to Los Angeles by tonight and could play Thursday against the Raiders.
Well, you got it shot, Gavin, because McVay's the man.
Yeah, maybe he will play decent. That's interesting, but I guess our fight about him going to the 49ers is null and void for now. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, Cowboys news of the evening, including what Odell Beckham said when asked about his chances of joining the team and other Cowboy things. That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about Window Nation, though, because winter's coming up fast, and they're saying it's going to be even colder. Temps are dropping, costs are up, inflation's up.
emergency plumbing issues. Visit WillardAC.com today to schedule your appointment and take advantage of their $99 drain cleaning special.
All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time for the Cowboys news of the evening. 2 Odell tweets. Well, now make it 3. I've really set the table where we are right now. Josina Anderson pointing out OBJ's first ACL took 11 months to the day, and 11 months out would be the second week of January. So right now we are at 10 months out. Okay. She also tweeted that she was told Odell is still on his visit with the Cowboys, and sources close to Beckham Jr. say he feels he's able to contribute to the playoffs this season, especially after getting in with the team and acclimating consistently over several weeks. And then Ed Werder, Ed Werder added to the David Moore report. He said the Cowboys have concerns after Odell's physical that his recovery has not progressed enough to ensure he would play before mid-January, and the possibility exists that signing him would have no benefit until the 2023 season. So that is where we are at with the very latest on Odell Beckham Jr. It was a very eventful early afternoon as the info started coming in, and things that we are being led to believe over the last couple, 2 or 3 days to a week are coming true. And the fact that we were talking yesterday about how New York and Buffalo, there's been no leaks that he's doing good. Todd Archer tweeted this morning that there's no social media videos of Odell Beckham Jr. out there cutting and running and doing stuff, which is another red flag. So, we were kind of expecting this. Now it's a reality, and it's a matter of, what the Cowboys and Odell can sort out.
Yeah, there was a lot of hope, that they were going to be able to get things done. But people just kept reminding me, they're like, hey, we could be all positive we want and talk about this until we see that knee. We can't do anything, we can't. And now you're starting to hear that they saw the knee.
Yeah.
And now the reality of the reporters are all stepping in and saying, okay, well, this is what my sources are telling me. This is what my
So what kind of value does a guy like that have at this point? I think it's great they're negotiating it now, because if he can play, it's going to be a surprise, and you're not going to compensate that right now. You're not going to give him a contract with guarantees right now at all, which I think is really good for Cowboys fans, because you want this to be as risk-free as possible.
Yeah, and that's the problem you're running into right now. The further this gets, the Cowboys are like, listen, we're willing to do this. And if we'll give you the benefit here of having one of the best rehab guys in the league work with your guy and get this thing started the right way to where he can start to play some games potentially in the playoffs. But if they're looking like, the Cowboys might be, and Odell's camp might be, listen, we want some assurances, though, if he does play, can we get a deal for next year?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the whole thing. And we're not going to let you rent him for 2-3 games. We're going to make you pay for the privilege of having him here for these 3 games. And the Cowboys are saying, well, wait a minute. We're going to give you an opportunity to potentially win a Super Bowl again this year. And we're going to rehab you while you're at it.
Yeah.
To get you even better,
Yeah, that's interesting, because I was kind of thinking prior to you saying that, this is making me feel like, well, OBJ really does just want to play this year, right? But now so maybe that's what the conversation is right now.
I think that's why it's taken a long time. And if Odell Beckham would have just agreed to the veteran minimum right now,
be done. We'd be talking about a done deal.
We'd be talking about a done deal.
So that makes sense. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, who we are. Your agent knows how we do business. We're not. We can't do that.
Sure.
You need to see you're at an age now. You're no longer a top 5 or top 10 or maybe not even top 15 wide receiver. And if you play well here and win again, you're going to get all the money in the world, right? But we can't assume the risk for a guy 32 years old, way past his prime, coming off a second ACL surgery. The risk has to be minimal. I'm sure we could do an incentive thing. If you do play and you play well and we reach the Super Bowl, we want to compensate you for that in a big way. We're not trying to steal production from you. We just have no guarantee or reason to believe that you are going to produce.
I think I should have looked this up. Did he get paid by the Rams in crypto? His contract, I think he took millions in crypto, and that thing just tanked on him. So he might be in a situation where he's looking now for more of a long-term kind of a situation where, the money, try and recoup some of that money that he did lose.
So he decided to be paid his $750,000 salary in Bitcoin when he became a free agent last November. And then after Bitcoin's recent plummet in January, the news reported that he net only $35,000 from his contract with the Rams from the entire year.
Yeah.
So
He didn't dump that much.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's only down like 65%.
Yeah.
Not
well,
98%.
yeah,
That's bad math.
It's a good. Well, that's
from
what
$750,000 to $30,000.
That's what the internet's saying.
Okay, internet.
Well, it's about money.
And then he could have sold the Bitcoin. He
could have.
And it's a drop in the bucket compared to his career earnings. So if Odell Beckham Jr. needs money right now, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, if he has his career earnings.
And that might just
on
been
fire, bro.
Right.
He got triggered by that coin conversation.
Could have just been a percentage of the contract as well.
Yeah.
Dawson got real.
I mean, you're still, and on top of that, you're still holding like 15 Bitcoin, which puts you in a great spot. It's just down a little bit.
I was just trying to think of why he would need the money.
Okay. What else do we have here? Baker is going to the Rams. Adam Schefter is reporting Jimmy G could return in 7 to 8 weeks. So that's that's the other big Cowboy story of the day. Jimmy, what would that be? Divisional round, maybe NFC title round. Now there is the and this is crazy that you actually have to be worried about Jimmy G, but that's the case. Because he makes their entire game plan of we're going to kill you at the line of scrimmage and then make like 2 big plays in the passing game per game and beat you. So that's not fun, but maybe they'll get eliminated. Maybe they won't even make the playoffs with this bum Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, Brian. You know what I'm saying? This guy's terrible.
I think you're onto something there, Gavin, for sure.
Now, you want to ask us a question, don't you?
I do. And this is, I'm glad we got through all this because this is in light of what happened today with Spain. And that missing all these the PKs and stuff like that. Okay, and the question I have for you guys, I think this is excellent. If you were randomly dropped into a pro sporting event where your entire country's hopes and dreams are on the line, what would you most want to attempt? A free throw, a penalty kick, a 25-yard field goal, or a 6-foot putt?
Oh,
wow.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Free throw all day long.
Lucius, are we going home? We have God and country.
We going. If I need one out of those 2, I got one.
Yeah, you only have to make one.
I got you.
You got to
make
make
time to practice it. I'm just dropped in right now.
You're dropped into the sporting event, and now the world's lights are on you.
I can do it.
You got to make a free throw, a penalty kick, a 25-yard field goal, or a 6-foot putt.
Okay, how good's the goalie?
It's the goalie that
it's the Morocco goalie.
It's the Morocco goalie.
I'm taking the putt. I'm damn good at putt.
Are you?
Yeah. I can putt. I have no long game or short game, but I can putt.
Is putting part of your short game?
It's completely separate.
For you, it is, right?
I just putt.
You've been doing some putt in your day.
I did.
I'll go with the 25-yard field goal. I think I can make that. I'd make the free throw about 30% of the time, I think, maybe 40% of the time.
You can make a field goal right now? You think you can make a field goal from 10
yarder.
yards away, 5 yards away? We go outside right now, you can kick a field goal, Dawson.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I kick all the time.
I believe you. I believe you. I've seen you out there on the baseball field. You got a hoover for a glove, excuse me.
Yes. Yeah, I can play a little baseball too. I'd rather field a grounder.
If world stage.
Yeah.
World stage. And it's snap, hold, kick.
Yeah.
You make it.
It's in. Yeah. No doubt about
it.
it.
Lucius is standing there taking 4 bounces and letting that thing fly.
Oh, yeah.
Wolchuk is standing over a putt, and he is like the slacks are like waving because he's so nervous. The pants legs are wearing.
I'd be freaking crapping my pants.
I wouldn't want to attempt any of these things.
I wouldn't either.
I just don't.
Because if you miss them, bro, like
that's
Nick Anderson, you'll never be the same again.
That's what I'm saying. Like those players, those guys from Spain have played some of the greatest matches in the world, and now they're going home and they're thinking, man, I just missed a penalty kick and we're not in the tournament anymore. I mean, that affects you, and it's such a bad way.
What did KNC call it? The talking doctor?
The talk doc.
You're going to have to go see the talk doc after that for real. Yeah. Because everybody you see in America, you're going to think they know that I screwed up.
I think the penalty kick might be the most fun, but after what happened to Abby, I'm like scarred.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah. It's so weird how that becomes so difficult for some people.
So bad that I would like to have to toe punch it?
Yeah, I think you'd want to toe punch it.
You think
yeah.
you toe punch it?
Yeah. That'd probably give
You're going
you
to go straight over the damn
good,
bar.
consistent power.
I think
you'd sail the hell out of that.
I don't think I do any. I think the country's screwed with me doing any of these things. Seriously, I really do. I couldn't stand up there and shoot a free throw.
You could make a 6-foot putt.
No.
Not with the pressure on the line?
No, not with everybody watching.
Make you buckle.
Yes. I'd throw up on the green.
We're all done.
better off with a hand of blackjack.
We're all done.
Hey, you'll be good after you throw up, though. You're good after that. I usually am.
Clears the mind.
I usually
pull the trigger.
Sunday morning. Let's go.
All right, we're tracking. We got a lot of stuff going on here in the world of sport, and we thank you so much for participating on the truckwreck.com fan text, the Twitch, the YouTube. It's all there for you. We'll take calls tomorrow in the 6 o'clock sound off, so get ready for that. Get your calls warmed up. Start working on your script. College football super segment's coming up next, though. Where are we going with that, sir?
Jordan Palmer is dry snitching, and I'll tell you, Dion has made some hires. Who's that? Next on the fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Two things happening. Rangers are nearing a deal with the pitcher. Andrew Heaney played last year with the Dodgers, and he had a good year. He hasn't had many good years, but he did last year. It looks like around 75 innings pitched and a whip at 1.09, ERA in the low threes. So they continue to add.
Yeah, mostly a two-pitch guy with occasional changeup. He really hasn't been able to stay healthy. But he's got that sinker curve. He's a left-handed pitcher. He's had some durability concerns. Maybe something you have to think about there with also the durability concerns of DeGrom.
Sure.
If you're adding guys.
Maybe a multi-inning middle reliever kind of guy.
Sure.
I don't know if they'd start him. Could be a guy that you pair with a Jake Odorizzi. Who knows? But Andrew Heaney's coming off a really good year last year. A lot of Ks at the top of that rotation with him and DeGrom.
Okay, and then another Cowboy thing is Josina Anderson has been the top reporter here on the Odell Beckham Jr. front from the player perspective. Timing is everything, she tweets, and so is the art of negotiation, both publicly and privately. She's tweeting about it while doing it. This is exceptional.
Get it, Miss Anderson.
She says, while meetings are ongoing separately, the Cowboys currently rank 24th in wide receiver production, she says. This after deciding to trade Amari Cooper earlier this year on March 16th. So, yeah, the Cowboys wide receivers are playing better than they have all year, and they played 5 weeks without Cooper Rush. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm not worried about it. I think we're doing okay. And I think this means Odell Beckham Jr. and his agent are really, trying to negotiate for a longer deal. And I doubt the Cowboys are going to do this. That's why yesterday I was so sure they would not end up with Odell Beckham Jr. But now, if they're comfortable with him sort of rehabbing his way back onto the field while here for a low amount without guarantees into the future, I think it could work. But it's going to be really interesting how Odell Beckham Jr. now reacts to Catboy. I think if you're the Cowboys, you say, listen, you're old and you've been hurt. You have to now, if you want a long-term deal, it's not going to happen here. Maybe you prove it here and you end up getting a big deal. But we're not in the business of risking things for players that might not be available. Maybe that's somebody else's bag, but that's definitely not what the Cowboys do. And we'll have to see how OBJ reacts to that, Zach.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to be reckless, but also heard some rumors he might have been having some lunch skis at Sushi Marquee there across the Star with Zeke and a couple other Cowboys. And that place is delicious.
It is very good.
I think it's good enough to seal the deal, if you ask me.
The edamame there with the spicy hot chili edamame.
They've also got fantastic tempura.
Yeah. Very good.
Ooh, I do
really
like a good
good
tempura.
Just to walk across the street.
Very good tempura. Delicious. So I think Odell Beckham Jr. Look, I wouldn't want to leave if I were him. I mean, the Texas hospitality, everybody chanting for him, the welcoming that he got, hanging out with Dez. I wonder how the meeting went with Dak and the leadership committee today. I'd love to know what Dak thinks about this.
Once again, I just think him hanging around tells you a lot that they're trying, but, and they're thinking, it's just a matter of, Adam and his guy getting it kind of worked out what they want to do, because he just wants to make sure he doesn't want to leave this building if you don't want to leave and then all of a sudden have to come back. If you can sign and get it done, get it done. But I think that's why he's hanging in here as long as he can.
All right, we'll talk some Mavs coming up on the other side with Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, and we'll update you on everything Odell Beckham Jr. related. Don't you worry. But let's get into some college football talk, shall we? I did fail to mention yesterday, we ran out of time, but my Mean Green fired Seth Luttrell. They gave him the green slip. They said, get out of here. We're done. 500. Baby, go Mean Green. He was a 500 coach, but did have North Texas, in a bowl game pretty much every year. Just never won the bowl game. He just couldn't win the big game. That was the issue with Seth Luttrell. So
you're in North Texas. What do you expect? You're winning all the other games, but not the big ones?
Well,
you're overachieving.
Here's the issue, Gavin. At some point, you want to punch through and you want to put a higher standard for the program, right? So thank you, Seth Luttrell, for getting us to this point. But now you want to take the next step. Yeah. And you want to actually, no, that's not the mindset we want to have anymore, right? You don't want to be the North Texas that you're overachieving by making a bowl game. We want to be the team that's winning a damn conference championship.
Insert any other state's name. Any other state's name, and tell me what's the expectation of Northern California? What's the expectation of Northern Colorado?
This is the damn state of Texas.
I hear you.
We're trying to win football
There's 6 other D1 programs within a driver, okay?
Yep, I hear you. But there's also a lot of really good football players in our own backyard. The 3-star recruits are damn good here.
Are you worried the fact that you no longer have an athletic director here?
Yes, very worried about Ren Baker because he's done a very good
He's
job
at West
of
Virginia,
hiring.
right?
He went to West Virginia. He hired Grant McCaslin, the basketball coach, who's done an excellent job with the basketball program, getting North Texas back into the NCAA tournament, won an NIT there at North Texas, and he also hired Seth Luttrell. And as I said, Seth Luttrell's done a good job building back up North Texas in that football program. But now
Graham Harrell there, maybe?
I wonder if they do turn their sights to Graham Harrell, the offensive coordinator at USC, who was the former OC with Seth Luttrell at UNT before he left UNT to go be the OC at USC. So it'll be interesting. North Texas does owe Seth Luttrell $1.6 million after parting ways.
Do you think
with him.
he's going to give the Coach O speech? Like when they said, we had a talk with the AD. I said, where's the door? Thanks. 1.6, does that give you the Coach O speech? You tell the AD, like,
I'm sure he's fine.
Like 1.6 is still a lot of money.
I think he's good.
You think he's all
And
right?
thank you for everything you did, Seth Luttrell. We love you. You're a good guy.
You pitching in on this one?
No, hell no.
If
Well,
they asked
maybe
you-
I'm still paying my student loans off.
Would you give him like your baby doll's money to get a new coach?
No, I'm not paying them any more money. Absolutely not.
A whole bunch of bills folded up. Hey, I just want to put something on
Yeah.
there.
No.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, thanks for your time. Oh, sorry, it's all ones.
I'd
here.
like to get
Put
to
in
the
a
point-
handshake type of thing. I'd like to have you here, Coach.
We have other donors that can do that. Shout out to Ryan and out there and other people that can do that for them. All right, they got bigger pockets than I do.
All
Eric's got the big bucks. He can go ahead and do that.
Eric's about to have 3 kids
with
under
the Miller
age
Lite.
age of 2.
Yeah, good luck on that. Okay, I got this just for you, Gavin, because you were very open and honest. You talked about the online poker addiction. I think we found out why you might have been losing on online poker.
Uh-oh.
I think it was
the ultimate bet story from Sam Bankman-Fried.
Well, I think it was these NIL boosters were screwing you over, dude.
What happened?
Listen to Jordan Palmer
folding pots on
revealed
him.
how the boosters used to pay NCAA players on online poker before the NIL became a thing.
How they used to do it before NIL is I've heard stories about guys going into online poker rooms, and everybody at the table raise. Here comes the river. Fold.
No.
Oh yeah. And then another one is like parents start landscaping company.
Yeah.
City awards the landscaping company a city contract. Parents don't own lawnmower. I've heard bad ones too about like the church in the hometown. That basket goes around and all of a sudden there's big checks in there. So there's just gnarly stories in the past. At least now it's like out in the open.
Oh, I love that. So they're sitting down in a cash game with you, and you just keep calling all my bets, and then I'll fold, and you take the pot. And oh, look at that! This young man ended up with $20,000. He must be good at poker. That's great. That's problem solving right there.
It is. And you know this stuff was going on, but here's Jordan Palmer just airing. Like now that the NIL's a thing, it's like, screw it. I'm just going to air the dirty laundry. Let me dry snitch, right, Lucius?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% dry snitching right
yes,
there.
it is.
Yeah.
They're not going to go back and retroactively get the kids in trouble.
No.
You know?
No.
It's not like they're going to hit them with the Reggie Bush clause.
Somebody might start scratching.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who was it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
Looking for a name. You need a headline.
Yeah, I guess you can't put it past them.
Deion's staff at Colorado starting to take shape, according to ESPN's Adam Rittenberg. Jackson State tight ends coach Tim Brewster, former Florida Atlantic coach Willie Taggart.
Wow.
They're both going to Boulder.
Tim Brewster's an excellent recruiter.
They're
One of the best in the
expected-
country.
Yep, they're going to join his staff. Also, former Kent State coach Sean Lewis he's being hired as the OC there. So it's unclear what position Brewster and Taggart are going to fill, but Brewster is going to be the OC. So we've got that. And then how about your guy, Keyshawn Boutte?
He's coming back.
He's going back to LSU.
I was looking when he put out that information. It was that big "Thank you, Tiger" fan thing. I'm thinking, oh man, the kid's heading on out. But no, he's like, hell, we got to win a national championship here. He's coming back for his senior year.
They got a shot. I wonder what are they doing at quarterback? Are they going to go with Nussmeier?
They should.
Yeah.
Nussmeier did a great. I mean, hey, listen, the kid did a great job. I mean, let's to get you to the point. But
Nussmeier, Marcus, baby.
But Nussmeier coming in the way he's throwing the ball around, they need something like that.
Lucius is shouting out Tulsa. He's got his Tulsa hat on. They've named Ohio State's Kevin Wilson as their new head coach over at Tulsa. He used to be the coach
Oklahoma?
at Indiana.
Was he? But he was at Oklahoma. I think he was OC.
He might have been at Oklahoma.
Yeah, he was OC at Oklahoma, and then went to Indiana.
Yeah, you're right. With Sam Bradford and Jason White, two Heisman Trophy winners there. Yeah. And so now he's going to take over there with Tulsa.
The Hurricane.
Former Denton Ryan linebacker, and at first went to Alabama, then transferred to Arkansas. Drew Sanders is entering the NFL draft. Loved watching Drew Sanders. Got to call his junior season there at Denton Ryan. And how about this, guys? Is this fair or foul?
What, 1,000 players in the portal thing? Is that fair?
Well, it's probably not, but I'm kind of digging it. But Scott Satterfield.
Louisville?
Louisville. He's leaving Louisville. He's going to Cincinnati
now, yeah.
But instead of like sitting everybody down in one room like Dion did when he left Jackson State, he FaceTimed his players to tell them that he was leaving Louisville. Is that cool?
No. That's not cool.
No, man.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Throw a pair of balls and look him in the eye.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Those kids gave you everything they had for you to get an opportunity to move on, you know? You can't do that to them.
Okay, getting details in on the Heaney deal, Wolchuk.
Give me the deets.
2 years, $25 million. Chance to get to $40 million with bonuses, and he can opt out after the 2023 season. A pitcher who was bad in 2021 with the Angels and Yankees, but he was really good for the Dodgers in 14 starts. He's the newest member of the Texas Rangers pitching staff. Sounds like a guy they plan on being a starter for that kind of money.
Sounds like the Rangers view him as a starter.
Okay, if DeGrom wasn't risky and careless, Heaney is a little bit more, right? I don't want to get my head bit off by the texters, but wow, it really looks like the Rangers are betting on injured guys to pitch them their way in.
That's kind of something they've always done, right?
Well, I mean, look, he averaged 13.6 Ks per 9 innings per game.
He was awesome.
He was awesome, but you're right. I mean, the injury history there
He's never had more than 110 innings.
Bit of a concern. So, I mean, he's a guy where you might need to rely on the bullpen with his starts. He might not go more than 5 innings, but those could be a glorious 5 innings.
Okay. All righty. Let's go glass half full on that as Bobby Carella is set to join you. Mavs.com here. We'll pick his brain about a nice win last night, and if the Mavs have a shot tonight in Denver, that's coming up next year in the G-Bank Nation. Can we chat about the Frankels, though? Because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, then you're going to want the Frankels. I do understand we're looking at storms here. It was very nice today, 70 degrees. But storms later on in
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are all over this Odell Beckham Jr. story, and it is amazing. It's a content-rich environment right now because the Jerry, Stephen, Mike McCarthy, cap guys side of the equation, they're giving their side of the story to Cowboys beat writers. Odell Beckham Jr. is giving his perspective to Josina Anderson, and it's very much playing out in the public right now. The Cowboys aren't sure if he's going to be able to play until January, maybe not even until 2023. Odell saying, I'm confident that I can contribute this year. So there is some kind of, I don't know, maybe not a standoff, but over the last 2.5 hours, a lot of news has come out. And, I think they're waiting to see is somebody going to blink? Are we just going to have no deal? I could see anything happening right now. In the meantime, we're going to talk some basketball with you. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joins you here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us again.
Oh, thank you guys for having me.
Very nice win last night against the Suns. Your thoughts, and do they have Phoenix's number or what?
Yeah, I mean, 2 really good first halves against Phoenix in both these games so far this season, and unfortunately on opening night they weren't able to finish the job. And last night in the third quarter, Phoenix came out guns blazing again, and you're thinking, like, is this going to be a repeat or what? But unlike in many other times this season when the Mavs have had a big lead in the first half and they've given it right back immediately, they held on. I think after the midway point of the first quarter, Phoenix never got to within like 16 or 18 points. This was a super-duper comfortable win. And now Phoenix, was shorthanded. No Chris Paul, obviously still no Jay Crowder, and a bunch of other guys were out too, and it was their third game in 4 nights. But that doesn't matter. The Mavs have had a hard time beating shorthanded teams this year. They've had a hard time beating Phoenix for many years now outside of that one series. So, hey, a win is a win is a win, and we will gladly take that one.
What's gone right the last 2 games for them?
They're shooting it super well. I mean, that's really the answer. In these last 5 games, they did lose one of those games to the Pistons, but in their last 5 games, they're shooting almost 41% from 3. In the 14 games before that, they were shooting 32% from 3. And so, they're getting an extra 6-8 points a night from beyond the arc. Tim Hardaway Jr. has been sensational ever since, joining the starting lineup, really playing off Luka very well. And so, whenever it's not just Luka having to do everything, it's a little easier to win games. And also, whenever you don't miss 15 free throws, that helps a lot too. So I think it's kind of a 2-pronged approach to winning here.
So is the key just Tim Hardaway Jr. needs to be in the starting lineup moving forward? He's no longer a bench player?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Tim is a very streaky guy. Whenever he has the hot hand, that can last for like a month or 2 months. I mean, he can stay hot for a really, really, really long time. And so I think for as long as he's got it going like this, I think leaving him in the starting lineup is a pretty smart thing to do. I mean, they run him off screens, and he moves a lot off the ball in ways that a lot of their other shooters don't, with the exception of maybe like Davis Bertans. But Tim plays, wing, and he's a little athletic, can get up and down the floor, and can defend multiple positions in ways that Bertans can. And so he kind of introduces like a dynamic presence on the perimeter that the defense has to think about outside of Luka. And for a team like Dallas that, nothing against Reggie Bullock, obviously, but whenever Bullock is in the starting lineup instead of Hardaway, there's just not a lot of movement going on outside of Luka or Dinwiddie or whoever has the ball. Things feel like very stagnant and very just sort of like congested, even when there is a lot of space, just because no one's moving at all. But Tim is constantly moving, and he's got a lot of confidence. And, that the team has lacked a little confidence at times, I think, too, with the ball in their hands this season. And so, he fixes a lot of issues whenever he's got it going like this. But of course, once his shot stops falling, it's can he find ways to contribute outside of just shooting 50% from 3? And that's kind of, going to be the challenge. But hopefully that isn't something he has to worry about for another 2 or 3 months.
Bobby, what did Josh Green do in the offseason to give himself the opportunity to play as well as he has?
That's a really good question. I can answer stuff about mechanics. He cleaned up his jump shot a lot. It's a much smoother, much quicker release. His legs are much more, kind of within himself. He's not sticking it out like he's doing the stanky leg. Everything is just much easier. And whenever you have a quicker release, open threes stay open. Like if it takes you forever to get rid of the ball, well, you're giving the defender more time to get out to you. But what I cannot explain is how much better he is around the basket. Last season he shot 69, 70% from inside of 5 feet. This year he's shooting 89% within 5 feet. He's become an incredible finisher. I mean, a Giannis, LeBron, Luka level finisher around the basket, and he's doing it, in high leverage situations. He had that big drive and finish against the Warriors. He had a couple really, really nice takes last night against Phoenix and also against New York as well. And so, as a wing, as a guy that's not handling the ball for half the possession the way that Luka and Dinwiddie can, Josh just has to make fast decisions, whether that's take the open shot, attack the closeout, or even like he has in the last few games, break his man down off the dribble, one-on-one, like in isolation. And that's something that I haven't seen him do before either. So, some of it is just mechanically sound. He's just becoming a better professional basketball player. Some of this I cannot explain. I mean, I don't know where it came from. I guess, shout out to him and to his coaches in the summer, because he looks like a totally different player, and he's playing with the confidence of a guy that feels like he should be starting and playing a ton of minutes and, becoming a really, really quality role player in this league, and maybe even better than that.
Bobby, is this the worst that the NBA can do for you, to just give you a back-to-back at this place you're about to play at tonight?
This is peril, isn't it? I mean, Denver, sorry. Detroit. Well, we don't want the Mavs to play Detroit again.
No, not the way they were knocking down shots the other night.
Yeah, no, but Denver at home, they've won like more than 90% of their home games against teams that are on the second night of a back-to-back. It's a long drive from the airport to the hotel, so you're not getting there until super late. Then you got to wake up in the morning and play at 5,000 feet of altitude. So your lungs are burning, you're tired, you're just miserable, and they're awesome at home. And so it's really, really tough. The Mavs did beat Denver actually in one of these games in 2019-20. It was a night whenever Luka and KP both only scored like 10 or 12 points apiece, but the Mavs had like 8 guys in double figures. Just everybody else stepped up and hit shots, and they were able to win a low-scoring game. And I think it's going to have to be one of those kinds of performances again if you want to beat Denver now. They're healthy. Jamal Murray and Jokic are both going to be playing for them. Aaron Gordon will be out there too. And so they're going to make life tough on Luka. They got a lot of star power on offense, but it's going to be, Tim Hardaway, Josh Green, heck, maybe Jaden Hardy can get in there, see what these guys can do. Can they provide enough scoring help for Luka to get over the hump against the Nuggets? Because it is a tall order to beat those guys in this situation.
You mentioned Hardy. Can you give us a thumbnail scouting report on what you've seen from him?
Yeah, just super talented shot creator. And, I think last season in the G League, he was still getting shots and he was still taking a lot of shots and stuff, but, the volume was there, but really the efficiency was not. Even though he was known as a really, really good three-point shooter coming out of high school, this year, he put in work over the summer, and he's getting some really good coaching from Legends head coach George Gallinopoulos, and of course the Mavs are spending a lot of time with him as well. He's been practicing with the NBA team as well too. He looks a lot more confident. Just a lot smoother, a lot easier. Looks like he's pressing way less. He's just playing very naturally, and for a guy who's playing kind of like within himself, not forcing the issue, but still scoring almost 30 points a game in the G League, I mean, that lets you know he's got a ton of talent. And, other people that are smarter than me that know more about the draft have said this too, but if Hardy was playing like this in the G League last season, he probably would have been like a top 5 or top 10 pick in the draft. And so if this is real, if this is who he is, then the Mavs got the steal of all steals. But, you got to make sure that it stays that way and that can translate to the NBA level. Last night against Phoenix, granted it was against their backups, he had 10 points in 2 minutes. And so, he can fill it up. He's not afraid to shoot. He's not afraid to attack the basket and all that stuff too. So, this team is kind of hurt for some scoring pop every now and then, and maybe Hardy can provide that. I certainly think that he's going to get the chance to do that, and maybe as soon as tonight, because on the second night of a back-to-back, you need whatever fresh legs you can find.
Yeah, Jason Kidd said they need to find him more minutes. And I guess from a player like this, you're not going to find out what his potential is when he's sitting there. They talked about how Rick Carlisle benched Josh Green, and maybe it slowed down his progress. So how big of a priority is that going to be, or should it be for Jason Kidd to find these minutes?
Well, I think it should be a pretty decent priority, but it's kind of tough to find them because on the one hand, every second that he can play is good, but on the other hand, do you really only want to put him in for like 3 or 4 minutes to give Luka a break here and 2 or 3 minutes to give Dinwiddie a break there? Like, I feel like he needs to be out there for pretty steady, solid chunks of time, like 6 to 8 minutes in the first half, 6 to 8 minutes in the second half. And if you would have asked me that question maybe a week ago, I would have said, well, both Tim and Reggie Bullock are kind of going through it right now, so maybe you take some of their minutes and give them to Hardy. But now that Tim is playing great, he's getting a lot of Bullock's minutes, and so where are those Hardy minutes going to come from? I really don't know. But, Spencer Dinwiddie's kind of been struggling going to the basket. Luka's been playing like 38 minutes a game for like a month now, so you can definitely help those guys, help their legs by shaving a few minutes off of each of their playing time, and then maybe you sneak a couple extra minutes for Dorian or Tim here and there, and you can cobble together 10 to 12 minutes for Hardy. But, I mean, that's what it's going to have to be, until there's some sort of, roster clearing move or something else happens to open up more playing time for him. But I also wouldn't be surprised, too, if he just goes back to Frisco for a while, keeps dominating down there to kind of stay in rhythm, because eventually a time will come when he's going to have to play a bigger role, and the goal and the hope is that he's ready for it whenever that happens.
It's Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. And then will you have Kemba Walker to include as well?
Yeah, he's available. He dressed last night, which is good to see. And he had said last week that he's hoping to make his debut this week. And again, with this being the second night of a back-to-back, I've seen the Mavs injury report, and neither Luka nor Dinwiddie are listed as out. But even so, I mean, I'm not sure you can play those guys like 35, 38 minutes in the mountains. So maybe both Hardy and Kemba play tonight. I mean, Kemba, we know what he can do. I guess the only question is, is he able to fit in right away? Can he play at NBA speed right away? Do you need to play him like in garbage time minutes a little bit just to help him get the feel, or will he come in right away and make an impact? Because with the way Hardy's playing, if I'm going to sneak minutes in for a guard in a high leverage situation, I kind of want to see what Hardy can do, and Kemba would be like my next thought. But if Kemba's playing at a high level, I mean, the dude was an all-star a couple years ago. So, I guess it's just a matter of seeing who's further along and who's more comfortable and more confident between those two. But I think we could see both of them play as soon as tonight.
And I wanted to follow up on, that would be fun. I wanted to follow up on Josh Green as well, because the three-point shooting is spectacular now at 46%. What will it be at season's end, Bobby?
Oh, I'm at 47%. He's going to keep improving. The one thing about it that's really impressive is the last few games, guys have actually been closing out on him. Like, teams don't want him shooting open threes anymore. So I think that stuff is starting to show up on tape, and teams are starting to adjust, and he's attacking those closeouts and making things happen. I mean, this is really, really exciting. People are not leaving him open anymore. There's no Jazz series or Sun series repeats. Like, he's got teams' attention now, and that's really, really cool to see.
Now, Bobby, what do you think of the team and how they've looked without Christian Wood for those couple of games, and then with Christian Wood, of course, last night he had a good game with 16 points off the bench.
Yeah, they looked great against New York without him. And then I was thinking, oh man, but then last night against Phoenix, the offense was sort of dreary for a little while there in the second quarter, and then they just started feeding Wood every time, and he had like 12 points in the second quarter or something. So, he fits in. Now, I think the main difference between when he plays versus whenever he's off the floor, and that's with or without Luka, with or without the second unit, is they really work to get him post touches. And that can kind of, like, if no one really has a feel, that can really kind of, like, bog down the offense almost. Like, it can take forever to set up a post-up. We saw that with KP, for example, too. But, you get Hardaway and Green. I feel like those are probably your two best entry passers on the team, after Luka, of course. If you can get him a clean look and a clean touch, he can really dominate a lot of backups. And so I think that's sort of the thing that they're going to try and keep spamming for as long as he's got that rolling. And also, he's still shooting the three, I think, above 40% this year. So he's got the inside game going. He's got the outside game going. I think the big challenge, and this has been present all season long, is whenever he and Luka are on the floor together, can they get enough stops? Can they get enough rebounds? We know they can keep scoring, but can they do it on the other end too? And I feel like these last couple games, Luka and last night Wood in particular seemed a whole lot more motivated to go up and high point the ball when they're trying to rebound. They're not just letting the ball come to them. They're going up and getting it. And that's really good because these last few games that they've lost have been because they've been a little too lackadaisical, in my opinion, chasing those boards. So, if they can just limit teams to one shot, I think that they're going to have no problem playing a ton of minutes together and hopefully, staying positive.
Was there a different vibe last night in the arena with Odell Beckham Jr. and all the excitement about that?
Dude, fans were more excited to see him than they were to see Luka. It was unbelievable. You got the OBJ chants going on the whole game. Now, from what I understand, I think Odell is a Devin Booker fan. I think he likes the Suns, which is sort of weird. I mean, I don't really know where that came from. Would have thought that May would have settled that, but hey, I mean, maybe he can switch allegiances just like Micah Parsons if he signs with the Cowboys.
Thank you, Bobby. Great stuff as always. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll try to catch up with you again soon.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
You betcha. There he is, Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, a terrific basketball guest with us here on DFW Sports Station. Okay, it appears there's news, Brian.
Yeah, it seems like if you believe in the flight tracker things, it seems like that Odell has a flight, or there's a flight that's heading back to Miami that leaves at 5:30 today.
Now, that's okay because last week Josina Anderson did tell Sean and RJ he is going to want to get all of his information, and he's kind of spiritual. He's going to head home, get in a quiet spot, and think about this. Maybe do some meditating. Maybe do some visualizing.
Burn some sage a little bit.
Yes, there you go. You got it. You know it. And then when the answer comes to him, he'll be like, okay, I got it now. But he's not a guy that's going to get caught up in the moment and try to get something done as much as the Cowboys might have wanted to see that happen. So there you have that. The Rangers have signed pitcher Andrew Heaney. It looks like 2-25. Had a great year with the Dodgers last year. Pretty long career as well. And it appears the Rangers imagine that he's going to be a good member of their starting rotation. Is the rotation done now?
I don't think so.
Odorizzi,
be right.
Gray, Martin.
I think they realized last year you can't have enough.
They wanted more?
So maybe one more.
Okay.
You want one more?
They're going to dress 18 pitchers.
Get you one more.
I want this Japanese guy.
I wouldn't mind him.
Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But it's time now for the top 10 at 4:20. Where are we going with that, Wolchuk?
Oh, it happens to be National Microwave Day, which is the worst day for Brian Broaddus because he likes cold things. But I've got the best tasting leftover foods to put in the microwave. What's the best leftover to microwave the next day? That's next on The Fan.
He brings the energy.
Welcome back, Nation. We are going to get Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here in just a second. I wanted to give a salute and a shout-out to our guy Tank. Joins us Thursdays at 4:45. And he's got a promotion going on right now with Drink, Sip, Go NA Beer. And if you go by any Allsup stores locations, Decatur, Mineral Wells, Justin, and Azle, and he says the first 10 people to tag me in a photo purchasing the product will get us something nice from his locker. So if you go buy NA Beer at an Allsup store and get the Drink, Sip, Go, and then tag Tank in a picture, then he's going to give you something cool. All right, so
it's Allsup's like a gas station kind of a thing, a convenience
I think
store,
it's a little grocery store, like a smaller grocery store.
Yeah, okay.
But I guess we'll have to ask Tank about that more on Thursday. I didn't know he was an NA guy. That sounds like a fun conversation to have with him. Yeah. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 420.
Thank you very much, General. We will be doing the top 10 best leftover foods to microwave the next day, as it is National Microwave Day. I asked this on the Twitter. A lot of people were responding with, believe the microwave, just use the air fryer. Like, I agree with you. I love the air fryer.
Or the oven.
It's not National Air Fryer Day. It's National Microwave Day.
In your face.
You know, or else I would have specified the air fryer.
Is there anything worse than a dirty microwave, though, with like lasagna that explodes in there and stuff like that?
That's bad.
I mean, have you ever roomed with people that don't clean the microwave?
Yeah, I live with one.
Yes.
Oh,
I am one.
Yeah.
I did in
Stay out of
college.
my kitchen. Well, clean it.
I can see Lucius like, why is this kitchen not clean?
Yeah.
Why is this kitchen not clean?
I cleaned it on Sunday.
Yeah.
After all that S talking I did, I'm
Oh,
the
yeah.
one cleaning
Oh,
it.
yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely
You
did.
cook, you need to clean. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Man, there's nothing that women, especially the ones you're married to, find more attractive than doing the house stuff.
Bro, you know how much love I've got for the past 2 days off of doing that kitchen?
I bet. Yeah. I might
What
have
do
to
you
go
want for
home and-
Christmas, babe? I was like, what?
It's amazing.
Start doing this all the time.
It is magical.
Let me tell you another trick. Take the vacuum and don't even turn it on. Just run it where the trails in the carpet. They think you vacuumed the thing.
Oh, I
you
like
just
that.
run the trails in there,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, look, you vacuumed the rug for me.
That
today.
is right. That's why all sub sounded so familiar. My buddy's dad used to swear by this, and so many texts rolling in. They've got the best burritos, apparently.
There you go.
Like the best gas station burritos
There
on
you
the
go.
planet.
That's
is
all you
what-
need to know right
and
there.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Allsup's best
okay.
gas station burritos, apparently.
Yeah. And by the way, burritos, also people have texted in that might be a good thing to microwave the next day.
Now, I have confirmed you do need the microwave here in this air fryer era. The microwave went out of the house. I was like, we don't need that. And sure enough, you do. Not as often as you used to, but you still need it.
Now, before we slide into this top 10, I do just want to tell you, I saw this on TMZ earlier, and I had to fact check this to make sure it's true, but it's true because it's on their Airbnb site.
The Messy Zone, TMZ.
Holy cow. You can Airbnb the Lord of the Rings movie set now, if you're interested. They've got the entire place. It's 4 guests, 2 bedrooms, 2 beds, and 1 bath.
Like the little Hobbit place, the dugout in the hillside?
Yeah, for the first time ever, guests are invited to stay at the original Hobbiton movie set, as featured in the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit film trilogies, and experience all the magic that Middle-earth has to offer.
Did they have beds in this thing?
That's a great question. They must. Yeah, 2 beds. 2 bedrooms, 2 beds.
They have beds.
Yep.
They have plumbing?
It looks gorgeous. They've got it. Yeah, they got 1 bath, so they got plumbing.
I mean, did the Hobbits have all this? That's what I'm asking.
The Hobbits are the beds. Do they have the plumbing? Now that's something I don't know.
See, are you doing it because you're kind of living like the Hobbits? What are we doing?
You're doing it because it's absolutely beautiful.
You're a super fan.
And I think it just would be like a cool experience. I mean, it does.
Is this
look
out in nature?
fantastic.
Yeah, where is it? Like
New
the
Zealand.
location? New Zealand.
Yeah.
So it's real. It's not a movie set in Hollywood. That's cool.
Yeah. And it looks absolutely
They're great.
stunning.
There are some great hotels in New Zealand. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, you do it for a night, you know.
Do you?
I would. You wouldn't, I know, because you're a freaking Debbie
Roughing it to
Downer,
me,
crusty
yeah.
bleep hole.
Roughing it to me staying at a Holiday Inn. That's roughing it to me.
We're going to go glamping sometime. The G-Bag Nation glamps.
Brought us look like a Keebler elf coming out of that joint.
I would. They would like go, look at the big Hobbit man.
Look at the Hobbit.
It was worth it, honey. It was worth it.
I'd be like in a robe, like walking back from the,
Look
the
at
outdoor.
Gandalf.
Oh, look.
Oh, look at Gandalf. Oh, my
Scare
gosh.
the hell out of everybody.
All right, we've got the top 10 leftovers to microwave. Gentlemen, do you have something that you just love? Like, that's your top leftover to microwave?
I was trying to think of it, and, steak is terrible in a microwave.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to think of what's good, and I came to sides. I think sides like baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese.
Yes.
Maybe some asparagus. Stuff like I think the sides are really, they shine in the microwave.
Chinese food.
That's going to be up there, baby.
That's going to be up there. How about this? Because I love like egg rolls. I like the day-old egg rolls. I'm kind of
into that. The problem is that's really where the air fryers change the game because it crisps it back up. The microwave will kind of make it a little bit. Do you like it chewy?
No, I'm kind of yes. I like
Okay,
a
well then there
doughy,
you go.
I like
You're
a little
fine.
doughy, yeah.
If you want it doughy, then the microwave's your friend, baby.
I'll tell you another
That's why I
thing.
look the way I do.
Anybody here an Eggo waffle guy?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so you toast the Eggo waffle, you put the butter on it, the syrup on it. The butter and the syrup are still room temperature or maybe even cold. At that point, you nuke that plate for 12 seconds. Sets the
12.
waffle off.
Okay.
12 seconds.
There go my Eggo.
Yeah.
LA?
Anything Italian food? Yeah, spaghettis.
Yes.
Lasagnas.
Ravioli.
The pastas do
Type
quite
of
well.
pastas. Yes.
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 That's what I'm talking about, baby. We got some text. Oh, Allsup's was the burrito place people wanted us. The greens, people are texting in. So the list, the honorable mentions, you're on it with the sides, like mac and cheese, mashed potatoes. Those getting mentioned. Number 10 is soup.
Oh, yeah.
Soup's definitely a
Should've
good
thought of
one.
that.
I'm putting that back on the stove.
Really?
Soup, yeah. Because you could stir it and maybe kind of doll it up a little more. Maybe it needed a little bit more something
Maybe it
else.
need a little bit of something.
Top ramen for sure.
Definitely ramen. Hell
Yeah.
yes. Number 9, enchiladas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pop those enchiladas in there. God, give me something good. Number 8.
Gotta
And
be
this
careful
was
on that cheese, though. Can't get it too
Yeah.
too
Oh,
hard.
much. It's gotta get hard or it like burns a little bit on the
Yeah,
edges.
A little crusty, yeah.
Oh, stew was also an honorable mention.
Stew.
Stew's
like a
good.
meat
Yeah.
stew.
Yeah, stew's
and sometimes that actually is better the more it sits.
I think stews like sitting the next day is absolutely better. Actually,
Yes.
2 days.
Yeah.
Even better.
No
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Number 8, we've got meatloaf.
I'm weird. I eat meatloaf cold. I'll put it on a sandwich. If it's a leftover,
Okay,
I'll make
meatloaf
I'll make a meatloaf sandwich out of it.
Mom, the meatloaf. We want it now. I don't know what she's doing up there. Pick up your skateboard. All right, number 7. Here
Wedding
you go.
crashers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
There you
God.
go. Thank you.
Yes. Number 7 is fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
Yeah,
It's
man.
fried
In
chicken.
the microwave?
Yeah, see,
it makes the skin all soggy. And
I agree, but this is probably pre-air fryer, right?
Go for it, guys. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Number 6 is chili.
Yeah, it's very good microwave. Yeah, just
you
put
know-
those saran wrap over the top so it doesn't pop and hit the walls.
You're good to go.
Problem with the chili is, do you ever get the top part of it real hot, but the inside is not hot enough?
You got to make sure you stir.
Yeah. That's why when Gavin specifically told you 12 seconds, I'm still trying to find that microwavable time for chili. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to find.
And it could vary depending on your plate. You know, some of those plates really absorb the microwave heat. That's just for my plate.
No,
so
you're very
12
right.
seconds is a good starting point. though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that matters big
Paper
time.
plate, I'd go 8 seconds.
100%. We've also got number 5 is lasagna.
Yeah, and it explodes all in there, and it's just, you need a paint, one of those paint scrapers to get it out of there.
Lasagna. And on TikTok right now, they've got soup lasagna that is trending.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I got to try this.
Soup lasagna?
Soup
You have
lasagna.
a very interesting
I'll
algorithm.
find that. I'll find that one.
Very interesting.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I hadn't seen it either.
Is a girl not wearing a top cooking it? Because I haven't got to that one yet.
No, there was no woman. Actually.
Algorithm going crazy.
It's got me cooking and with, what's going on
But
here?
I wouldn't mind that, boys. You
They
know,
know
me
you.
well.
You're
Actually, I
looking
think next week I'll be at Baby Dolls, and we've got a new time. It's 7 to 9, baby.
There you
It's
go.
7 to 9. So
Good
the
to see that first teamer's running.
talent's going to be
Yeah,
outstanding.
there you go.
Number 4, here you go, Brian. The Chinese food.
Yep, there you go. I'm all about it. Love it. Leftovers.
And you're
Specifically, it's not the rice because that's not good in a microwave.
I would tell you what, you can make chicken fried rice out of day old rice.
Okay.
Which is you take your day old rice and you put it in that wok. You can make some of the best chicken fried rice you'll ever taste in your
But
life.
not in a microwave.
Not in a microwave. No, because if you want to microwave rice, put just a little bit of water on top of it.
That is the key.
That's the
Okay.
key. You got to put some
Absolutely.
moisture
We'll
back
give it a
in
shot. I do like a good rice.
Yeah,
Yep.
just a little bit of moisture in there.
Number 3 is spaghetti.
Lucius called that, yeah.
Yep, no doubt. Honestly, I was surprised it wasn't number 1. Number 2 is Thanksgiving dinner.
See that?
Which
Man,
we
I
just
just
had.
straight eat it.
Yeah,
lot of
well, we
sides.
know. We know.
Cold?
Yeah,
he-
Lucius, come
ridiculous,
on.
bro.
I think so.
Don't act surprised.
I think the turkey's all right cold.
He likes everything.
I like
cold.
it. I make a sandwich out of all that stuff.
He does, man.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of texts about brats and hot dogs. Just put those in the microwave and you're good to go.
Absolutely not. Do not put a hot dog in my microwave.
No.
Bust that joint open now, man. Go ahead and boil it or something, bro.
Yeah, I'll boil
Steam
that
it.
too or grill
Yeah,
it.
I don't care what you do. Put it in my
Mainly
microwave.
grill it.
You can eat it cold.
That thing shrivels up bad.
It looks nasty.
A little
looks
shrivel up on
way,
it.
yeah, way bad.
Yeah, it'll shrivel up like a cold water.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not good.
not good.
But number one thing to reheat, put in the microwave of the leftover. Pizza, baby.
Yeah, I knew
And the
that
text is saying, "Don't say pizza." Yeah, the air fryer's way better,
It is way better.
but it's pretty good. You just have to hit the time perfectly. You know?
Yeah, but
Like-
there's a pizza freaking button on the microwave.
I don't pay attention. That popcorn thing burns that bag.
Sure does, every
that
single
thing,
time.
It's like you hit that timer. And it's like at stoppage time at the soccer games. 8 minutes
Yeah.
for a bag.
I
That
usually
thing's
go
on
with
fire.
The 30-second strategy for me. And then if I need more time, I'll put more time. But 30 seconds is usually like safe.
Lucius, you make popcorn when it stops popping. Is that kind of when you give it it's done kind of a thing?
Yeah. If I
You
don't hear
listen-
any more pops,
Yeah.
I kind of watch it because it will burn. And I do like the kernels to be open just a little bit.
Yo, those are
yeah,
nice.
I like
Yeah.
those right there.
wow.
I'll eat the popcorn and then get to those kernels. I'm like, oh,
Gotta
yeah.
be careful opening those bags, man. That steam will tear you up.
Facts.
Yeah, it'll get you.
Yeah, it will.
Thank you, Wooly Bully. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. What we learned from week 13 of the NFL season. I got the top 12 lessons that we got coming up next year on The Fan. Let's chat Men's T Clinic, though, because
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
It's one of my favorite TikToks. This couple is working out in their rice paddy, and this song comes on, and they like run on over. Have you seen that one? They run to the dock, and it's like they do this little fun dance routine for like 30 seconds, like a husband and wife routine.
That's awesome. I'll look
It's
that one up.
fantastic. It's so cool.
Yeah, they be getting them little legs beginning.
Yeah,
I see
they
that
do,
joint.
dude.
They be
Yeah,
up there
they
getting
got
it,
it
bro.
down. Yeah, I always laugh when that one comes on.
They be sliding.
Okay, what we learned from Week 13 and the Cowboys question that it brings up here for you. USA Today does their top 32 things they learned each NFL week, and I trim it down to like 10 or 8 or 6 or something like that. Big game coming up on Thursday about 5 o'clock, G-Bag Family Feud. It's going to be a really fun game show. We asked Carter Freeman if he could host it, but he said it's not in his job description. It's a big surprise. So he said if there's anything with video graphics or feeds, he's our guy. But we'll find somebody to host it. You know,
Should one of us, somebody else should have asked him besides you, kind of thing.
Maybe that could have helped. Okay, what we learned: USA Today top 32 thinks we jumped to number 22. Not that embarrassing the Colts tells you much, but the Cowboys could now be the Eagles' biggest impediment on the road to Super Bowl 57, following Sunday night's 54-19 rollover. What do you think? To me, there's no doubt about it. The Cowboys are the number one challenger to the top team in the NFC, which is the Eagles, until that situation gets updated or remedied in some way. I think you're going to have to stop their running game, and I think you're going to have to sell out for that and challenge your corners to come up with a big game, challenge Jalen Hurts to beat your corners and hope that you get the best of them with your pass rush and a couple of takeaways, Brian. That's my path to beating the Eagles. You got something better?
Yeah, I tell you what, though, you did see a team try and take away their running game, and their quarterback went off on you. And so, I think that's
Titans just did it. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about it is it's going to be a very difficult game. Their quarterback's playing so well, and so if you try and take one thing away, maybe they can adjust. I think
you want to let them run?
I don't want to let them run. I think that I hate, to me, the most disheartening thing you could do is when you're on a team and you see somebody run the ball and you can do nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
That just takes everything. It just deflates the whole sideline. It just takes your will. And so I'm going to take my chances. I'm going to say this quarterback is not going to be MVP like quarterback, even though he's kind of playing like one right now.
Well, Chuck, how would you try to beat the Eagles?
Man, I think you need to try and pressure Jalen Hurts. I think that's the thing. I think you kind of, I know we talked about this and Eric would hate it, but I think you say, you know what, I feel good about Diggs against A.J. Brown. If there was one thing that looked really good with Kelvin Joseph coming out, it was his ability to stop Devontae Smith at Alabama.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say, you know what, guys, let's try and see if we can cover. And I'm just going to rush everyone I can. I'm going to blitz like I did with Matt Ryan. I'm going to try and load the box to try and suffocate this run game. And if I can pressure Jalen Hurts and force him into trying to pass the football and make some tough decisions without having time to really go through progressions and survey the field, and he can't escape the pocket, maybe he gives you one. Maybe he turns the football over, because he hasn't really been in a lot of situations where he's playing from behind. But the Cowboys also have to start fast. How many times have the Eagles had to play from behind this year?
There you go.
They haven't.
I like that.
So if you're able to get a lead against them, that's really also a big key to being able
Colts
to beat
had
them.
a chance to beat him with the lead, and they couldn't finish the game. But we've seen that with the Colts.
Top 32 things we learned. We go back to number 3 in Cincinnati. The Bengals became the first team to beat Mahomes 3 times in a row.
Amazing.
Including last season's AFC title game occurring over the last 11 months, and all of them by a 3-point margin. The 49ers, whose defense is probably always their strength, extended their win streak to 5 after bludgeoning the Dolphins. The Niners did surrender a fourth-quarter touchdown to Tyreek Hill, the first second-half point scored on the Niners since Week 7. That is a month and a half. What do you even do? Maybe Brock Purdy can win the Super Bowl with this defense.
I'll tell you what's interesting, though. The Cowboys had a streak going themselves. They gave a first quarter touchdown. Last week was the first one they'd give up all year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So their teams are playing pretty good defense right now.
A 254. Y'all forgot about the read option. It killed us. Yeah, I know. The Eagles are going to be tough. Number 7, the Finns' 5-game hot streak came to an end, costing them first place in the East, knocking them down to 6th overall. could be precarious as the Packers are the only team Miami is currently scheduled to face down the stretch with a losing record.
Wow.
They're going to have to earn it.
I'll tell you what, what's interesting is they lost that game in San Francisco and they play back in L.A. This weekend against the Chargers. I wonder if they just completely stayed out there and kind of getting their work on instead of going back and forth across the country.
Thursday, right?
Sunday night football game. That one got flexed. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
And Tua and Herbert, that draft class. Hopefully Tua's healthy.
Oh, L.A. Chargers, my bad. Yes, we did see the Rams picked up Baker Mayfield earlier. Number 8, now up to a league-high 1,379 receiving yards. Hill needs to average $124 over the final 5 to become the first player to reach the 2,000-yard plateau.
Wow.
So good luck to Tyreek. Brian, you got something you want to jump
I
in
just
here
want
with?
real quick, if we're doing football stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, the Rams were the only team that put a claim in for Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
The only team there. So, yeah.
The 49ers didn't even do it.
No, the Rams were the only team.
Number 9, Deshaun Watson's much anticipated return to regular season action after a 700-day hiatus hardly impressed. Despite the Browns' win 27-14 over the Texans, Watson passed for 131 and a pick and ran for another 21 yards. So that is brutal. Even though their team improved to 5-7, Browns fans have to wonder if Cleveland isn't better off with Jacoby Brissett as long as the team has a viable playoff shot. There's a lot of rust on Deshaun Watson. I don't know at what point I would go back to Jacoby Brissett, but Cleveland's 27 points without an offensive touchdown are the most by any team since 1999. The Browns scored a pair of defensive touchdowns. And you had a punt go back to the house. Yep. So congrats to Deshaun Watson for winning his return, I guess. Okay, for the first time since December of 21, the Bears are not the winningest NFL club. Packers passed them.
Yep.
Okay, and that trend is likely to continue as long as A-Rod is around, especially since he now appears to have a new football weapon. Packers rookie wide receiver Christian Watson had 2 of Green Bay's 3 touchdowns. 9 of Watson's 30 touches this season. 30% of his touches have resulted in touchdowns.
All came from the game against the Cowboys.
It was a big breakout, but he has 6 other touchdowns beyond
He had
that.
2 last week.
Yeah.
It would still be
Well,
pretty
he won on
impressive.
TD Tuesday.
14-8, Justin Fields became the first quarterback in the league's 103 seasons with a trio of touchdown runs of at least 50 yards. And they've all occurred this season. Did you hear that? No quarterback has run for more than 2 touchdowns of 50 yards or more in his entire career. Justin Fields has done it 3 times this year.
Boy, I would have thought maybe the Randall Cunningham or somebody like that would have done. Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Vick.
Steve Young.
Would
be rumbling and stumbling.
Yeah, that was against Minnesota that one time. I think that game was. Yeah.
I mean, so many. I mean, and then you go way back, to the Red Grange era. A lot of those quarterbacks would run the hell out of the ball, and none of them could do 3 over 50 yards. But here's Justin Fields, definitely a special player. You like a Red Grange reference?
I was just kind of thinking of like them trying to keep stats. They couldn't really. There was not markings on the field, and they're kind of like,
How many
How
yards?
far was that?
How many
I
yards?
believe I think that was 48 yards. Oh, we need to measure that a little bit next time.
What do you think, Skip? I don't know. Chuck, I think it was about 44.
Sounds right to me. There we go, Nation. 3 hours down, 2 to go when we return here in the Nation. Long list of takeaways from Jerry's interview with Sean and RJ, and a long list of things that have been developing around the Odell Beckham Jr. storyline. We'll get you the highlights coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I would love to chat with you, though, about my friends at Diamond.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Odell Beckham Jr. storyline has evolved significantly throughout the broadcast day. I do think the Cowboys are going to end up with him for very little risk if he does want to play. That's how I now expect this to end. Last night and throughout the last week or so, everything's been trending in a direction of he's not healthy. He's not going to be able to help the team for sure. And I thought as those angles were coming out and were being reported upon that the Cowboys would say, oh, he's too hurt, we're out. But the fact that nobody else has made a move or a significant offer for him, I think what we're looking at now is he's going to want to be with the Cowboys. He wants to be a Cowboy, and if nobody is offering big money for him to come back, he's going to go where he would be most comfortable or the team that he most wants to play for, and I do believe that is the Cowboys. But nothing would surprise me, and there have been a lot of moving parts today, including Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ. Will get you through some of the takeaways there as we pick up hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Now, Josina Anderson reported that he does feel confident he can contribute to the playoffs this season, especially after getting in with a team and acclimating consistently over several weeks. She pointed out as well that the Cowboys are 24th in the NFL in wide receiver production. She was really Odell and his team's mouthpiece during an afternoon of negotiating in the public. Ed Werder was part of the Cowboys' mouthpiece. The Cowboys have concerns after OBJ's physical that his recovery from ACL in the Super Bowl has not progressed enough to ensure he would play before mid-January, and the possibility exists signing him would have no benefit until the 2023 season. So maybe he wants to come here and train in hopes of playing in the playoffs. But if the money's not right, maybe he'll decide to take the entire offseason and then come back at 100% and prove to people what he can do in March. It's hard to say exactly what Odell Beckham Jr. is going to do. I think everybody listening would just jump at the opportunity to play for the Cowboys and maybe win a Super Bowl. And to me, I think Odell wants to do that as well. But we'll see. Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, it's to me that's kind of where we're at. When the Cowboys, we were all kind of in a holding pattern until they actually saw what the condition of the knee was. And now they have a point that they can negotiate off of. Yeah. They know the situation, and I think that's the problem right now. I think that's the problem that Odell and his crew's dealing with, is that they kind of were getting that, we were all hearing reports earlier, whether it was Jay Glazer, Ian Rappaport, guys saying he's cleared, he's this, that, and everybody I talked to in the league, like, we haven't seen this guy's knee, I mean, they're all saying this stuff, but that we haven't seen the knee. Yeah. And I was like, well, what do you think when you see the knee? And it was like, well, we don't know. You don't know where to start to even begin to talk about money with the guy. Yeah. Unless you get to see it. And they have, and that's kind of, I think you're absolutely right. I think other teams have spoken. I think Buffalo's spoken. I think the Giants have spoken. I think the Cowboys are really his only place to land, if you ask me.
The other interesting part is Josina said that mid-January would be 11 months post-surgery, yes, and his first one took 11 months to come back from. So maybe it shouldn't be that big of a surprise, especially his second ACL on the same knee. And she did say last week with Sean and RJ that she expects him to get all the info and then go home to a quiet place and, sort of ruminate and ponder things until clarity arrives.
Well, the Cowboys are also in the situation, too. I didn't feel like that they wanted to make 2 roster moves with wide receivers. So now the next thing is I think you'll see the Cowboys looking at James Washington, getting him going. Okay. And getting him back in the mix and letting him – he's ready to go.
He's ready to play it off one another.
Yeah, I really do. People are saying, well, I don't think it's one or the other. I mean, or they're tied together. I do. I just don't think the Cowboys wanted to make 2 roster moves for wide receivers.
Sure.
So we'll see if in fact that they might go ahead now with the news is like they'll just say, well, let's just go ahead and just get James Washington on the active list and go from there.
No one else sees this as a red flag. Apparently the guy only has a significant interest from one team. Oh, it is. But the thing is, it's risk-free how the Cowboys are negotiating. Like, if the Cowboys had given him everything he wanted, he wouldn't be flying home to Miami right now. The Cowboys are saying, we can't assume all the risk for you. You're old. You've been hurt. This is a second ACL surgery. We can't guarantee you anything.
Yeah,
but
good on
if
the
you want to
Cowboys,
come
man.
here and work, and we'll put something together incentive-wise, maybe, this can work for both sides. But I think the Cowboys are negotiating this as we would expect, Zach, and I agree with you. It's a good job assessing that risk.
Right, because you're a team that's playing good football right now. Your offense is scoring a bunch of points. Michael Gallup's starting to play much better. CeeDee Lamb's playing like a wide receiver one. So it's not a move that you have to make. And especially with the news that Odell Beckham Jr. wouldn't be able to play until the playoffs for his first game. So, the timeline from Josina Anderson makes sense. And I'm sure if the Cowboys sign him with Britt Brown and that training staff, if Odell Beckham Jr. comes in with a good attitude, and we know he's a hard worker, I don't think we're doubting that. And the Cowboys would be able to get him ready. And I think it's worth it. It's worth it to get Odell Beckham Jr. for the playoffs, for a play if he can get you over the top. But
yeah.
Odell Beckham Jr.'s got to be also flexible. He's got to be willing to work with the Cowboys. The Cowboys just aren't going to give in to all his demands here, too. And if he decides, I'm not willing to do that deal, then so be it.
Yeah. They're in a situation, too, where they've got to think about signing CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to be the roadblock that kind of gets you worked on that.
You got Lamb, you got Diggs, you got several players that are going to be coming up, not to mention Micah Parsons in a couple of years.
Y'all think the Cowboys are saying they don't like the knee, using that to drive down his price? Ask the 972.
No, the knee. I'm kind of hearing from teams around the league the knee's not very good.
Yeah, the knee's still a month away from being possibly recovered as the last one was. Some guys can bounce back from the ACL 8-9 months. Others take 11 or 12 months. Kristaps Porzingis took 20 months.
Yeah.
So I think it is realistic that the knee just isn't right. And if I'm the Cowboys and there's not a lot of risk against the cap, I'm bringing him in, letting him rehab, and hoping we can build towards him being awesome for the divisional round or something. We'll check.
We do have a Cowboys signing, though. They are adding a cornerback. They are signing Mackenzie Alexander, to their practice squad, former Vikings second-round pick Clemson corner, Mackenzie Alexander. So he's got good length. That is what I remember from him. Certainly he's bounced around the league, but that'll be a practice squad guy, another body to have that maybe Dan Quinn can get going, and we'll see if he ends up making an impact with the loss of Anthony Brown.
Maybe Jaron Kearse and George Edwards' friend from their time in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think so. Good call.
Okay. How Jerry was asked, how could you be confident signing a guy coming off an ACL that you haven't seen work out? And he said, I'm not confident. That's the issue of availability. And that was a very clear line in the sand, because if Jerry wanted to push this thing through with his optimism, he would have started answering questions like, well, it's not a time to worry about being confident. There's a chance he could help, and we got to get him. And there was none of those sort of answers from Jerry Jones this morning. Have you ever signed somebody coming off injury without seeing him work out? Jerry was asked. And he said yes. The name was Alonzo Highsmith, and he never touched the field. He said at that time they had extra picks from the Herschel Walker trade, and his doctors came to him and the trainers and were like, listen, Alonzo Highsmith is bone on bone. This is not a good idea.
Yeah.
And Jerry said he in the front office, and it was actually some young coaches. Was it Jimmy Johnson?
It was Jimmy, and all those Miami coaches had Alonzo on, and they tried to push that thing through.
They vouched for him, and he never got on the field. He was asked, how much do the medicals lie once you get the players to work out and run around? And he said at every juncture you're looking at a new contract, the medical is a huge consideration.
Talking to trainers around the league, and they're all like, we watch videos and stuff like that, but if we could physically work him out, if we could see him move around and put him through some drills and stuff, I mean, we're not talking about just wear him out completely, but have him run some routes, have him move around, lateral stuff and all that. We could tell you how close he is, whether it's a week or we could tell you if it's 4 weeks. That's the thing. That's why they were flying blind on this right now, is because the trainers are telling them, we probably shouldn't do this signing. I'm not saying the Cowboy train, but if the trainers are probably looking at this like, if we can't work him out, we're going to have to rehab him. We're going to have to get him to where once we do have our hands on him, and they're just trying to, when they're talking about spending money, the front office guys are saying, well, what do you think? And they're like, I can't tell you. He's like, he could be 4 weeks away, and the front office is going, wait a minute, this guy, if we sign him, you're telling me he's probably going to miss 4 games? I'm like, yeah, that's what we're telling you. So that's why it makes this very, very difficult.
And that's when I think the Cowboys front office goes, okay, we can't commit anything of significance.
This is where Jerry, Steven, Will, and Mike McCarthy look at Jim Maurer, Britt Brown, and Dr. Dan Cooper and say, you guys are right more than you're wrong. And that's why that's why I think the hesitation is going on right now.
Okay, the moment, it was like the pin drop moment of the interview. Has he given any indication on if he believes he can play? I forget if it was Bobby, Sean, or RJ that asked this, but there was a significant delay. And then he said, I'm going to keep that one at bay because that's the degree. And he said it's different if you play one play or you have the Super Bowl coming up. That's a point of the discussion. A player's own belief on where he is real big. And then we later found out that Odell Beckham Jr. does believe he can contribute. And Jerry went on to say, that's big because coming back from an ACL, it requires a mental confidence. It's just as important as getting the physical ligament back healthy. You actually have to believe in it so you can go out there and be a good athlete. But the fact that he rehabbed last year and then came back and played in the Super Bowl shows you serious mental toughness, is what Jerry Jones had to say about that. He said, you've told us you have to have this year. Do you still feel that way? This year is paramount, which again would tell you if he can't play this year, I think the Cowboys are going to have minimal interest in that whole situation. It's going to come down to, does Odell Beckham Jr. want to play for a little bit of money for the chance to win the Super Bowl? And right. Jerry talked about today, like, what's in it for Odell. He wants to compete. He wants to be part of the Cowboys.
Yeah, and then if you're the Cowboys, why? I mean, you are worried about this year. That's the focus. You're not worried about Odell Beckham Jr. for next year. Maybe you can have that conversation again in the offseason, but you can go ahead and worry about drafting a receiver and worrying about the free agent class and that stuff next year. Yeah. You're not worried about Odell Beckham Jr. past right now. This is a win now type of move. This isn't anything past and beyond right now in this postseason.
So then Jerry got into, a weird thing, and it was very brief. But I just wanted to put myself in ownership or front office position. Like, what do you do with an older athlete who might be a little heavier than he was at his prime and doesn't move as well and is coming off another injury? And at 32 years old, you're like, yeah, this guy ain't what he was, but he believes it. Jerry said Odell believes the good times are ahead of him, not just behind him. He thinks like, I'm prime Odell Beckham Jr. Why wouldn't you? So you can't be like, you're not prime Odell Beckham Jr. He's going to not like you, right? You have to coddle the ego. You have to stroke the ego of everybody you're doing business with. Of course. You don't want to insult them. But also you got to say back, the value's not there.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why, Jerry and other big business negotiators are brilliant at what they do, but that's going to be tough. And that's something that maybe is part of Odell Beckham Jr.'s process of going home and finding a quiet spot. How do you take that feedback? The world is telling you, we don't believe you're going to be the old Odell Beckham Jr. anymore.
Right.
And maybe over the next 48 or 72 hours, he'll accept that, or maybe he'll feel like these guys are trying to rip me off, and I'll just get healthy and go work out in March and show everybody on social media that I am the real deal.
You know what? He's in a situation where he's got a lot of folks around him that probably are paid to help him, and probably he hears what he wants to hear.
Yes, men and women.
Yeah, I think that's difficult. And sometimes when people say, they say, hey, this is what's wrong with your knee, or this is what's wrong with your back, or this is, you don't want to believe it because somebody's always told you there's nothing wrong, man. Nothing wrong, man. You're Odell Beckham. You can go out there and do anything you want. And so when you get a dose of that, then it turns into, okay, well, where am I at? Maybe that's where you're talking about going back to Miami and having that reflection about, okay, this is where I've had this team tell me, or these two teams have told me this is where I'm at. So I need to make a decision off that and not have people around him saying, no, man, you're Odell. No, you make the decision and hopefully it'll be the right one for him.
You're never as good as they say you are, and you're never as bad as they say you are.
Well said, Lucius. Well said.
Yeah, when things are going great, you got to remain humble, and when things are going bad, you have to remain confident. And sometimes that's difficult. Yeah, I think it's difficult for everybody, not just young people who have had it going on in their sport for the last 20 years. Okay, it is time for the Expressway 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Do you agree with what Jerry said about Tyron Smith's return? And how about him covering for Ezekiel Elliott? There's other things that have been developing throughout your broadcast day. We'll get that to you in the Expressway. Bobby Belt is coming up here at 5:30. LA Live with Lucius. Yes, Brian.
Is that Choppy at 5:30?
Oh, that's right. We have our Cowboys insider RJ Choppy joining us on a bet payoff coming up at 5:30 here in the G-Bag Nation. Well, how about my friends at